The Entropic Equine believes you will participate in any challenge. If
That's the
price is
Arbalest,
right,
Gallahorn,
tonight's
Gallahorn,
Dares of
Gallahorn,
Eternity.
Monarch. Got 3 Gallahorns on the team. God damn. I'm not a big fan of this site though. It's so silly. Oh my god, is that Void? Gold bars going down.
Now spin the wheel and let us learn against whom you must compete.
It's Vex.
Bear you swords, for you face the Hive.
That took way too long, boys.
The horse desires further proof of your abilities.
Fuck, I have to fucking... Let's go.
You must now prepare for our obstacle course. The inconceivable horse proclaims it utterly bonkers.
It is utterly bonkers. Oh my god. Just that guy. Yeah, we're signed up. Woo! Okay, here's the Vex.
From a churning pool of radiolaria come the Vex.
Okay.
Guardian down.
More foes pour into this realm
Oh my
at
god.
the behest of the ageless horse.
Guardian down.
Use it on the one with the shield. Oh my god, what is this? You guys what? Are going for something?
Imperial pony calls forth a beast laden with treasures. Reap your reward, contestants.
Let's go, boys.
One door holds your final opponent. The horse insists you guess.
So this? You sure? Oh my god.
Incorrect. The horse is displeased. Yet the show must go on.
That's what I thought. I thought it was the
Their drop pods have fallen from across the Paraverse to be here tonight. Survive the final round.
oh shit. Holy shit.
Guardian down.
Fuck, dude. Everywhere.
Guardian down. Guardian down. Guardian down.
Now, conclude the fight.
Ooh, my hands. Bonus.
Can it be? Bolts of energy.
That's mostly because of me.
You are worthy of the lightning round.
Guardian down.
Fuck.
A very special guest has joined tonight's show.
fuck.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
Claim your wisdom. Astounding wealth, richly deserved. Yes, it is the will of the hyper-quantum horse that no one returns empty-handed from the dares of eternity. Good night.
Well. Okay, let's see. Well, I actually got a pretty decent haul. Helm. Yeah, it looks like there's like void singe on the they all have shields. Void shields on legend theirs. This lost specific plate. Ooh. Yeah, I didn't see any. I only saw barrier champions, and I just saw.
What holidays?
Actually, no. I need the. Yeah, that's the only thing. Was it scout rifle, machine guns? Oh no! If I have. It depends on what I want to run. If it's void, then I'm not going to use this. I'm using this.
I should head into the city when I'm done here. Get something to eat.
Yeah, anti-barrier.
Wonder what holiday is doing later.
The only thing is I need an anti-barrier weapon. And I don't have surge detonators, so I don't need that. Oh my god, I keep forgetting where I'm at when I do stuff like that. See. Ooh, I can level this up. What happens if I level this up? God damn.
Flint, remind me to research governance customs. I want to know who's in charge of the civilians.
99 with this.
I thought I understood what the travelers saw.
Uh,
Now,
yeah, I just need more. Yeah. Yeah, I probably don't need this.
Vanguard's taking a big chance taking over all of this.
Uh, okay. Anyone else doing? Legendaires or I'm just like waiting for people to like do this stuff. I don't have like a clan or something like that. I actually do have a clan. I don't know why the clan tab is here. I don't even know why I'm with these guys. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep this here. Just keep these grenades up. Grenade, 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 grenade. What's this? Charge with light. Supercharged. Okay. What is the Rat King catalyst? I think they did something with the 14%. This is perfect, man. Yeah. Mm. $19. 20. Look at that, 69. It's all in the right spots too. That's great. I need to get this up. Yeah, this drops down to. And then if I can dump the rest of that into boom. And then if I upgrade, that's a perfect 100. Wow. Fucking phenomenal. Anti-barrier auto rifle. I don't think there's any unstoppable. Oh. Barrier auto rifle. Boom. Let's go, baby. Graviton Lance. I got my build all set up too. Getting the gear. I got my scatter grenade. To explode, defeat. You got volatile rounds on your void weapons. And then I have this. That's not me. God damn, look at this. And I got the Telesto too. Shit. Telesto. Harbinger's Pulse. With the Telesto. Yeah. The Telesto. Yeah. The Telesto. Yeah. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. It's a void singe, right? I drop bombs. Let's go. We win, boys. Yeah. LGK Logic. Little Shinsuke Nakamura. Yeah. New York Mets, Francisco Lindor, let's go. Would be the best football head coach? Football head coach 23. What? What? Just bake that all into Madden.
The entropic equine believes you will participate in any challenge if the price is right on tonight's Dares of Eternity.
Wait, what? What did Contra just say? Bro, I gotta turn off chat? Do I need to turn off chili? Fucking people are weird, dude. God damn, people can't behave themselves in chats. Give me all this. It's taken Vex.
They are not here to make friends, for they are the Hive.
Guardian down.
The horse demands more from you. I must oblige. must now prepare for our obstacle course. The inconceivable horse proclaims it utterly bonkers.
See if I got it. Oh! Oh, what? I think they buffed Dares of Eternity a little bit to make it a tad bit more challenging. You guys know, like, it seems like they buffed it. I forget which one's Scorn. I think that's Taken. That's Fallen. That's Taken, I think.
From a churning pool of radiolaria come the Vex. Demands more from you. I must oblige. final opponent awaits behind one of these doors. Which shall you choose? You resonate with the one perfect reality. The horse rewards you.
Yeah, fuck it. Oof.
Whether you wanted it or not, you stepped into a war with the Cabal.
Oh, Jesus. Bro, where the fuck is he?
Wait. Lightning round activated. Your reward is limited only by your bravery. Let us give a warm Dares of Eternity welcome to our special guest.
Target down. Guardian down. Guardian down.
Fuck! Get on this, guys! Come on! Let's go! Just clear these guys out. Just take the point. Clear these guys out. Don't bother resing me. Just clear these guys out. Ooh.
You are tonight's champion. Please take your winnings And thank you for playing Dares of Eternity. And this is Zer, reminding you to have your ghost spayed or neutered. Good night.
All right. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Kill clip. I can see why I didn't use it, but it's actually like really useful though. Maybe not there. I need something else to pump out the bullets. Okay, let me go to the helm. Let me drop this stuff off. Get some water. Get some more water. Let me fill this bottle up. Get some coffee. Drop these dishes off. Play some music for you guys. Then I'll be back. Oh. Come on, come on. I was like, oh. I think they buffed Dares. They made Dares a little bit tougher. I think I might just use, if I'm gonna be doing Dares for the rest of the night.
Saint to see if he has any recommendations.
Iron Banner. Legendaires, let's go, baby. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, Duke Nukem. Ooh, what is this? Held a record. This is a ship? Ooh. Fuck it, let's go. Oh. Of course, I forgot I was... Pulse Raffle. The Last Perdition. That's kind of silly. keep that actually like that, like this. Deadfall. Yeah, I don't really get these too often, so I might as well just keep them, right?
What can I do for you, Titan?
No. No. That's the best. Okay.
I must admit, Guardian, I'm very
Shoot
curious
to
see
loot.
what you've got for me to crack open.
You've got to be kidding me.
Get some alloys. And we drop all this stuff off. Yeah, I got so many void weapons. What does... Unplanned reprieve, polymer grip, and energy weapons from reserves. Oh, okay. Very nice. Telesto, Telesto, Telesto. Lucky Graviton Lance is actually incredibly useful. Okay. So if anything in there.
Checking right now.
Break this down, break this down.
Done. All done, all done.
A prime engram.
Ah, shall we begin then? There is hope for humanity yet.
Risen
With
by
Guard.
Yeah, I can use that to raise this up. What's this? Berenger's memory. Take your place among the company of heroes. Underdog. Yeah, it's not that great. That auto-loading holster is actually very useful. Oh. Okay, what am I looking for? I got the pulse rifle I wanted. I love this thing. The Rat King. Glimmer. That's good for hunters. Okay, minor multi-tool. Okay. Sleeper simulant. Really nothing else like speaks to me here. Stern hand cannon. Okay. Probably the Ace of Spades. I need to get Spoils of Conquest. I think I said that's great against Overload champions. What did I say? It was no Beyond Light area. This is it. This is what I need. And the only thing I need is an exotic cipher for a solar build. This is what, see, that's the only thing I need is one for a solar build. Okay. All right, folks, let me go ahead and take a short break, and we'll be right back with more Destiny. Back to orbit. Fucking Destiny's fucking theme song, man. That shit kicks, man. That shit just kicks, dude. See what else is everybody else doing around the internet. The internet. The internet. You know what? I might as well just change my to Destiny 2. Change my category. What's everybody else doing on the internet? So what's going on Twitch? My ship. Go, Speed Racer, go. Let's see. That's there, that's there. IRI still streaming. Rhizome still streaming. Everybody's just kind of chilling out right now. Okay. I need to like move that Be Right Back screen right there. It's like way too like far down.
do is hold on, hold on. It's not too late. All you gotta do is hold on, hold on. It's not too late. All you gotta do is hold on, hold on. All you gotta do is hold on, hold on. I told you I got you, you, got you, I got. I told you I got you, you, got you, I got. All you gotta do is hold on, hold on, hold on. All you gotta do is hold on, hold on, hold on. All you gotta do is hold. I told you I got you. I told you I got you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have returned. Got coffee, ate a little bit, and now we're back. Yes, that's right, we're back. And we were going for a little bit too. I didn't think I was gonna take that long to eat. Let's see. Dude, put it in the message. I hate when they just put it in their name, in the Discord name like that, and they don't put in the actual like message. Let's see what's going on here. I'm looking for dares or wellsprings. Yeah. You're in a public destination. That is. You are in a.
I wish to lay a choice before you.
TTV, he's a streamer. He's a streamer. Ours. So 3 is 6. Mayhem playlist 50. Oh, the Crucible ornament for Crime Mutiny. We can grind that out. Machine gun. Sword. Blown machine guns, yeah. Hawk Moon. Freeze magazine size. My friendly donkey. All right, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. As long as 2 people say they're ready, let's go. Let's go. I want to try that guided dungeon thing. Never did it before.
From an unstable physical plane, pitching through the paraversal froth, it's dares of eternity.
It's taken.
They are not here to make friends, for they are the Hive. face more opponents. It is time for our preposterous obstacle course. Have you all signed your liability waivers? It's time for another spin of the
Guardian down.
Okay. Dude, I'm just gonna start it. He can come back when he comes back.
From a churning pool of radiolaria come the Vex.
Guardian down.
Desires further proof of your abilities.
Jesus Christ, man. Don't die. Most of us are coming back.
Guardian down. Guardian down. Guardian down.
Yeah, I need something to handle the AoE damage.
You must overcome the Vex to reach the next round. Your final opponent awaits behind one of these doors. Which shall you choose? Correct. The Celestial Horse bestows approval.
I can never get that right. It's like my worst one.
Star Horse has your final challenge waiting backstage. Let's bring out the Cabal.
Guardian down.
The horse bestows power upon you.
Let's go.
Wait. The horse finds you deserving of challenges beyond all comprehension.
Come on, come on. Dude, how are you all using?
Guardian down.
Will tonight's special guest please come on out?
Fuck. Don't res me, don't res me. Fuck. Go there! Come on! Go to the next point. There's someone.
Guardian down.
Shit, man. Come on, guys. Did we cap third one?
Shall we learn what our lucky women will be bringing back to the tower?
Did we cap it?
Treasures pulled from the Paraverse itself. Just like our contestants on tonight's Dares of Eternity.
This guy's on fucking
Good night.
the fuck out of here, man. Bro, I'm sorry. These guys just kept dying. That was like annoying to me when I'm trying to go there. Okay. Okay. It's actually pretty decent for 64. God damn. I think this is actually a better stat distribution, especially after I upgrade it. Keep this. Let's see. Bro. Come on, man.
I should head into the city when I'm done here. Get something to eat.
Okay. No, what? No, it's not. It's easier to I can't copy and paste. It's easier to copy and paste. Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro. Bro, these fucking like little kids, man. These, oh, that's just double handling. Nobody gives a shit if it's double handling, dude. Like, it's just like so frustrating sometimes. Like, you ask people to do it, just fucking like do it so people can like copy and paste it, dude. I hate like the lack of, I'm like kind of like gamering out here because like I hate the lack of efficiency, bro. It just makes things. More, it just makes. I don't know how council. I don't know how you guys like fucking. Let's do this, and then this I have to switch over to this. Actually, no, because I need. I need the mod then. All right, who's got the hot mic? You be annoying on the mic. You're better off. Do that. That's gonna make like that much of a difference. Oh, that's a pretty crazy like stat distribution right there. 64, 60. So I would just need to have to make that up. That's the only thing. Okay. You, I'm gonna mute.
from an unstable physical plane, pitching through the paraversal froth. It's dares of eternity.
All right, come on, come on, come on.
Spin the wheel to learn which opponents are about to take the stage. Bear you swords, or you face the Hive.
Guardian down.
The horse is pleased and summons more opponents.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
More excitement and prizes await you beyond the demented dares of eternity obstacle course.
Guardian down.
It's time for another spin of the
Ah.
Pulled from deep within the vault of glass, Lee's Please welcome the Vex.
Guardian down.
The horse wishes to witness further combat.
Guardian down.
Choose the door hiding your final opponent, and the horse shall reward you. A brilliant choice from tonight's most gifted contestant.
Bro, did you just fucking push me off? Come on, man.
Whether you wanted it or not, you've stepped into a war with the Cabal.
Guardians down. Guardian down.
Victory is close.
Guardian down.
Wow, you guys died so much, man.
Now, let us see what treasure we'll be taking home. Yes, the vault of the Paraverse is generous. And so are we, right here on Dares of Eternity. Good night.
I'm gonna stay with this guy just to piss him off. Fucking won't put his... Uh-huh.
What's up, everybody?
Hello.
Get the fuck out of here. Doesn't want to fucking put it in the Discord message. It's easier to fucking copy and paste. Fucking grab. That's fucking stupid, dude.
Oh, somebody come do an emote. Pop that reverse screen grand. Yo, I just got an exotic ornament,
Hey, nice. Good shit, good shit.
and it's for a trace rifle.
Nice.
Oh, I'm excited.
If hopefully y'all can hear us. I don't know if some people are in parties. We're just waiting on Richard. He's grabbing his headset, and then we're gonna fly in. Just in case if y'all can hear us.
How do I check to see who's in my fire team?
It's the Butch's hates his judgment. Preview.
Yeah, no mic. Okay, that's cool, bro. As long as you can hear us, we'll be straight. We gonna be alright.
Yeah, I was just thinking about trying to figure out a solar build around Prometheus Lens. Actually, all the trace rifles.
Done.
Because I mean, if H-Receptor goes that hard, I can't imagine. I mean, the rest of them been around forever. I can imagine there's some decent builds, but 3.0 hit, so there's just different things in general.
I'm just gonna let these guys talk.
So I'm gonna check that out. Like, I had no idea that there was a grenade launcher Le Monarch build for the Titan.
2010, 20.
But I'm not out there researching like that.
Damn, I got 30 strange coins. I got max out of that. Can 10 treasure keys. Okay. How do I check to see who's in my
Are you doing multiple runs? I don't know. That's up to y'all. I'm down for at least like 2.
Possibly.
There needs to be something here where I can like see who's currently the fire team.
I would say if we don't have to replace like the whole team, then probably. But if we gotta wait for people, then I don't know. Farming keys for season 19. I feel that. I feel that.
That should do it. I can definitely fix this.
I gotta leave this guild. I'm a solo guy. I don't see.
The Guardians don't understand us.
Give me a ball, please.
Do we?
Marvin?
Not sure. I'm gonna go to orbit.
Alright, hopefully everybody's ready.
Alright. Does anyone need to go to the treasure hoard real quick? Pick up some bounties.
We should.
Yeah, we should. I need to pick some up, to be honest.
I got Paul from map, but yeah, doesn't always work.
Alright, cool.
And we got more people here, so.
Yep, and that's all 6 already.
Oh dang, I didn't know Dim could apply perks. Did no, I didn't see that.
The Nine show you these. The Nine meant for you to have that. It was never mine. Is it your will to return? All of me remembers fire. An old memory, now made new.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Store responsive. Subs. Yeah, that's not gonna be fun.
There has to be.
Are you all ready to go?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and start it then.
So that's
Make sure I
nearby.
have everything correct.
Not really.
Where do you go in settings? Go to your social. What's the destinations?
Ah, there we go.
Dallas Cup. I'm gonna look up who the boss is real quick. It looks like the ball. Alright, so, yep. And does everyone have like barrier, overload, unstoppable, stuff like that?
What I'm switching to right now.
Oh my god, okay.
Alright, we're good.
Alright. I'm actually gonna throw on overload as well real quick. Thanks. So much slower on PS4.
Dear God Almighty, come on.
Alright.
Oh, you know what I just thought about, boys? If we decide, like, if we don't run another one of these, I probably have enough time if we can do preservation. That's another pinnacle.
Oh yeah, that's
up to
pretty quick. Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, it's that mission. Okay. It's a wasted time here.
I don't even know what I would want on that Reese Walker, the Iron Banner shotgun. Hipfire grip with Iron Reach, maybe?
Coming
Extra
to you
boost to the
live
range.
from a fraction of
nasty hit.
reality where
Headshot
time
damage.
itself has no meaning. It stares of eternity.
Oh, dude. 9 minutes, 38 seconds.
Spin the wheel to meet the other team.
Yeah, nobody saw that, right?
Tonight. Hailing from the Ascended Realm, here come the Hive.
There you're not in middle. It's done. Another one in middle.
intergalactic horse wishes to see you traverse our wacky obstacle course. Step up and give our wheel a spin. Pulled from deep within the vault of glass, please welcome the Vex.
Oh.
Guardian down.
Demands more from you. I must oblige.
Get messed up by the side dress.
Guards your next challenge.
Fuck.
Alright, yeah, so it's the ball.
Your final opponent awaits behind one of these doors.
He's the hive, right?
Which
No, no, no.
you choose?
No! Oh, it's actually the genius scared me. But I was like, no, that was just a fucking.
I just realized my headset was pushed up.
Brilliant choice from tonight.
You're not.
Celebratory emote scared the
Enjoy.
inside of me.
Oh, nice. Panic jumping got you there.
It always gets me there.
60% of the time, it works all the time.
Starhorse
Oh wait,
had
hey,
your
well,
final
somebody started.
challenge waiting
Careful.
Backstage.
I'm gonna lose the Star Horse's favor now because they got teleported.
Cabal.
Fucking hell, man. But you don't start it until everyone's there. Oh. I mean, it shouldn't happen. Literally just wait 2 seconds.
Yeah, no. But it is what it is.
It is bullshit.
Bounty. About that shit.
I dropped it for you, remember?
The damage.
Now, conclude the fight.
Reloading. There we go.
Well, why didn't you get to come down?
Damn.
Oh, I got half shoots.
Indeed. I must echo the horse from
Oh, it's a
beyond
red
the
border.
stars.
Nice.
Thank you. for
Ooh, I
joining
got
us
to kill us. Nice.
on Dares of Eternity.
And I still need 3 more, so.
Good night, sir.
what is? Oh no. Oh well. I finished level 10 for the seasonal weapon.
Change my
Alright.
Looks like somebody dropped out.
Yeah. Finally hit that 1590, boys.
Oh yeah. Five more till catch crash or something. Yeah. That's master catch crash.
There's actually someone that's looking for 5 for Master Catch Crash right now. He just put it in chat.
You're 5 under for that.
No, I mean, cause I don't know if they're gonna want to do it like the people we have in here.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll do it.
I mean, killers, just go run that preservation.
No, he said he'll do it. Demi, you down for Master Catch Crash? No, I'm waiting on Demi Hollow. Yeah? Okay, bet. So I'll just matchmake for 1. Not matchmake, I'll look for 1 real quick.
I don't think you can even do that because you're not, you have to be 95.
What? Your mic, bro. Listen up.
Oh man.
I did, I've done Master Catch Crash the past 2 weeks though.
I do believe you have to be 1595 for that. Unfortunately.
Nah, for Master Catch Crash, I've been doing it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I definitely need another solar weapon. Only problem is...
So, what you don't want to do then?
So we're gonna go do Master Catch Crash.
There you
Alright,
go.
cool.
Oh, Jesus.
No, you got one
shit.
too many.
SSJ, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry bro. Legend joined first.
Alright, so, which is it? Master Catch Crash or Dares?
Well, I put the LFG up for Master Catch Crash, so that's what
Gotcha.
Legend is expecting.
Gotcha.
Oh, you know, I'm not. This is theirs, but let me change 1 or 2 things real quick.
Alright.
Like ammo finder, because I don't have that.
See how this goes. This actually
And
should
then
be
you can
pretty
look
good.
all the different things, just in case you don't have a specific mod or something. Barrier and overloaded. Mostly.
Barrier and overloaded.
It's just barrier and overloaded, right?
Yep.
No unstoppable.
Not that I see.
jeez.
Yeah, there's no unstoppable, so that's easy. Boom, boom, and then...
I've got to run the shotgun so I can level it up.
Wasn't expecting to do Master Catch Crash. Was it just barrier? Champion foes. You should get overload, yeah. Let's see.
Let's put this out.
I definitely need something else. Like a regular version of this. I gotta look through my Pardon Our Dust. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. This is actually really good. Wow. Dude, I got an opulent key here. I gotta open. I got 30 strange coin. I maxed out. I got treasure key. Let's go, boys. Come on now. Zeo.
Putting one more mod.
Go, go, Power Rangers. You mighty morphin. Power Ranger. I might just do this. I'm actually not a big fan. Cindy is actually pretty like powerful, but like it's that bounce. I wish it didn't bounce. That's the only thing. Or the bounce was minimized. Actually, we'll go ahead and do that. I actually like this. Just frequently, because I got the mods here. And as long as I keep creating wells, I can do that. I'm wondering now, too. Well, no, I'd rather have the bonk. Give me the bonk hammer. I want the bonk hammer. Alright, I did say I was gonna play this.
I'd say I didn't fully load up, but it did.
John Favreau.
I'm John Lovett.
Tommy Vitor. On today's show, Democrats keep the Senate, hold off a red wave in the House, and look forward to a productive lame duck session. The knives are out for Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy, while Donald Trump gets ready to announce his third presidential campaign. Then the people behind John Fetterman's campaign join us to talk about how they did it, and later, a new game that tests our knowledge about just how crowded the Trump train is right now. All right, let's get to the news. Democrats have retained control of the Senate after Arizona was called for Mark Kelly on Friday and Nevada was called for Catherine Cortez Masto on Saturday.
Let's
Kelly's
go.
leading Blake Masters 51 to 46%, not particularly close. And Cortez
Let me
Masto
share
has
this link
squeaked
here.
ahead of squeaked ahead of Adam Laxalt, 49 to 48%, just about 7,000 votes. Both states are still counting ballots, but almost finished. Democrats now have 50 Senate seats with a chance to win 51 if Senator Raphael Warnock defeats Herschel Walker in Georgia's December 6th runoff. Guys, how big of a deal is this? How much of a surprise is it? And do you have any more thoughts
It's
on
a big deal.
And do you have any more thoughts on how it happened now that we've all had a few more days to dig through data and just swim through takes?
Can you imagine if Blake Masters was one of the 100 people we send to Washington to be in the U.S. Senate?
One of the many pieces of color from all of the great reporting over the last couple of days about the midterms was how the focus group for one of the first focus groups for Blake Masters done by the Republicans was one of the worst focus groups they've ever seen in their entire life.
And he was getting the sort of crudité treatment where people were recirculating old videos that he himself had
It's
shot,
like the
edited, and
worst
released
version
that
of the
just showed how
crudité.
weird he was. One of them was him in a random field shooting a German pistol with a silencer on it. It looked like the ending scene in Seven. It was very off-putting.
When you call the Unabomber an underappreciated thinker and say that you want to privatize
Yes.
Social Security,
not the best.
That's a tough one.
By the way,
It's a tough,
if
tough,
sending
the crew thing is skip blades. Do you mind if I
democracy isn't so hot? The guy's been a kook his whole fucking life. Just spindly. Spindly and fascist.
Yeah.
Also, Adam Blacksalt, by the way, because we've done a lot of time on Blake Masters.
I don't know too much about Adam Blacksalt, to be honest with you.
Blacksalt has just kind of gone under the radar, but he's a terrible candidate.
Yeah.
Also, like, embraced the big lie, election denier. Wasn't as splashy.
He wasn't as splashy in
True.
his embrace of election denialism, but
Dan was
it was
right.
there nonetheless.
He was the Conor Roy of Nevada.
No, but John Ralston, who's the dean of
It's one of the last two things I need to do to
about
get the
how
title.
Blacksalt was a terrible candidate as well. Just nobody saw him because they did let him out of his little candidate cage in the media.
And Ralston took some shit for being too Pollyanna-ish about Democrats.
You haven't won his leveling up the shotgun.
Masto would hold on, and that Democrats would win 2 out of the 3 seats in contention, and actually won all 3 seats. Yeah, he got it right.
He was right about the governor's race too. Steve Sisolak, the Democratic governor of Nevada, is the only Democratic incumbent governor in the country that lost.
You know, I was, I think, like, by constitution, when I see everybody in a state of despair, it's my instinct to be like, all right, everybody chill out. Like, here's some things that we should be considering and not losing our heads. And I have the same thing when I see Democrats rejoicing and I see all this celebration thing. Hold on a second. All right, like, we have, we lose the House, we lose the ability to legislate in the same way. The Senate map in 2024 is pretty tough. Like, let's all not act as though all the problems are solved.
That's true.
Hard things ahead. But what I was thinking over the weekend was,
that was relatively quick.
of us doing this pod right now with election deniers in charge of key election infrastructure in Wisconsin, in Arizona, in Nevada, and Pennsylvania, and us trying to come up with some godforsaken reason people should still try.
Yeah, America, spare a thought for us.
No, but I just,
3 of us.
but like the fact that, no, I don't mean it because of us. I mean,
First, I'll take down this straw man over here.
No, shut up.
Then
You
I
shut
shall-
the fuck
who shall
up.
think of the
Shut the fuck
podcasters?
up. I wasn't saying thinking of us. I was thinking of all, like, how bad a situation it would be in to try to make an argument for why we're gonna still have this fight left in us. And actually, we stopped all these fucking people.
Here's the truth. You know, in 18, expectations get out of control. The blue wave was supposed to win us the Senate. Didn't happen. In 20, Joe Biden was ahead by 10 points in Wisconsin. It was close. This one, it was a red wave. It was close. The thing is, we were a few thousand votes in a couple states away from that.
Of course. Of course.
It was once again super close. We are on the nice edge of this country.
Thank you, Harry Reid. I know you can't hear me. You're dead. That was the joke that I was making on Twitter. The people didn't necessarily get.
Now he's shadowboxing some Menchies.
I am.
Yep.
There's nothing more annoying on social media than when you make a joke and people don't get it, and then they make fun of you, and you're anyway. But Harry Reid,
This thing is still bugged.
Machine in Nevada that is so powerful that it exists years after his death. It's really impressive.
Yeah. You know, so if Warnock and Lisa Murkowski win, because they have ranked choice voting in Alaska, so they're still leading the option there, it'll be the first time in over 100 years that no incumbent senator running for re-election lost. Isn't that nuts?
It is, and it does go to the larger, like, you know, there's Joe Biden's doing some kind of a victory lap around the room.
He's in like Bali.
Oh yeah, he's right. He's in
wearing silly shirts and
yeah, he's very so Jay's looking around. He's talking to Jay. But you look at like the kind of the number of people that were dissatisfied with Joe Biden's job performance but still voting for the Democrats, and it is like a lot of people went into that booth or looked at that piece of paper and were like, I'm gonna really piss off I cannot support these people. I just can't do it. I cannot bring myself to do it.
It's when I think back to the Wilderness Focus Group, it's like they were playing for an hour about the Biden Democratic situation, all the stuff that the media talked about there, with mass media talked about, and then at the end of it, so are you gonna? Would you vote for Herschel Walker? Like, oh no, he's crazy. And Sarah Longwell was just saying that the New York
Same thing about Blake Masters.
Same thing about Blake Masters. And at the end of the day, the candidates that the Republicans ran. I mean, people are talking a lot about how it was democracy. It was democracy, but it was, you know, in the sense that they would embrace the big lie. That made them too extreme. They would want to criminalize all abortions. That made them extreme. Sometimes it was just Blake Masters saying things like the Unabomber is an underappreciated thinker. That makes them extreme. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a whole bunch of things that made them just completely unfit Republicans.
And I do think there was a kind of vicious circle in the rhetoric that they were using in their own information bubble around not just abortion, but around trans issues, gay issues, that just didn't report with people's reality, trying to scare people about what's happening in schools, just didn't reflect the experiences people were having, and that also weren't on anywhere near the list of the top issues on people's minds.
Yeah.
That I think is like whether or not somebody's going into the
Like
vote for or against someone based on some of these issues, we don't know. But I do think there are some ways in which someone will say something completely unhinged and to signal to people. Like, another one.
If you look at what the Democratic candidates who won tough competitive races did, they did four things. They went on offense on abortion and Republican extremism. They drew contrasts with their opponents on economic populism. They said they didn't have a plan for inflation, or their plan for inflation is to cut taxes for rich people and gut health care. And we've been fighting for the middle class over the last year. This is what we've accomplished. They dealt with crime attacks by reiterating their support for law enforcement and gun control. And then they talked about their bipartisan credentials while pointing out that their Republican candidate was extreme. And almost every single Democrat that won did all of those things in their ads and their speeches and how they did news. What kind of impact will a Democratic Senate have?
Time to blow this. Maybe an enormous one for Joe Biden's agenda, for us, for our ability to confirm judges. The biggest thing we'll be able to get judges through. You also, if we get, you want to do 50-51 later, or should we do it all right now?
Let's do it, we can do it all right now.
I mean, if we can get 51 votes in the Senate, then we will have the majority on committees, which means you can vote nominees out of committee and not everything to the floor, which will speed up the whole process.
Yeah.
You could imagine scenarios where, I don't know, we'll see what happens in the House. It's pretty close. You can see a scenario where you have a weak speaker. There are votes that are bipartisan. Republican House members who want to work with Democrats on discrete issues.
The fact that Democrats can control what happens in the Senate floor will be a very big deal. And so if we're trying to figure out, again, a budget or some kind of must-have thing in those chambers.
Give me those Sunwells, baby.
The House can do whatever they want. The Senate will not take up the open trial.
Don't they have to hold a trial?
I think
they won't make it easy, but they have to hold a trial.
Can't they?
They can do it in a kind of. They have to hold a trial, but it doesn't have to look like a trial.
Right.
The trial that Schumer would hold would look very different than what McConnell.
Yeah. That's but to Tommy's point, there are 87 judicial vacancies right now in the country. There are 58 Biden nominees awaiting a hearing for a vote. So the judicial outcome is that's the biggest impact, especially if we end up not winning the House here. Then there's a question of if there's a Supreme Court opening, we could fill it. There's also been this question. Sotomayor is 68 years old. He would be 74 in 2028 if we lose either the presidency or the Senate. Four times there. St. Ludo 72, Clarence Thomas 74. So Supreme Court thing could be in play.
Clarence Thomas has been in our lives for 1,000 years.
74. It's still only 74.
Also, I will say this. Jeannie Thomas doesn't do anything halfway. She was in that cult, and now she's like on she's always like one charismatic scuba instructor out of 4 seasons away from putting Clarence Thomas's life at great personal risk. Like, she can be convinced to do skydiving, spelunking, bungee jumping. Like, she is a persuadable voter on a number of key issues. So that's something to keep in mind.
Play this out. Are you saying that they like extreme sports?
Oh, wow.
No, I'm saying that, like, if a well-placed person at a White Lotus-like resort for conservatives.
Ooh, thank you.
You know that that thing where people jump like flying squirrels?
Yeah, squirrel suits.
I think that she could be persuaded to do that and maybe bring Clarence along. All I'm saying is Clarence may not be there. And if things go a certain way. Another point I'd like to make about why 2 points about why 51 is better than 50. Again, there's going to be a very tough Senate map in 2024. And also, they're all 1,000 years old. And we never get to this 2-year term in the House and Senate is like the Oregon Trail. You don't end up with everybody at the end.
A lot of dysentery.
Yeah, people
That's
fall
true.
by the fucking wayside.
That's true.
These are 1,000 years old. Patrick Leahy falls down the stairs twice a week. Well, he's not going to stick around anyway.
I want to go back to your point about the 2024 map.
They're old.
The 2024 map is important.
God makes openings.
There is
God makes
now
openings, he
zero
says.
chance Republicans
And the worst possible moments.
in 2024. Which you might be thinking, oh no, there was a chance.
It was.
Yes, there
Tough
was.
states.
There
We
was.
lost a couple of these. It was
The map
pretty close.
is brutal in 2024. So we will be
They
defending
nerfed the gun?
incumbents in 3 Trump states, West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio. And then defending incumbents in purple Biden states, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada. Our best pickup opportunities, our best possible flips in 2024 are Florida and Texas. You might be saying those aren't very promising. Well, those are the only possibilities.
That's why we're going to be all encouraging everybody to go knock on doors for Kirsten Cinema.
Listen,
We'll get you there.
51
Maybe
votes.
Ruben Gallego, maybe.
Yeah,
he'll be in the
hey,
primary.
primary. Maybe she can get her to be some cabinet position.
Yeah.
51 takes it out of takes the balance of power of the capricious, coal dust covered hands of Joe Manchin and
Or Kristen Sinema.
puts it in Kirsten Sinema.
Right, yeah,
Which,
right,
listen, I think I'd rather slightly more liberal hands.
They both. Well, the thing is, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because the two of them have stuck together because neither one of them wanted to be the one to sink,
Richard, don't you
any
need
kind of
this?
votes. But
No,
also,
that's
I still think that they can make 51 look a lot like 50, or they can
Yeah,
decide
bugging out right now. Or you can
Also, if
infinitely summon them.
Joe Manchin is facing an incredibly tough
I don't know if I need this.
Yeah. You need the circular one.
Helps with that.
That's the best time to do it.
And also, I saw someone point out Kamala Harris doesn't have to be in D.C. anymore. It doesn't anymore. Spend more time in other places.
That's good. Campaigning
How
around
many
the
times do you need to do it?
15. Free total.
Also, I read all the things that will happen in the Senate if we have 51. How about just we have Raphael Warnock instead of Herschel Walker? We have a brilliant, inspiring creature instead of a fucking stone-cold moron who put a gun to his ex-wife's head. That's a bonus right there.
Yeah, it just seems wrong.
I don't think I want someone near me.
How do you think the fact that control of the Senate has already been decided should impact Warnock's strategy in this round? The top of the
I doubt it does. I mean, don't you assume that Warnock's people have been running this race the whole time, assuming we had another month? They're just going to kind of execute on that. I mean, look, if I were them, I'd take some cash. I would maybe buy a Mar-a-Lago membership and see if I could talk to Trump into coming down to Georgia for a few stops. Maybe that's an opportunity.
I do think, given that the stakes are not control of the Senate, it makes it more about character qualification. It makes it more about which man do you want to represent you, and it makes it a much harder look.
And I think that's the strategy that Warnock followed because his first ad for the runoff was all about character.
It's just harder for the Republicans to motivate people. I mean, I think you could get a lot of these voters out again and say, own the libs, keep them out of power, vote Herschel Walker. No one's turning out.
You gotta get in your car and drive again to vote just for this. Make a plan of it.
I did see that Kemp is now going to campaign with Walker and didn't before, probably to be worried about his own election. And the Senate Leadership Fund, they're going to lend their dad in some money. So they're all getting behind. They're all going to try, but
are their hearts going to be in
which
it?
is why everyone should. Which is why we all need to sort of get involved and send money down there and help in whatever way we can because we don't want Herschel Walker in the Senate. Raphael Warnock is one of the best senators we have. So, one more fun thing before we move on to the House. The Republican infighting over losing the Senate has begun. Mitch McConnell's flunkies are blaming Rick Scott's flunkies. Rick Scott's flunkies are blaming Mitch McConnell's flunkies. 5 Republican senators, including Scott, called for a delay in leadership election. What do you guys think? Is Mitch in trouble?
Here's what I want to
say. Who are we rooting for?
Here's what I want to say.
Who are we rooting
Aliens
for?
versus Predator. Whoever wins, we lose. I see the points that Rick Scott is making. They're great. I see what McConnell is saying about the Trump people. They're making great points. 100% of the points Trump's making, not so bad. The thing is, they're all responsible, and they're all trying to make this about the decisions they made in the last year. Because that's a place where they can find dissensus and maybe places where they can find some purchase to make an argument for why it's not their fault, it's someone else's fault. This is the culmination of years of getting exactly what they fucking wanted. They wanted to overturn Dobbs. They got fucking killed for it. They wanted all the enthusiasm and excitement that came from the Trump base, and then they got fucking punished for it. All of these people got exactly what they wanted, which is exactly what they deserved. And have at it. Blame each other, tear each other down. You're all full of shit. That's how I feel about that.
I'm obviously rooting for Rick Scott here.
I am too.
Well, of course, he's because he's an idiot. He's a Medicare thief.
Telegenic, brilliant policy mind.
Rick Scott,
Just
baby.
expert recruiting. That guy is
We know what
best.
Mitch McConnell is capable of. He's an obstructionist, and he can raise a lot of lobbyist money. I would love to see Rick Scott take.
Oh, it's alright.
He's one of the most
It's
personally unappealing, politically tone deaf, personally damaged, corrupt goons in that entire city.
Yeah, do you guys want to run
Sure.
shares?
Look, let's not. It's not like Mitch McConnell is like George Clooney, right? Like he's not exactly personable or like a great.
Another straw man gunned down on the. I said I know what he's good at.
Do you want to?
He's a good obstructionist and he raises money. That's all he's
Twitter
good at.
mentions you want to argue with?
Yes. I don't want anyone to tell me whatever happened to when they go low, we go high.
Hey, this is
I
Republican
never said that.
infighting.
I never said that.
All I'm saying is, I think Mitch McConnell, minority leaders often look like geniuses. It's easier to obstruct when you're in the minority in the Senate. He has benefited from a lot of decisions a lot of other people have made. I'm not saying Mitch McConnell isn't a smarter and better politician than Rick Scott, but I'm like a little bit done with the like Mitch McConnell strategic genius.
The Washington Post has like an extremely long story that is very.
He is a good obstructionist for the Republicans, though.
With Republicans, or 2 years, whatever it was. And there was just one great moment where they're like, at one point, McConnell's people blamed Scott and his people for the plan to cut Medicare and Social Security and every other government program after 5 years, and also raise taxes on working people. But then Scott blamed McConnell for letting Lindsey Graham do the 15-week abortion ban. And so I'm like, which goes to your point.
good point.
Like, there's just plenty of dumb ideas to go around.
I will pause and say, the Rick Scott sunset Medicare, Medicaid, raise taxes on half of taxpayers plan is one of the greatest unforced errors in my entire life of paying attention to politics.
There was absolutely no need for it.
He drove 300 miles to step on a rake. It was completely unnecessary.
If you look at the amount the Democrats spent on ads, abortion, obviously number one, as we've talked about before. But right after that, ads about Medicare, ads about Social Security, it wasn't in the headlines, it wasn't being covered by the media, but it was, Democrats were hitting that message.
Those were all the big, like the clips of Obama on the road that were going around, was all those sorts of hits.
Absolutely. And also, like, Mitch McConnell is in this mess because he and his flunkies realize that Trump is the problem, but they are all too weak to take him.
They're cowards.
It's not
complete cowards.
It's not just that they're cowards. Where is the enthusiasm?
Where's the ambit?
For other, like, you can maybe point to Ron DeSantis. They didn't just concede the kind of party to Trump. Like,
bro, there should be like a search bar here that I can just like type in something and like it should be able to like to pop up.
The kind of grassroots part of politics to Trump as a person, and they're kind of shit out of luck.
And you know what he does? That deal with the devil gets you emails from Trump that are ostensibly about raising money for the Warnock campaign or the Walker campaign, where it actually splits the thing 9-1 favor of money to Trump versus money for the candidates. The McConnell people, I have no sympathy for them because they could have voted to impeach Donald Trump and taken this off the table to some extent. They were worried that he would leave the party and do his own third party sort of new MAGA party thing, and they were afraid of him, and that cowardice and that weakness is what got us here.
Yeah, I'd also, I mean, this look, you can try to burn down the Capitol, and you can insult and degrade every institution and aspect of our political life.
Don't you lose us.
Don't lose us at midterm. Don't.
So these guys are all good. They know what they're doing.
Now, as much as I would love Rick Scott to take over for Mitch McConnell, I did look at the Senate Republican caucus page with all those pictures. I could only count about 10 true yahoos that might back Scott over McConnell. Like, there's too many sort of establishment cucks there who are just McConnell.
There's a delay caucus, which is like Cruz, Rubio, Hawley, Rick Scott. Wait, well, the argument is let Herschel Walker, this is what they want, get elected, then we should have a
I think
vote.
this is actually 64, 2010, 20.
Like when you're ready, and Club for Growth. But you're right, it is a very
like 11, yeah, it's still hard to get. It's still hard to get the number you need to oust McConnell. Well, let's talk about the House. So Democrats' path to keeping a 218-seat majority is incredibly narrow right now. Dave Wasserman of the Cook Political Report says that Republicans have won or will probably win 220 districts. For Democrats, it's 213, and 2 seats are still toss-ups. Either way, this will be the smallest number of House seats lost by the party in power in 20 years, even though the overall House vote is so far 8 points more Republican than it was in 2020. That number could come down a bit as California gets counted, but probably not a ton. Any more thoughts on why that is or how we got here in the House?
Not especially.
You couldn't put it better than that. I mean, just to give it a whirl.
Thanks, Tommy.
I think some bad candidates cost them. A notable one, like John Gibbs in Michigan, completely wackadoodle out there candidate. Clearly, the concerns about Republican extremism outweighed anger at Biden or the economy. I think we were greatly damaged in our efforts to keep the House by the Republican gerrymander in Florida. I think the Republicans got 4 seats out of Florida.
Yeah.
Didn't help that we nominated a completely warmed over, uninspiring gubernatorial nominee against Ron DeSantis, and he just mopped up. You contrast that with Ohio, right, where Tim Ryan lost to J.D. Vance, but helped flip House seats. We talked about New York.
Yeah, down ticket.
You can do well there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can put together a Democratic majority by just undoing the gerrymander in Florida, a couple other southern states, a better map in New York, a better map in Wisconsin. Just the fact that Salt Lake City is divided instead of being a district. There are places all across the country you can look and find the gerrymander to lose.
Cook Political says Democrats won 100% of solid D seats, likely D seats, and lean D seats, 100% of all those. 69% of toss-ups, nice, and 1 lean up. That was the other very extreme candidate, Joe Kent in Washington.
That guy's
bonkers. And that
really
was another Trump thing, because Jamie Herrera Butler was a Republican who voted to impeach Trump. The party ousted her because you can't be impeaching Trump in that party anymore. Joe Kent won the nomination. They thought it was still going to be safe. They lost.
There are a few places. I mean, one reason you'll see Democrats winning all the places that lean Democrat is because if they are places that lean Democrat, they were not gerrymandered. And these Republican gerrymanders are so strong that it makes it possible if you just, basically, they got a little greedy here and there. And there's a couple seats we're picking off because they got a little greedy in their gerrymander.
Yeah, and then the other reason you have that gap between the swing for the House vote and how many seats Republicans picked up is there's real low turnout in safe Democratic seats. And then there were more contested Republican races. So the Wall Street Journal reported that right-wing Representative Andy Biggs of Arizona will challenge Kevin McCarthy for Speaker. There's a vote today where McCarthy only needs a majority of House Republicans, which he'll get. But Biggs wants to show that McCarthy does not yet have the 218 votes to meet the House in January. What do you guys think? Is McCarthy in trouble?
This is a hard one. I don't know. It's hard to see how this thing shakes out. There's reporting that McCarthy called Henry Cuellar to see if he can get him to flip.
Really?
Yeah, it didn't work. I've been saying, not our Henry. You got Matt Gaetz running around proposing every fucking numbskull.
Can we listen? I think we have the Matt Gaetz clip, which we have to play.
I've heard the name Tulsi Gabbard, someone who might actually bring us a few folks from the left who are tired of the corrupt ruling class in this town. Right now, there are a lot of the establishment Republicans in denial, believing that Kevin McCarthy can somehow still become Speaker. What I'm here to tell you is there are definitely at least 5 people, actually a lot more than that, who would rather be waterboarded by Liz Cheney than vote for Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House. And I'm one of them.
So I just want to point out that who waterboards you doesn't have.
It's more the problem.
It's the experience. So it's a weird thing because he makes comments like this in the past and always ends up having kind of vaguely sadomasochistic sexual element.
Do you think a Cheney could have some expertise that others don't possess?
Does that make it
worse? They are like
better or worse?
The founding fathers.
Also, by the way, good for Liz Cheney. You know what? Good for Liz Cheney. She stuck her neck out. She campaigned with Alyssa Slotkin.
Yeah.
On this Tulsi Gabbard thing, I think I saw that Adam Laxalt was the 8th loss out of the 12 Republicans endorsed by Tulsi Gabbard in her little tour where she pretended that she was suddenly leaving the Democratic Party for reasons other than her person. I think if Carrie Lake loses, Tulsi will lose her 9th endorsement. So let's not pretend that anyone cares.
No. So, like, if Republicans end up, President Trump ends up with 219 or 220 seats, that's only like, they can only spare 1 or 2 defectors, Kevin McCarthy. So that's on the, like, he should be in trouble side. On the other side, like, you can't beat something with nothing. Any kind of challenger would also need 218 and only could spare a defection or 2. Apparently, Donald Trump is telling people to back McCarthy. One Trump advisor said to CNN, the strategy is to protect McCarthy from blame because Trump needs him for his presidential run. So Trump's trying to use McCarthy here. And then apparently, Marjorie Taylor Greene went on Tommy's favorite podcast, Vans War Room, and she said it would be a bad strategy to challenge Kevin McCarthy.
I mean, Kevin has to get 218 votes. The question becomes what concessions you make along the way to get there. Some of the House Freedom Caucus members are pushing for a rule change that would make it possible for any member at any time to call a vote to depose the speaker.
Endorse.
The chair.
Endorse.
In practice, it just means, Kevin's going to spend the next couple months sucking up the dudes with names like Chip Roy. You know what I mean? But, like, he might get there.
There's no there's no alternative, but there are what will these right-wing chaos agents be willing to take in terms of heat from the kind of serious adjacent people that are telling them to just go along with Kevin McCarthy? Like, how long can this go? How much can they drag out? How long can go without a speaker before they kind of relent? I don't know. Also, I think this is a little bit wishful. I can also see this come together pretty quick. Yeah. But in the part that wishes, the same candle I lit before the election, let it drag out. Let it go on.
But I think if it does come together for McCarthy, he's still gonna have a really tough time. Like, back to the impeachment. I don't know that there will be an impeachment with that size of caucus because you need everyone on board. You have a couple people on board, and again, these people, like, there's a very real shot that Democrats retake the House in 2024. We lost 5 seats in New York that Joe Biden won by 4 points or more in 2020. So, like, there's a real chance Democrats retake the House in 2024. So there's a bunch of Republicans sitting in districts that are pretty competitive. Like, do you really think going forward with the impeachment of Joe Biden is the best move here? I don't
right, they don't want to. And if let's say they'd gotten their 30 or 40 seats, nobody wants to be part of the 10 to 20 that's affecting something that happens. But to be the 10 to 20 that just stops something from happening feels much more palatable.
Yeah, the hard thing is that the hard right base of the party, the kind of TP, USA, Goobers, are all they're very mad at McCarthy to begin with, and they are going to be demanding blood. They want to own the rooms. That's all they care about, right? They want Hunter Biden investigations, which can still happen in the Republican House, and they want impeachment. They absolutely will happen.
Fauci in jail.
They want, right, so like that, how Kevin...
Head back to the Wuhan lab.
Yeah, how Kevin balances him wanting the title of speaker with the demands of the genuinely crazy people like Paul Gosar within his caucus. I don't know.
Yeah, like, I mean, look, the same dynamic is why there was like a weekend of Trump's toast. Okay. The same dynamic is at play, which is a lot of Republicans, whether they said it out loud or not, believe that election denial was a losing issue. A lot of them believe that abortion was a losing issue. A lot of them believe these kooks were going to cost them races and seats. They thought maybe the way would be big enough to overcome it. But now we've been given this proof point. Okay, we've now seen it. These are losing issues. They still have to do the hard work of that, like, base to leader and back and forth conversation where a big group of people that are supposed to be the adults are signaling down that we're not doing this anymore. But they're all afraid to do that still. Kevin McCarthy cannot do that now. So for all the talk about how they've learned
this
their
thing
lesson,
is not that great, to be
that
honest
is
with you.
only true if over the next 6 months to a year they start the hard work of, like, basically, like, trying to civilize the base that they've let go rabid over the last 30 years. And I don't believe it's going to happen.
And I think you need a party leader to do that. I think Donald Trump could do that. He could tell the base to chill out if he wanted to. Ron DeSantis did do it to a small extent in Florida, right?
Just gonna say
when they were screaming for him to pass a 6-week abortion ban, he said no, suck it 15 weeks, which was one of those moments where you're like, this guy actually has some political instincts that are smart that Trump does not.
Yeah, before we get too excited that they're not able to pull this together, like Ron DeSantis, Greg Abbott, some of these red states did not, like, they were able to deal with the headwinds from abortion bans, extreme threats to democracy, which weren't popular in their states, and these governors won anyway. So, but if Donald Trump's leading the party, that's going to be tough.
Yeah. Yep.
So we still have a few months before the new Congress is seated. A long list of things to get done. And of course, the lame duck session of Congress. Nancy Pelosi said she wants to lift the debt ceiling. The Senate announced they'll be voting to codify same-sex marriage protections. There's also the electoral count.
Well, that was my guy.
Funding debate. What do you guys think is most realistic and important here? Because really, there's not a lot of time.
We can four-man this.
Raise those between There's nothing more important that they can do in this period of time. Ideally, they can scrap it forever. I don't know if that's possible. Harder road to hoe. But look at what is happening in the House right now. It is a dust cloud of right-wing partisan rights. They don't know. They don't know what they're going to do to stop the country from going into default. Cannot rely on this group of people. You know, Schumer today, Schumer, Pelosi, they both said they want to do something with the debt ceiling. Manchin today kind of echoed what has been a party line. It should be bipartisan.
Do not res me.
Down to we get to 12. That's just what you said.
Obviously, like, whatever concessions or deal you need to make with a few Republicans in the Senate right now is far better than taking the country to the precipice with a Republican House that has already said they will use the debt ceiling to get concessions on social safety net and taxes.
This animal is horrible.
They're going to hold a gun to the country's head already. Don't wait for them to do it.
Yeah. And on because I saw people freaking out over Manchin saying it should be bipartisan. The reason the Democrats for a long time, and I think that the Obama administration would say, oh, it should be bipartisan, is what they mean is one party should use it to wring concessions, policy concessions out of the other.
Yeah, there's that Jurassic agreement.
If Manchin changes to, oh, it must be bipartisan, or else I'm not going to do it, then we're all fucked.
I know, look, people like Romney and others are looking at this. They don't want to put the country through it either.
This is where the business interests will lobby against it as well. As where traditional Republicans have a little swat. They're also going to have to pass some must-pass spending bills, or else we're going to go into a government shutdown in mid-December.
Which, by the way, I'm wondering if they're just going to, they need to do a couple spending bills. You can do without not having to do filibuster if you do a budget resolution. That only needs 50 votes, so why don't you do a budget resolution that funds the government and everything else, all those other priorities, and then just tackle that coming up there and do it all at once.
If you're doing the outright floor, though, there's the
if you were trying to cut your credit card spending, and so you took a picture of yourself in full Nazi regalia,
really gonna ham it up.
You set an auto send on your email to go to every one of your contacts. If you ever hit your limit.
But I don't think it actually.
But it doesn't stop you from spending money on the credit card. You just keep raising your credit card.
The script says it.
You risk sending that picture.
I think this
has to delete the photo.
Solo weapon kills.
Just don't. Don't do it.
With the right
So we need the debt. So that's the only we can do if we get Manchin and send him on board.
Good idea. Let's do that.
That's what it comes down to. I think it sounds like from all the reporting today that same-sex marriage protections will pass.
The Respect for Marriage Act.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
That
Baldwin was insistent that it wasn't a political message bill. It was actually a bill to protect marriage equality. For me, it was a political message bill, so pass it.
Pass the House with 47 Republican votes.
I think the Electoral Count Reform Act is in very good shape as well.
This game just does not want me to have it limited or get me.
Bubbles in the back.
Clarify the vice president's role. It would basically put the judiciary in charge of state certification, or at least as a backstop to state certification for the people, state legislatures and governors review, which is very important. And then it would raise the threshold in Congress to reject things.
Oh, what? I've never seen him jump back here before.
Concessions is somewhere more conservative, which is a house that we will hand to get it done. It's in there. Even Maloney's on the board. Look, people don't read these bills. They didn't know you couldn't vote on Saturday before the Georgia runoff. They don't know that this Electoral Count Act will kill Mike Pence. He'll be hung to death. That's what it says. Until he is dead.
There's some talk of trying to get the child tax credit done. I don't know what the prospects of that are. Some version of the permitting reform bill that was promised to Manchin is associated with the IRA. I don't know if that's gonna.
God damn, I got fucking destroyed.
And we got 2 months. Yeah, we got debt ceiling, we got same-sex marriage, we've got Electoral Count Reform Act, and then all this other funding for Ukraine, for the government, for everything else. That sounds like a pretty full.
How did that guy kill me?
That's a berry.
People run out of
So do I.
So do I. Look, I respect them. They're early risers too. They got to eat 3 times a night. They're old, is what I'm saying.
Last but not least, Donald Trump is expected to announce his 3rd presidential campaign from Mar-a-Lago at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. And a growing number of Republican politicians are not all that jazzed about it. Now that the twice impeached, 2-time popular vote loser is responsible for the party's poor performance in the last 3 elections in a row. A new YouGov poll also shows that more Republicans now want Ron DeSantis to be the party's nominee over Trump by a slim 41 to 39%.
I just saw another poll come through. It's from the Club for Growth. They did state by state in the early states. And
Yeah, I know that was
DeSantis beating Trump by 11 points in Iowa.
I don't know. I didn't have it like
15 points in New Hampshire, 20 points in Georgia, 26 points in Florida. I think it's not all the states. I'm not sure what the calendar is, but those Iowa.
So I just got it recently.
Look, it could be juiced. I have no idea if the Club for Growth
did not realize.
Pollster, but no.
Club for Growth freaks. Love it.
Now I want to hear what you're going to do.
Someone got mad shit
Every time.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's where I was.
Workshop it a little bit, come back to the next spot.
I didn't have it.
Are you guys pretty psyched for another Trump campaign? I get what it is funny. This is the last thing we talked about today in a very long list. Donald Trump is fucking running for president again. It's happening, guys. Do you think he is? Now, Love It, you seem to think no from our earlier conversation.
Look, maybe he is, maybe he is. I'm not going to make any prediction. All I would say is that, there was a week after the insurrection where it seemed as though his political fortunes had turned. I would say burning down the Capitol is a deal breaker than not getting as big of a majority in the House. But we will.
But the voters,
they want to win.
If this was a conversation just about will the Republican politicians break from him finally or back him in the end, they'd be like, yeah, of course they did. They always thought that. But the voters, the base is a different story. Laura Ingraham on her show the other night was like, we can't be doing this anymore. Like,
I know.
Starting to lose.
I know.
Fox.
I just think, I really do think it's an open question.
The Thunderlord turns into the sweet business, but it doesn't stop.
It just keeps going, yeah.
Primaries in 2016.
With the Octane Morgrave, dude? Yeah, man, that's crazy.
They were divided amongst the other people that decided to run. So, who knows?
We'll see. Little Ron DeSanctimonious. If it works.
I think the challenge for all these guys, I agree that I think that much like Democrats in 2020, Republican voters this time around will care most about electability and not losing again, and so that would be the Achilles heel. I think the challenge for DeSantis and anybody else is that Trump politically is Mike Tyson, and he punches everyone as hard as he can all the time, and these guys come out
shit, look at this. Look at these fucking the snow boots, 64.
Criticisms in the Washington Times on background. It's just like it's not going to work. Trump has been able to consolidate the right wing, the MAGA base, the Fox News primetime hosts time and time and time again until we see like Tucker Carlson.
I gotta go see
Kennedy break, then I will start to wonder. But not the elitist London-based owner of the New York Post that like Semaphore is all fired up about. Like that to me is not like where the base is.
So far, just about every Republican candidate who has lost a race in this midterm has conceded, or at least has not claimed victory. I think that is wonderful for democracy, first of all. But second of all, it hurts Trump, and it hurts Trump's cause, because one of the reasons he embraced the big lie in the first place is because he knew the worst thing that could happen to him was for him to be viewed as a loser. And now Republican voters are once again thinking, we've now lost again. We've lost a bunch. From 2012 to 2020, except for 2016, and not a great midterm in 2014, Democrats have won every election. And so I think at some point, the voters might say,
I wonder, because if
I'm just making the argument. I don't know.
I don't know. None of us knows, obviously. But I look at this too, and they're like, I want to win. I'm a Republican. I want to win, and I got my two options here. I got Donald Trump, who won in 2016, and I kind of think probably won in 2020. And then I've got Ron DeSantis, who I like a lot, but who I know, if he defeats Donald Trump in a primary, will be torn to absolute fucking smithereens by this guy and will come out like a wounded animal.
Oh, by Trump. Oh.
Like, I just, Trump, it is inconceivable to me, like, that Donald Trump goes quietly into the night.
That's not gonna happen.
Because even if, like, whatever, like, if a Republican defeats a Democrat in 2024, Donald Trump will view that as a personal rebuke to him. It cannot be allowed to happen.
Yeah, he'll burn the whole thing down.
For it.
Run as a third-party candidate.
He will never do that because he's too lazy and he won't actually get on the ballot. He'll just be like a chaos agent on Truth Social.
Yeah, which, you know, isn't going that
worst
far.
thing.
All right, when we come back, Rebecca Katz and Kip Hebert from the Fetterman campaign join Tommy to talk about how they pulled off a big win against Dr. Oz. The presenting sponsor of Pod Save America is Simply Safe Home Security. Right now, Simply Safe's offering our listeners 50% off.
1926. Sorry, hold on. I need to like think. These guys, their analysis of this is like super spot on too. I like listening to guys like this because they were part of the Obama administration. They worked for the former president, so like they have a lot of insight. They know who the players are, and you know they left because you know this is their opportunity too. But I know they still have connections there with the Democratic Party, so it's just. They're just like the subject matter experts on this. God damn, my mobility just like tanked. Look at this shit. All right, I gotta put that skin on. This is like so. I think I might just. So this. Yeah. 22, 22, 22. Supercharged. That extra bit of charger light. It's not doing anything for me. Okay, so I think I can just dump these off too. I don't want to get rid of these though. That's the only thing. This is 86. So 19, 16, 14. So I can use this dumps it by a lot too. I think what I'll do is I'll keep this and then drop these off. But this is actually pretty decent. Okay, let me go to the helm real quick.
SimpliSafe makes it easy to protect what's important to you with advanced security technology and 24/7 professional monitoring. SimpliSafe was named the best home security system of 2022 by U.S. News & World Report. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology.
That Ambit isn't that great, to be honest with you.
SimpliSafe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. SimpliSafe is whole home security with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Their 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT's traditional, professionally installed system.
Losers. I'm talking about a competition.
Yeah, that's right. Stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere with the top-rated SimpliSafe app. Love it. What do you have to say about this product?
Why do you love it so much?
Years?
Well, I have a SimpliSafe. I set it up, and you get this box. It has the base station, it has the keypad, it has some sensors. You can add your own more sensors.
24, 8, 35.
You know, if you're a Hadid or something, and they probably need more sensors. And but for everybody else, good number in the box. And then you set it up, and it just works perfectly. It's really easy to do.
Just drop
it takes like
that
a few
in there.
minutes. Everything's seamless. You follow the instructions, and you have the app on your phone. The app works great. You can turn it on or off remotely. It's a really good alarm system. Super easy to use and super reliable. Highly recommend.
Don't miss your chance for massive savings on our favorite security system. Get 50% off any new system at simplisafe.com/crooked today. This is their biggest discount of the year. That's simplisafe.com/crooked. There's no safe like SimpliSafe. Pod Save America is brought to you by Lomi. Talk about how much garbage you take out food waste. A lot of garbage in my house. Gotta take it out.
We've been taking out a lot of trash this week, guys.
That's
the elections and food waste.
You bet. Nice.
We've been putting it all in our Lomies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Oz, you're going in there. Metaphorically.
Lomi allows you to turn your food scraps into dirt with the push of a button. Lomi's a countertop electric composter that turns scraps to dirt in under 4 hours. There's no smell when it runs, and it's really quiet. Here's the deal. You get your Lomi, you get your trash, you put it in the Lomi, you get some dirt. It's great. Why would you want that?
Actually.
You put the dirt in your backyard, you're growing plants, maybe you're growing some more food, you're eating that food, and then you put it back in the Lomi to grow more food.
I think I need to. Part of the thing is I have to.
It's a cycle. It's the circle of life. It's the circle of
Lomi.
It's the circle of Lomi.
Anyway, if you want to start making a positive environmental impact or just make cleanup after dinner that much easier, Lomi is perfect for you. Head to lomi.com/crooked and use the promo code crooked to get $50 off your Lomi. That's $50 off when you head to lomi.com/crooked and use promo code crooked at checkout. Food waste is gross. Lomi is your solution. With the holidays just around the corner, Lomi will make the perfect gift for someone on your
And it has
shopping
stability, so
list.
it's like...
Pod Save America is brought to you by Sleep Me. Science tells us that the best way to achieve and maintain consistent deep sleep is by lowering core body temperature. Temperature-controlled sleep.
I just don't like this crap that Amit, to be honest with you.
So you always start your day feeling sharp and alert. Sleep Me is the new home for Chili Sleep, which is the name we don't say anymore.
Nope.
We're bringing you the same great sleep that other brand offered, but under a new name.
New name.
It's called Sleep Me. They make the coldest and most comfortable sleep systems available. They create the environment that meets the body's natural need for lower core temperatures, promoting deeper restorative sleep. Sleep Me makes the Cooler Cube
That's
and
actually
Dog Pro
really
sleep systems
good.
water-based temperature-controlled mattress toppers that fit over your existing mattress to provide your ideal sleep temperature. They also just launched the new Doc Pro sleep system. It has 2 times more cold power than other models. It's whisper quiet and has a tubeless mattress pad design that allows for 5 times more cooling contact. Pair it with the new Sleep.me app for enhanced device control and sleep scheduling. Look, I always sleep hot. No matter how cool it is outside, I always sleep hot. And now I have the Ooler. And let me tell you, I wake up, I have a deep sleep, and I wake up very comfortable.
Yeah. It really does help. It's amazing.
Cooler than a family dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
Nice. What? Yep.
Yeah.
Icy.
Tiffany's wedding's in some trouble.
Well, that's tough. That's more of a natural disaster.
That's tough. Head over to sleepme.com/crooked to learn more and save 25% off the purchase of any new Doc Pro Cube or
this
Cooler
is
sleep
what...
system. This offer is available exclusively for Pod Save America listeners and only for a limited time. That's sleep, sleep.me/crooked to take advantage of our exclusive discounts and wake up refreshed every day. Pod Save America is brought to you by Movement Watches.
Whoa. Hey,
where you been, Movement?
I love these guys. They rethought the watch game.
They sure did,
They're
Tommy.
back.
They sure did. It's always good to walk your own path and beat your own drum.
That's what we've always said.
Yeah,
Love it. Big fan of that.
No, I'm always beating my own drum.
That's something Movement understands. Since day one, Movement has been...
now I get it. Shit.
Movement has been doing things different by creating watches with refreshingly clean designs, top-tier materials, and unbeatable prices.
This actually is like really good.
Let's talk about now you can stand out with Movement's watches, eyewear, and more during their Black Friday seasonal sale with a discount you can't miss.
So give your wrist a workout with a great watch from Movement.
Movement's designs coming. This is why people
you
listen to
back,
this.
Movement? Huh? This is what you wanted? Here's what you get.
Movement's designs come in countless styles.
Is this the Barstool Sports ad right now?
For every occasion.
Yeah.
People will remember this.
Shop with confidence by enjoying a 24-month warranty, free shipping, and free returns on orders over $50. Watches were just the beginning. Movement's line of eyewear and jewelry is designed to set you apart for all the right reasons.
Love the sunglasses.
And check out Movement Ever Scroll eyewear. It helps filter out the most intense blue light rays so you can look your best while doing your best work.
Need an exotic cipher.
Maybe that's what the Republicans were using, and that's why they thought they saw a red wave. You know what I mean? Hey.
Wow.
Hey. Filtered out the blue.
That's some resistance cringe right there.
I bet it is.
Be the good gifter with Movement during their Black Friday seasonal sale. Get a special discount of 25% off site-wide with code BF25 just in time for the holidays. Join the movement today at mvmt.com. That's mvmt.com.
I am thrilled to be joined now by 2 of the brilliant minds that helped propel John Fetterman to victory, Rebecca Katz and Kip Hebert. Thank you both for being here.
Thanks.
Good job. Good job.
So why don't we just start with the basics? Can you guys just quickly tell folks what you did for the campaign? Why don't you start, Rebecca?
Sure. So we've been with John now for about 7 years. So we basically had been working with him on communications and just like general strategy that whole time.
That's excellent. I should note, for history, that Rebecca and I worked together on the John Edwards for President
A very long time ago.
in 2004 campaign, which I called the good one, the good Edwards campaign, because we
I
tried
refer
hard.
to it as that as well.
We'll let that go there. Okay, so we're gonna get to the big picture stuff in a minute about how you guys won and all the strategy. But first question, it just has to be about Snooki, because in case listeners don't know what I'm talking about, the Fetterman campaign released the funniest campaign of the cycle the funniest video I've seen from a campaign maybe ever. It starred the Jersey Shore star Snooki. Do we call them stars? I guess we do.
Yes.
Talking about Dr. Oz leaving his home in New Jersey to go find a new job in Pennsylvania. Like, genuinely hilarious. I read that you guys first tried to get a video from The Situation, another Jersey Shore cast member, but that he didn't deliver. What happened there? What happened with Mike?
I mean, where to begin? So first of all, you have to know that New Jersey wasn't just about like shit posting. It was actually the number 1 thing that was popping off on Oz with regular voters, that, you know, people from Pennsylvania, especially Philly, don't like New Jersey. So
they don't like New York either.
We were having some fun with this New Jersey theme. John was doing the memes. And so we had a bunch of ideas about, you know, people from New Jersey and then tactics. So it was just, you know, I remember calling up Kip and we were talking about Jersey Shore and Cameo, and then we tried The Situation. And then Kip, why don't you talk about what happened when we got it back?
Yeah, I mean, to his credit, he turned it around in a couple of days. He took
I don't think he had much else to do, man.
True.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I believe it was like in mid-June we first had this idea. I wrote up like a script. Sort of sent that to The Situation. He sent us back something a couple days later that was, I guess you could say, off message. Still, but like our white whale was Snooki. That's one we always wanted. And we submitted it, and there's this thing on Cameo where if the celebrity doesn't do it within 77 days, they refund your money. And then you have to submit it again. And we submitted it 4 times.
Oh my God.
And then finally I think we had given up hope that it would actually ever really happen. And then in mid-July, we were in the middle of like a staff meeting, and I got an email from Cameo that said she had done it, and we just stopped everything and watched it.
Wow. They really haven't learned anything from the past week. This is from Christopher Boozy. If President Trump continues this tone and delivers his message on a consistent basis, he will be hard to beat. His speech tonight contrasting his policies and results against the Biden administration charts a winning path for him in the primaries and general election. As we listen to President Trump remind us of what is possible growing up. Oh my God. Bro, Lindsey Graham he's just about surviving. He will do whatever it takes to survive. That's Lindsey Graham right there. Lindsey Graham, man, just professional ass kisser. Anyone who's saying that Donald Trump should run, he should run.
Several times.
We were screaming. I mean, it was
great for
the
Democrats.
Most perfect piece of video presentation I've ever seen in my life. It was just she nailed it.
Let's go, people.
And then it exploded. It really felt like there was like a time on the campaign before Snooki and then after Snooki.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, did you enjoy it more than Crudité? How did that rank?
The Crudité
was him. The Snooki was us. You know what I mean? Like we had. Well, I think you guys actually discovered a lot of the Crudité video. That was, missed by some folks because he recorded it like back in April or something. But Snooki was just something that we had been having so much fun with New Jersey. Like, do you remember that he recorded a message for Pennsylvania voters from his mansion in New Jersey?
I know that because you guys told everybody and you landed that.
Yeah, Nick Gavio on our team found that out and was, he was looking at the video. He's like, and he sent in the group chat, I think this is New Jersey House, and we all stopped everything that we were doing.
Oh my God.
We spent the whole day trying to figure out if it really was the same house. And I think, Kip, you were the one that found the bookcase, right? Like,
yeah, there's no way to talk about this without sounding completely crazy, but I found 8 books in a row that were the same color and size in both of the 2 photos. And I was like, okay, this is definitely it. But we were analyzing it like it was the Zapruder film or something. So
God, I love it. But I mean, like, so the Snooki video gets at a broader point about the campaign that John ran, which is that the tone of the messaging. You guys seemed like you were having fun. We're having fun talking about it right now. The attacks on Dr. Oz, they were tough, but they didn't read as harsh or mean, especially when compared to what the monsters who worked for Dr. Oz eventually ended up saying about John's health. How did you like settle on that approach in that tone? Is it a strategy that's uniquely suited to running against someone who is let's face it, a clown, or is it like something
Well,
broader?
he wasn't always the clown. I feel like we made him a clown. I mean, when he was running in the primary, they didn't view him as a clown. They were running xenophobic and hateful negative ads, right? Like John is from Pennsylvania. Like he gets it, right? So he knew, we had real research to back up that people did not like, the fact that Oz just moved here to try and win the Senate race. And John wanted to have fun with it. Remember, these are the early days that he was recovering from his stroke. We were having internal
Mr.
meetings,
Gunny.
but he wasn't out on the trail yet. And he just,
What's up,
I
dude?
remember he just started
How are you
sending
doing?
us
Just
memes.
playing some Destiny and watching some videos right up here in the corner.
Really
I appreciate you
funny,
joining us.
And so he really started. It wasn't that like when they go low, we go high. Like we didn't go high. We just tried to have some.
Just thinking
fun,
on like this Solar 3.0 build.
It comes from the candidate, really.
Just for anybody who's just joining us today, the folks over here that are talking, these are the people right now. I already forgot their names. It's her and another gentleman that you'll see. They worked on, obviously you can see in the background, the John Fetterman campaign. They put together the ads, the crudité stuff, the Snooki cameo, all that stuff too. Obviously it was very successful. John Fetterman was elected to the US Senate. They're on a show called Pod Save America. It's on YouTube. The link is in the chat if anybody wants to check it out. The guys who are on Pod Save America, who run that podcast, they used to actually work for the Obama administration. They actually worked for the administration. They helped get Barack Obama in office, and they worked in the administration for 2 terms. I believe they all worked there for 2 terms. And I love listening to guys like that because they have an insider's take of what goes on in politics. They are Democrats, they are liberals. I'm a Democrat, I'm a progressive. We have a lot in common. But I like listening to guys like that because they really tell you like what goes on the inside too. And to tell you the truth, they're pretty unfiltered too, to be honest with you. They actually give you pretty much a lot of inside knowledge about what's going on. There's a lot of jokes on the inside too, that they let you in on too. And they really tell you like how a lot of things they don't really hold back. They probably like hold back just like a little bit, but like a lot of times when you hear them, you're like, oh, they're actually like kind of, you can tell they're actually being like very truthful with like what they said. And I really learned a lot by watching these guys too. So this is like halfway through it, right? Yeah, this is about like an hour and a half. We're like a little bit more than halfway through the show right now. So
usually the campaign
enjoy.
That's having more fun.
As I try to figure out what the hell I'm doing here.
And yes, John is a unique person, and Oz is also very unique. But I do think that
Oh,
there's
this is
something
like-
that more Democrats should take advantage of, because using humor allows you to deliver a negative message that just doesn't feel negative, right? And it, especially when you're doing it in a bunch of different ways, like, we found that, exit polls showed that like 56% of Pennsylvania voters said that Dr. Oz didn't know Pennsylvania well enough. And this wasn't something that had been a message focus of ours since the summer. So like, I think it really did sink in. And an attack ad, you can respond with like, okay, well, here are the facts. But like a good joke, like mockery, is hard to respond to. The only way is by being funnier. And if I might overgeneralize, Republicans.
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually incredibly useful.
Like, I think that this is the thing that Democrats need to do more, because professional Republicans, at least,
This might have to be it, but I'm not a big fan of it though.
Making fun of John's stroke, they view cruelty and humor as the same thing, and they just instinctively punch down, which is something that just, as human beings, is not funny.
Yeah.
So I think this is an area where Democrats have an advantage and should use more.
I could not agree more. So like, again, just stepping back a little, like I can't imagine anything more challenging on a campaign than losing your greatest asset, which is your candidate's ability to campaign for several months during the race. That's obviously what happened when John had the stroke. How did you guys even begin to think about
this? That's the only thing.
How to deal with that? Knowing
I'd rather have the tower shield.
You're not gonna be able to move election day.
That's the only thing.
I mean, it was
Than
hard.
this,
I'm not
even
gonna
though
pretend it was easy.
it's
I
40
mean, it
seconds over
was-
32 seconds.
There was like shell shock coming. Like really, we drove right from the hospital to the election night party on primary day. Like it was, and then we won every county in Pennsylvania. Like it was happening quickly, and then there was. And then we went right into focus groups. Honestly, we were running on 2 tracks, and I mean the research showed exactly what John had been saying all along, that like that people actually care about real human issues, and he was real. And so we decided to share the recovery a little bit, and it wasn't easy for him. When you have something like a stroke, you want to go away for a few months and recover in private, and there was such a drumbeat of like, when is he coming out there? And it wasn't, that part wasn't fun. But we decided to go out before he was perfect and to show people a little bit about like that humanity. And I think a lot of reporters just thought, like, looked at him and just said, like, he can't do this. And a lot of folks actually like
responded positively to it. Yeah,
it was like a family member.
It came off as like very very human for him too. And no, he didn't have a great debate performance, but the fact of the matter is that he did it. I think people respected it too. He also didn't do a good job doing the Democratic primary as well, and he was like the one who was primarily attacked during that primary. Like people were coming after him. Connor Lamb, Kenyatta, all those guys. Kenyatta was the truth too. I looked at Kenyatta after the debate. I was like, yo, this is like a rising star too. And his national profile has grown. And I imagine that he's going to run for maybe not the other Senate seat, but like a House seat, because he's a state senator right now. So I imagine like when a congressional district opens up in Pennsylvania, he should go run for it. 2024, the Senate map in 2024 isn't that favorable for Democrats, but I think we can hold on. I think we still got a shot. House, I think we can definitely take back. That's going to be interesting. Imagine that we fill up all these judicial appointments at this point, at the moment, and we should win Georgia. So I'm going to say this. I've been saying this every time I bring up Georgia. Canvass, phone bank, get out the vote. Donate if you can to the Warnock campaign in Georgia. Do anything that you can to help out Raphael Warnock. Take that Senate seat. Georgians, Raphael Warnock is the better senator. Okay, he's the better candidate over Herschel Walker by 100 country miles. Okay, let him represent you in the Senate. Democrats, liberals, and everybody else on the left, help out Raphael Warnock the best way you can. If you can go to Georgia and help out his campaign, and other groups are going out there to help out his campaign, do it. The Republicans do not have the energy to go out there too. They're all leaving Herschel Walker to his own. He's going to lose that seat, but let's make sure. Let's show him what we can do. Let's not leave anything to chance in Georgia. Okay, go out there, help out the Warnock campaign as best you can.
This was the debate. I mean, when we had John on Pod Save America, I didn't do that interview, but when I listened back, there were times where I winced a little bit. I watched the debate online. I found it hard to watch in moments, in part because I felt for him as a human being, but also because, look, I'm a hack. I worried about how it would play politically.
Yeah.
Now I've made a fool of myself enough with predictions to know not to do that anymore, right? So I shut the fuck up. But a lot of reporters and pundits predicted doom and gloom. What do you think they got wrong? Is it that voters are more? I think
they got a lot wrong. I mean, I think when this debate,
I also think that John Fetterman is just well liked in Pennsylvania, and I think that even if who was the other Republican that was running against Oz in the Republican primary? I think it was McCormick. Was it McCormick? I forget his name, but he was the better candidate over Oz. And I think Fetterman would have won, but the margins would have been razor thin. Razor thin there. And McCormick could appeal to more of the moderates and the conservatives in Pennsylvania. There's quite a few moderates and there's quite a few conservatives. But I think John, when you just oppose John to someone like Oz, he was going to run away with it even after the stroke. It was when the stroke happened, Republicans were oh yeah, we got this, and it wasn't, because people like John. and like they didn't like Oz, and he's a carpetbagger from New Jersey. He's rich. He's out of touch with the working stiff. He's a hack. I don't care that he has a medical degree. Good for him. You can still be a hack and have a medical degree and be a surgeon. And I think Pennsylvanians saw it through him. They saw it through him, and they saw it through like Donald Trump, even though quite a few of them did vote for him last go around. And I think McCormick, I think Fetterman would have won, but it would have been razor thin. It would have been by a razor thin margin, less than 1 point, in my opinion. So that's that. You can blame the Republicans. You can blame like fucking McConnell. You can blame McConnell too. McConnell should have put his foot down and be like, "Yo, Donnie, this is not a good candidate. This guy should not win." All right, like endorse the guy who has a better shot of winning than Dr. Oz for these reasons. And a lot of people were saying that too. Like McConnell wasn't very enthusiastic about their chances in the Senate, and I think he predicted it wasn't gonna be a red wave. I think he was very quiet. He came out positive, but he wasn't like some people. We're gonna take the Senate, we're gonna take the House by like 30 seats, some crazy shit like that. And it wasn't. You guys have bad candidates. You kept election denying stuff, all this other stuff. You guys have no real policies, no real plans. And Democrats need to push, and they need to push for more of these ballot measures that come out too, for a lot of things too. Because when these ballot measures come out, overwhelmingly people vote for these ballot measures. Whether it's allowing convicts, felons to recent released felons to get their voting rights back, marijuana, legalization of marijuana, gun reform, to be honest with you, and like a boatload of other things that people on the left would like agree with and want. People want that stuff in these states, and they'll do it too. So there has to be like some reform too with the Voting Rights Act and these independent commissions too. They should be the norm. There should be Election Day should be a federal holiday. Early voting should be available everywhere. There should be polling places everywhere. If you're gonna have voter ID, it should never come out of pocket. You should have same-day registration. What else? Same-day registration. Increase the number of voting places. If you're gonna have no excuse mail-in balloting or absentee balloting. More drop boxes for mail. More drop boxes for mail-in ballots. Things like that. And honestly, you should be able to drop those ballots at the at polling locations too. Why not?
People came out of it believing that John had had a stroke and that Oz was like a snake oil salesman who was going to take away their right to an abortion, right? And people already knew that John had a stroke.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they were learning something new, but they also knew he was getting better. And he was brave. He was reading through captions. He was doing something that no one had really done before, and the stakes were very high. Oz, as Kip likes to say, he was like lying on television for 20 years. It was a place where he felt comfortable, and he didn't do that good a job. And then he was a little too honest in terms of talking about local political leaders taking away abortion rights.
Yeah.
And people looked. I mean, that was the takeaway. We turned the women on the team. The second that Oz said that about local political leaders, all of us kind of yelled at the same time, and we turned that into an ad. And we
Yep.
When people in Pennsylvania think of local political leaders, they think of people like Doug Mastriano. They don't want him, in charge of their rights. And so it was a real blunder. And most
I'll put these two together.
I mean, Kip, I saw Rebecca say, the coverage the next day was basically like candidates spar, candidates trade barbs, right? Like typical stuff. What, were the DC pundits not reading the local coverage, or is it a ready, fire, aim approach? Like, how do you think it got so, twisted on social media mostly?
I think there's a tendency for reporters and political insiders, because we are the ones who care about sound bites, like nobody's harder on our candidates than ourselves, to think that this is how voters think. But pretty much everything that we know suggests that that's just another sort of DC obsession. Like, I think John was also able to survive it in part because he had never been a candidate who tried to come up as the slickest or most polished. Like, John was real. Like, that first and foremost, that was his biggest asset. And that really continued through the stroke, through, showing him flaws and all. You know, people sometimes say that John is an effective politician because he's like a regular person. I don't know if he's a regular person. Like, if you just look at him, it doesn't look like that. But he's a real person, right? You know, you're getting the real thing.
Yeah.
It's, you know, unfiltered. It's not scripted. It's not polished. And I think because John has always been that way, because we ran the whole campaign.
Hoodie and shorts and all. Hoodie and shorts in a snowstorm. Respect the shit out of that, man.
What was really
I can never do that, but goddamn, I respect the hoodie.
To their credit, I think the voters
Carhartt
in Pennsylvania
hoodie
were a
too.
lot more sympathetic to John than some of the reporters covering him.
Yeah, certainly. And frankly, I also thought that Oz came off as like really like slick and fast talking and aggressive.
Yeah, like he came off as a complete like used car salesman. Like, you know what I mean? No offense to like used car salesmen. Y'all don't have the greatest of reputations. But yeah, he's a carpetbagger from New Jersey, dude. Come on. I am glad that like a lot of these people, like when it was clear that they lost, they immediately called in and said, "Hey, I concede." That's good for the country and democracy overall. I don't want to have what happened to January 6th happen again. That's very scary, because that's just another step toward something even worse here in America. Okay, that's like a bad thing. That is a very, very bad thing. And that level of instability in a democracy is not good.
That didn't play that well to me. There was
It's mean, but his whole campaign was mean. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, you can't pretend to be Mr. Nice Guy when you say the things that that campaign has said. And I think it caught up with him.
Saying that if John had eaten a vegetable, he maybe wouldn't have had a stroke is one of the most insanely tone-deaf, like disgraceful things I've ever seen a Flack say. I'm surprised that person wasn't fired.
But that's the whole point. He didn't fire her, right? Like, she still had the job. And if anyone on our staff had said something like that, like, there would be zero tolerance for that kind of. And then what Oz did, which was so Oz-like, is then he just said, well, she doesn't speak for me. She only speaks for the campaign.
Oh my God.
So, I mean, it was just, he couldn't, no matter, even as a stroke survivor, John was much stronger than Oz ever was. And voters saw that.
Yeah. There was this huge debate at the end of the campaign in all the races about whether Democrats should be talking about abortion access, democracy, inflation, the economy. Like, some Twitter geniuses wanted to focus on Paul Pelosi for a cycle. What did you guys hear at the end from voters, and what worked when it came to persuading and turning them out?
I mean, so the voters who were still like the ones that we were persuading were those independent suburban women, and then for turnout we were still making sure that all of our, you know, like everyone in Philadelphia got out to vote and things like that. And I think, first of all, we had Oprah, which was the most beautiful gift I think we could have ever asked for. And she said this very devastating quote about Oz, where she said, you know, she said if she lived in Pennsylvania, she would have already voted for John Fetterman. And she said, for quote unquote, many reasons. And I thought that was the most devastating thing I've ever heard.
That was absolutely
like, you don't
devastating.
Know you know it's bad. And she just kind of dropped that news on a Thursday at night. And then we had The View the next day, where we were talking to those same women. And then we had Obama come in on that Saturday. And we just felt like we had momentum. Like, it just felt really, really great on the ground.
Ashes.
Yeah, I mean, Kip, you guys did those events with Obama at the end of the campaign. They looked big. They felt exciting, right? I was sitting here in LA on Twitter, like, all inspired all over again, because I'm a, you know, has been. But did those rallies translate into votes in a way you guys felt you could quantify?
I mean, it translated into great coverage, wall to wall, and also, you know, Donald Trump gave us basically an in-kind contribution by coming to Pennsylvania on the same day. So really, like, it couldn't have been a better way to close out the campaign by showing the contrast between, you know, somebody who's like, he was trying to present himself as moderate, but was standing with Trump, literally standing with Trump in Mastriano, whereas John, you know, he might have an unconventional style, but he's, you know, a relatively mainstream Democrat. Obviously, you know, I'd say he's a good Democrat, but he's not, you know, they were trying to portray him as extreme and scary. And like, there is nothing extreme. It's like, Biden's ratings may not have been great, but there's nothing extreme or scary about Joe Biden.
No, there's not. I mean, the flip side is you guys got a barrage of attacks. A lot of them were on crime, from Dr. Oz, from super PACs. Were there ones that really stuck or worried you? And if so, how did you rebut those?
I mean, it was $100 million in attack ads. Like, let's just talk about, like, from the middle of August to the end of September, we were out there basically by ourselves. Like, we didn't get real backup until October with the outside group. So for 6 weeks, they were just beating the shit out of us all day long, and then Fox News all night long was just going after John, Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, the works. So it was like nonstop attacks, and they were going after his character because they knew that Oz's ratings were so low that they couldn't bring him up, so they wanted to tear John down. So they spent just like going after everything. Fox News went after John's wife Giselle and just like pretended that, you know, John was a vegetable and Giselle was behind the scenes, just like crazy batshit.
They're still doing it too, by the way.
They just
there was like a
didn't
picture of
and they were relentless.
that his wife posted. He's in DC at the moment. They're doing their freshman orientation for senators and for all new elected members of Congress. And there was a photo that I saw on Fox News, and the chyron underneath was saying that, like, you know, like his wife is basically the one like running the show that got elected to office. So they're already like doing that already, so they can go fuck themselves. All right, get the fuck out of here, dude. It's not like what Jeannie Thomas is whispering in the ear of Clarence Thomas, saying, make sure like you end Roe v. Wade. Make sure like if the case comes to you, you know what to do. Wink, wink. You know, when election integrity is on the line.
And our side wasn't like, we weren't mean, you know, we were talking about what was on the table. And I think voters at the end of the day decided they wanted more normal, you know, representation than these crazy people out there. And it was very mean spirited too.
Yeah.
The attack ads.
It was nasty. $100 million. That's so much money.
But that goes back to our July stuff. Like when John was doing all the snooky, you know, you can make fun of it. People thought he was funny and they liked him, right? And if you have a candidate for a state like Pennsylvania, where the Republicans are going to come after with everything they have, which is like $100 million, you got to be fucking likable at the end of the day, because like they're just going to bring those negative, you know, approvals.
I fucking love this lady, man. She is fucking awesome, dude.
At the end of the day,
she
like,
gets
you
it.
have to get people to like, you know, to say that they're going to vote for you.
Yeah. All right, this is a long question, so bear with me. But you know, the strategy you guys ran was very smart in my opinion. Like John outran Biden in these sort of rural, more red counties, pushed down Oz's numbers there, and then you run up the score in Philly and other sort of urban places to win. That sometimes gets shorthanded, including by you guys, I think, is like a strategy where Democrats have to go everywhere, right? You go to every county, you count on every vote. That's the key to victory. The pushback I hear when I sort of evangelize that kind of strategy from Democrats is they point to Beto O'Rourke's race in Texas and they say, that guy went everywhere literally for 4 years. Like, couldn't have worked harder, still fell short. I was talking to a statewide elected official the other day who said to me, like, if I hear you guys talk about this go everywhere shit one more time on your podcast, my head is going to explode, because I go everywhere, I go to red counties, and it gets me nothing. So I guess the question is it better to describe the strategy as Democrats need to pick candidates like John, who for whatever reason, background, policy, look, can get a hearing everywhere, versus go everywhere?
I mean, so there's a couple different arguments here, right?
There's
like,
not a lot of people like John, though. That's the thing.
I think we need better candidates. I think there's been this like milquetoast kind of cookie cutter Democratic ideal candidate that loses a lot of general elections that we've seen run statewide a lot. I also think a lot of this is about having candidates who know who they are and who have backbone. I mean, John went into those counties, those deep red counties, and he talked about what abortion rights, gay rights. He like there was nothing he said there that he wouldn't say in Philadelphia or Pittsburgh. And he went into those counties and he said, I want to be the 51st vote for Democrats in the Senate. He wasn't afraid to be a Democrat. I mean, you remember when Obama was president, we had people running for Senate who were afraid to say they voted for him. You know, like we can't have that kind of, like, if we as a party need to actually be a little bit more
unified
and not ashamed of who we are.
Y'all motherfuckers need to be unified, man.
So it's about going to every county, but then having something to say when you go there.
Kip, you got thoughts from my go everywhere critics who yell at me?
Well, I mean, I think another lesson from John's race that I think could apply to a lot of Democrats is, you know, as Rebecca said, stop apologizing for being a Democrat. Just be confident in who you are and what you stand for. And I think people will respect that. But I think it's also illustrative that, you know, John won in a year when the president was unpopular, and he didn't do it by trashing his own party. He didn't do it by throwing Biden under the bus. He didn't do it by running hard to the right. He did it by being himself, not apologizing for it, and just, you know, having confidence in his convictions that, you know, whatever they're going to say, we are still the party that's, you know, closer to like what the mainstream of Pennsylvania actually wants.
And not just confidence in his convictions, but courage in his convictions. You know, I think that's part of it too. Like, they came after us on crime. They came after us about his stroke, whatever it was. We just talked about it, right? And John had a record to point to, and he wasn't just going to say, like, I think there's been too many Democrats who try to be
just not in my head
on some of these issues.
Completely agreeing with this woman.
Attacked. And I mean, John was head of the board of pardons.
I never understood that too. If you're a Democrat, don't be afraid that you're a Democrat in some of these counties. I am a Democrat. These people on the right tell you a story that we're a bunch of soy boy milk drinking lattes. Yeah, guess what? I like my lattes on a Sunday, but Monday to Friday I'm drinking a stiff black cup of coffee too, because I come to work as everybody else and I care about you. My party, my side of the political aisle, we got fucking ideas. We got policies. I hear the Republicans and conservatives talk about inflation. What's your plan to combat inflation? Okay, we have a start here. We have the Inflation Reduction Act. The president and my party has an idea on what to do. And let me tell you what that doesn't include. That doesn't include taking away union jobs from you. It doesn't take away from cutting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, which you pay into and that you pay for and that you are entitled to. That's right, those are entitlements. Some people may not like that word, but you are entitled to that because guess what? You fucking pay for that shit. And they want to cut it and then eventually sunset it. Okay? And they want to hurt our allies in Ukraine too by potentially holding up talks in the debt ceiling and possibly defaulting on our loans. That's not a good thing. We don't play that game on my side of the aisle. We want this country to function. Okay? We're not willing to do crazy shit like that and then deny the results of the 2020 election. Okay? My party, my side of the aisle has fucking ideas to fix this country. And we have frustrating people in this party. But guess what? We have different voices so we can talk these things out on my side of the aisle, and it gets frustrating sometimes, but guess what? My party represents the country. You guys only represent a small part of the country, and that's it. They can have their voice for sure, but the majority wants this country to move forward. The majority wants solutions. The majority wants ideas. That's my side of the aisle. That's my party, the Democratic Party. Stop like hiding from the fact that you're a Democrat. You're running as a Democrat. You should say you're running as a Democrat. And if people say that, oh, I don't like Joe Biden, why don't you like Joe Biden? Explain it to me. Let me talk to you and let me explain to you why you should like Joe Biden. I'm pretty sure I can convince you.
He allowed innocent men to leave prison because it was the right thing to do, right? But he knew when he did that people were going to come after him and use it in attack ads, and they did. And it was like, and he did it so people wouldn't die in prison for crimes they were wrongly convicted of doing.
Exactly.
You know, like it's like he had humanity, and I think it comes back to that a lot.
Yeah, no, I'll be honest. When I saw his response to those attacks and the idea that he should have just sort of let a couple guys rot in prison for the rest of their lives who were wrongly convicted just because it would have been bad politics, that's when I was like, all right, this guy's for me. Okay.
Exactly. He got excoriated for that too, by like Oz. Those two guys were innocent and they were wrongly convicted of a crime, and he fought for them. He got them out. Don't you want that? Don't you want a guy like that fighting for people like that who were wrongly convicted of a crime?
I luckily in this job I've gotten to work.
Oh, sorry. I was hearing something.
Like you. I talked to Ben Wickler, the head of the Wisconsin Democratic Party, all the time. I thank God that for what he and his team are doing every day. There's just 2 years, 4 years, party building infrastructure. What do you think Democrats need to do to be prepared in the same way in Pennsylvania in 2024? And is there the same sort of state party infrastructure that we should be investing in and building off of?
Right. I mean, as you know, I come from the Harry Reid machine, right? And this is all about investing in the party infrastructure and building something for years and years and years. I think we should be doing that everywhere. I also think we need better, more competent staff, in a way that there's a lot with campaign staffers that you kind of just go and you do it for a little bit and then you leave. I think we actually need to get some professional staffers who can get better and wiser and help usher in a new generation of talent. We need a bench. We don't have that right now. I think we're starting to get some rising stars. We need more of them. But I think
that's right.
I don't think these scary right wingers are going anywhere. And I think we need to be able to fight back hard and not just, say like, there's some good people on that side. Like, I think we have to understand what some of these risks are and what's out there and fight back.
Yeah. Kip, you mentioned before that Snooki was kind of your white whale. Were there any white whales that didn't get back to you, or like hits you wish you could have delivered that got left on the cutting room?
I mean, we really would have loved to have done something with It's Always Sunny, just given the connection there. It just sort of seemed like a match made in heaven, but that, proved to be difficult for contractual issues. I mean, for a long time, we had been hearing about there's this puppy story that's coming, and we just kept hearing about it in the background for months and months and months.
Oh my god!
And it just sounded like the worst, the worst thing ever. And then it came out in a kind
that
of
puppy story is fucking insane too. By the way,
it was worse than we had heard it would be. Yes.
Yeah, it was disgraceful. I mean, like inhuman. I mean, that's such a good example of how politics and like campaigning has changed, because when I was like doing oppo hits against Sarah Palin, right, like you beg the Wall Street Journal to write that story up for 6 months based on some oppo, and like if they run it, you're psyched. If not, it can just die. Like the fact that where did that end up? It was Gawker.
Jezebel.
Yeah, it was Jezebel, right? Like it didn't matter that it was on a blog that some people might not have heard about before. Like it exploded either way.
Well, because it was true. I mean, it exploded because like he couldn't deny it. Like he was like he did the most horrible things. And the contrast of that with John and Giselle having these like rescue pups. Like, I mean, they have a 3-legged dog who had been abused. I mean, they are rescue dog people. So like Oz could not have been more like the cartoon villain, I would say, except he was actually like killing puppies. I mean, it was like you couldn't make it up.
Yeah,
Jesus.
The worst. Final thoughts, just any like final thoughts from both of you on lessons to learn from this cycle and things we should just be thinking about going forward, because obviously, the results were better than a lot of us anticipated. Maybe they were better than we anticipated because Democrats sometimes, myself very much included, assume the worst is going to happen based on recent history. But Rebecca, why don't you go first?
I mean, abortion. Like, let's talk about that for just one more second. Like, we would not be where we are today, all the Democrats, unless women's rights were taken away very drastically and horribly, right? And we can't just sit around and high five. Like, we have to fight back. We have to codify Roe. We have to codify same-sex marriage. Like, we have a lot of work to do. And as we go into the next Congress, we got to try and push through as much as possible, because I think there's some really bad things coming. And I think the lesson here is, like, when you get power, like, let's produce some results.
Use it, yeah. Kip, thoughts?
I mean, one thing I would love the party to take away from this is reevaluating the idea, its idea of who we consider to be electable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think often there's just this assumption that bland and generic candidates are going to be our best chance of winning, and I just don't know that it's really played out that way. I think, in fact, a lot of these white bread candidates, they try to appeal to absolutely everyone, and as a result, they excite pretty much no one. And I think one of the reasons John was able to succeed this year is in large part because he's not straight from central casting. It allowed him to establish his own sort of independent image. It means he doesn't necessarily like rise and fall along with Biden. And I think, we could be missing, we missed out on a lot of candidates like John before.
Yeah.
Guys, we missed out on him in 2016 when he ran.
That's right. I was trying to think.
The party went with somebody else.
I mean, this isn't John, but I was trying to think, when was the last time you think the Democrats ran a candidate for a statewide office who had not graduated from college, for example? Like, there's clearly like a massive gap in terms of Republicans and Democrats in terms of college educated voters. And I wonder if we tried speaking to those voters from a place of experience, for example,
shamelessly embracing economic populism. We know it works, but too many Democrats aren't into that.
Yeah.
So,
and super tall U.S. senators. I think that's the other thing.
Yes.
Really
no
tall.
hair.
Well, listen, Kip, Rebecca, thank you guys for everything you did to make this happen.
There's something to be said too about that as well. Like,
saving democracy.
And a special thank you to all the Pod Save boys. I mean, we were up against Fox News and we had like you. So thank you, because there is not an apparatus to really effectively deal with the right-wing media that's coming at us. And so we thank you for what you do.
Listen, it's such like a huge network, man. It's tough. There's nothing on the left like for that. You know what I mean? It's just there's nothing on the left for that. There's individual creators and stuff like that, but there's no like network. There's no money backing. That's the big thing.
And you're very nice to say that. We are trying to build a progressive media infrastructure. If you wouldn't mind letting some of the folks over at the White House know that it would be a good thing to help cultivate and build and care and feed places like us, that would be helpful. But listen, we're going to do it anyway, so I appreciate it.
I'm not sure if they listen to me, but sounds good.
They should. guys, talk to you.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Article. Article has everything you need to turn your bedroom into your
All
best
right, I
room.
need to like fast forward through this a little bit. Sorry about this, John.
Love our AED. ZipRecruiter is the smartest way to hire. All right, before we go, Hallie Kiefer is back.
She's back
by popular demand.
Why are you waving at us? It's a podcast.
I know, but we're in the same room.
We're gonna play a game about Donald Trump in honor of his announcement today.
It's exciting.
Hallie, take it away.
I will, thank you.
Okay, good.
Over the weekend, Senate running back Josh Hawley tweeted, "The old party is dead. Time to bury it, build something new." While Hawley might want to inter Trump's legacy, his fellow Republicans are running in circles trying to decide the party line on the farm for president, given that Daddy Boy is going to be announcing his 2024 run on Tuesday night. Are they
That's
all going
right.
to run like rats off the ship? Or are they excited to scrape Trump's ketchup off the White House walls for 4 more years? Well, plenty of Republicans seem confused about whose boots to start licking, Trump's or Ron DeSantis' gorgeous white knee-high numbers. Others have made a definitive statement, and that's all I needed to bring you a game. Here's how this is going to work. I'm going to read you the name of a Republican. You're going to tell me what you think they've indicated post-midterms with regards to Trump. Are they riding the Trump train, exiting the Trump train via the emergency exit, or are they sort of just dangling precariously, holding on with one hand to the Trump train as like a Bond villain's henchman as the Republican Party hurtles around a sheer cliff? So those are the options: riding, exiting, or dangling.
Got it.
I'm just going to read the name, and you'll let me know where do you think we've landed, and I'm going to read you the quote that, again, can any of them be trusted? No. And also, you might have all heard this. It's been, the post-election cycle has been like insane in the news. But are you ready to play?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Senator Bill Cassidy, a Republican of Louisiana, and love it, I guarantee you probably don't know the answer to this. What did he say with regards to Trump on Meet the Press? And is he riding? Is he exiting? Or is he dangling?
I know what he said.
Okay.
I know what he said.
Well,
he
where
said,
do you think he said it?
He said, "It's not. We're not a cult," is what he said. But honestly, it seemed like a way out of answering. To me, he's dangling.
Okay.
That's how I feel about it.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Ugh. All right, people, we're back. All right, let's start the show again.
It felt like it was between Dangle and Exit.
I know,
but I think I go with Dangle.
Yeah, Louisiana. I think you're dangling.
Okay,
for dear
what are we
life.
doing
He didn't
here?
Jump off that train yet.
I think he'd like to leave the train, but he doesn't feel.
I mean,
safe
most
to.
of these people are.
Yeah, nobody
in their
wants to be on the train.
They're leaving in their hearts.
Yeah.
How do we adjudicate this? Do we call them?
I think there's unfortunately no way to know. It's a game with no meaning. It
I love
exists in a liminal time. Hopefully, well, also, even if there were definitive answers, they just change their minds. That's the problem with the Republican Party.
I think his majority rules dangling.
Great. And just to read the full quote, we're not a cult. We're not like, okay, there's one person who leads our party. Could have fooled me, Bill Cassidy. How do we feel about Senator-elect? I'm sorry to even say that. J.D. Vance out of Ohio. How do you think? Yeah.
Oh, he is on that train.
He's got to be on the train. That train got
to
Yeah.
Peter Thiel paid for that with good money.
Yeah, that's how he got his ticket.
Now, this I can say definitively yes, because he said every year the media writes Donald Trump's political obituary, and every year we're quickly reminded that Trump remains the most popular figure in the Republican Party. That, of course, was saying he's excited for Trump to be the 2024 nominee. J.D. Vance absolutely riding.
Fact check true, that whole statement.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Sadly.
Senator John Thune, Republican from South Dakota, and I guarantee
Ooh.
you might not know.
Doesn't make
what
sense
the
to do
answer is.
the voice.
Well, it's just it's beautiful.
I feel as though he's going
John
to exit
Thune,
the Trump
baby.
train sooner or later.
Oh.
Ooh.
Well, that blew my hair back. Obviously, you can't see it again. We are videotaping this. My eyebrows are just singed by that.
Oh, wow. I mean, I think he wants to exit. He's probably wanted to exit for a while.
I bet he said something that's a dangle.
Yeah, I think he's a dangler. He's not trying to. He doesn't want to make it. Not because he doesn't want off, but because he didn't want to make news.
Yeah.
I think he's.
And he wants to be minority leader, majority leader.
I'm going to say it. He actually went public. He basically blamed Trump's endorsements for the midterm losses, and he said, "You can't have a party that's built around one person's personality." Again, they really did try, though.
Wow.
Sooner or later, he's out of here. You know what I mean?
It's just the same.
These guys.
No, but it's funnier when he said it. It was funnier, honestly. It felt better when he said it.
So that, I think
The
that's an
listeners
exit.
agreed.
That's more of an exit than Cassidy.
Yeah, I agree.
for sure.
I agree a little bit more.
And then how about Representative Elise Stefanik from New York?
Ugh.
Where do you think we're headed with?
She is so on.
yeah.
She's the conductor.
Yeah, she's in. She
She had one of those hats with the lines on it.
Yeah. Well, I don't even know if he asked her to or wanted her to, but she already preemptively endorsed Trump, so threw her weight behind him. I'm proud,
Harvard's finest.
I'm proud to endorse Donald Trump for President 2024. It's time for Republicans to unite around the most popular Republican in America who has a proven track record of conservative governance.
I just want to say one more time about this place called Harvard. They take all these kids, half of them turn evil, and then the evil ones battle the good ones for 500 years. So stupid. Shut it down. Take away their endowment. Tax it. Do something.
Wow.
This place has to be stopped.
Harvard grads, let us know what you think.
And they waitlisted me twice.
I was going to tell a terrible story about going to Harvard, but millions of people listen to this. It's not really worth it.
Doesn't stop love it.
Yeah. Oh,
You gotta forget that.
It doesn't stop love
I
it.
got crabs, and that's all I'm saying.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wow.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Tom Cotton, where do we think he's? Is he riding? Is he jumping out the back of the train, or is he holding on for dear life?
He's got a dangle. He's got a dangle.
I have no idea, but I'm gonna say riding because he did float hilariously that he was considering a run, but he decided against it. Not that the people decided they hated him and they didn't want him to run. So I'm
Bro,
gonna
no,
say
he will
riding.
never
So
win.
I heard that he said over the weekend that like McConnell should still be minority leader. So that's gonna lead me to a dangle position because if you're with McConnell,
You gotta leave yourself some space.
I think you're absolutely right. Here's a quote I pulled. When any party is out of power, as Republicans are now, we don't have a single leader. Trump is obviously very popular with many of our voters. We also have other important leaders as well.
Yeah,
What
sure.
does that
That's
mean?
a dangle.
That's a dangle,
That's a
baby.
dangle.
that's a real dangle.
That's a dangle.
He
Baby.
doesn't want
a
to
lot
say.
of Republicans dangling off this train.
Doesn't want to say too much too soon.
Oh my god!
Oh man.
Oh my god!
I think he's cottoning onto some of this Trump lack of popularity.
There we go.
Heyo.
How many people have turned this off? It's just us now.
Hey, stay tuned for the C block for a lot of puns.
David Axelrod is here.
Little Marco Rubio.
Oh.
Where are we going?
So He's one of the little mini insurrectionists saying they should delay the vote on Senate minority majority leader, whatever it turns out to be. No, minority. From McConnell.
There is not a. He has to dangle. It is in his bones. He does not know how to ride the train. Doesn't know how to lead the train. He is dangling.
Yeah. There's no courage
He
in
has
those.
he never breaks with the
5-inch heels he wears.
Nothing wrong with being short.
True.
That's nothing. Being short is fine.
He tweeted.
You don't need to be strong to be a good senator. That's an
We
old
get
thing.
it.
Better man.
We get it.
It's unbelievable.
A man of a certain height. John, love it.
What does height do now? Nothing.
That's true. We're all sitting anyways.
Yeah.
We love to sit in front of a computer.
I love sitting
tall presidents.
Where are we? What's happening?
Read the quote, Hallie.
First, we need to make sure that those who want to lead us are genuinely committed to fighting for the priorities and values of the working Americans. Parentheses, of every background, who gave us big wins in states like #Florida. To me, that's a DeSantis, the
That's
Florida
a way
of it all.
of a way of praising DeSantis while feigning towards suggesting a criticism of Trump while never actually making it.
It's a dangle.
It's a dangle, 100%. Marco Rubio is the king of a double negative to avoid saying the positive. Like this party cannot be in the business of being anti-working class. You know what I mean? He just does the.
I just want to credit Hallie for when she said parenthetical, she did kind of a curve with her hand.
Yeah.
So we
Right,
could
because
visualize it.
you can visibly see me, which is why I wait.
It helps me.
Yeah. It's on the YouTube. It's on the
It'll
YouTube.
be on YouTube. We do have a website.
Two more. What is it even really? I just put it on here because I thought it was interesting, and this isn't even specifically about the midterms, but just sort of the timing of Mike Pence's ABC News interview, which drops this tonight. This can't be a coincidence that it's coming out now, and I'm asking you, Choo Choo, is the Trump train leaving the station, and is Mike Pence on it? And then I will read you the quote because to me, I think it's pretty okay.
Yeah, no, I think he's off. He's off of it because otherwise
This guy knows what he's doing.
Behind it.
He got off the train, and then it's been a couple hours, and he's looking around the station, and he's just a sad, lonely boy with a suitcase, and his mom hasn't picked him up yet, and he doesn't know what's going to happen.
They tried to kill him on the train. They tried to. It was
They
like
tried
a
to
murder. It was
throw Mike Pence from the train.
It was a murder on the Trump train.
Murder on the MAGA Express.
Yeah, it was a case too easy for our man on the train, Hercule Poirot, because we all know who did it. It was Trump with the noose at the Capitol.
Oh my God.
So the clip that the ABC News released is him talking about January 6th and sort of being asked what do you think about what Trump did? And Mike Pence says, I turned to my daughter who was standing nearby and said, it doesn't take courage to break the law. It takes courage to uphold the law.
Oh my
The president's words were reckless, and he clearly decided to be a part of the problem, adding, he endangered me and my family and everyone at the Capitol building.
First of all, that is the most Mike Pence thing I've ever fucking heard. First of all, it's such a stupid way to describe an emotional, just say, he tried to fucking kill you. That's the first thing. Second of all, how can you be given a layup like that and miss? It does take courage to break the law. I don't think it's good when people rob a bank, but you gotta be brave.
What conservative fiction writer did he turn to design that little vignette?
Yeah.
I think he's a hero.
Oh.
What a goofball.
Two sides to every story, I guess.
I mean, you forget that the guy wasn't alone in the Capitol. He was with his kids. And he still doesn't have the guts to say anything until he has a book to roll out.
The transgalactic
I don't know if it'll be a bestseller.
reaches
No,
through the cosmos.
Nobody will.
I can't wait for, I was at Tommy's book club.
Collective obligation.
We have one more person, just because I love the quote he had, and that person is Newt Gingrich.
Ooh. Recently floated to return as speaker by Matt Gaetz.
Oh my goodness.
Honestly, not his worst pitch, to be honest. I mean, just on the list. It makes the most sense.
Better than Tulsi Gabbard.
Better than bringing a Fox News coup.
Yeah, it's like Tulsi.
Actually, they're both Fox News.
They're both the original Fox News. Fox News was built around him.
Yeah, he's the Fox News coup. If you dig under this, in the mausoleum, the equivalent of where they'll find Cleopatra's bones, you find Newt Gingrich.
Here's the quote. I feel, and this is in regards to the midterm results, I feel like a guy whose compass is so goofed up, I have no idea which way is north. The Republican Party is goofed up.
Wow.
There's no better way to say it. It's like, yeah, you're goofed up right now.
Congrats on trying mushrooms.
Like a genuine dangle.
Yeah, look at that.
I think
sincere dangle.
I think Newt is torn.
Yeah, Newt doesn't. He's a seer dangle. He's really. He doesn't know what. He doesn't know
We
what.
might be able to get Newt.
He's goofed up.
We're never gonna get Newt. You don't think we can get Newt? Well, remember. We'll trade him for Henry Cuellar.
Liz Cheney over here begs to differ.
Remember when Newt did the TV ads about climate change on the couch?
Sat on that bench with Pelosi.
2005. Long time.
He had to walk that back. He's like, actually, it's good. I like how hot wet everything is now. But I just, our phenomenal writer, Sarah Lazarus, wrote, and I just want to read this to you. Grand old party, more like goofed old party.
Wow.
Sarah Lazarus, thank you for that.
This game couldn't have ended. Damn it. Couldn't have ended a moment too soon.
Oh, fuck. You fucked that up.
All right, everyone. Hallie Kiefer, thank you for a fantastic game. Rebecca Katz, Kip Hebert, thanks for joining us. We will talk to you on Thursday. See y'all soon. We are now offering Crooked Coffee holiday boxes to make gift giving easy. How about that? Each box is filled with full-size bags of delicious medium and dark roast coffee, plus a fun activity that isn't scrolling through Twitter.
And if you buy them all, and they are great, we'll stop doing this.
I'm a dark roast person. Have you guys decided?
I'm a medium roast.
Medium roast?
I prefer medium roast too.
Sophisticated palate.
Is it? It's just.
I want everything to taste like Diet Coke.
Yeah, I do like Diet Cokes.
Every order from Crooked Coffee will support Vote Save America's Every Last Vote Fund. It helps grassroots organizations get out the vote, which we still need to do in Georgia on December 6th. You can pick from 3 different boxes, 3 types of people. The extremely online box with witty magnetic poetry for your fridge, the craft lovers box with a learn to crochet kit inside, and the home baker box with the insta-famous apple cider donut kit from Farm Steady that's so popular it's almost always out of stock. I can't believe I so glad.
Nice. Dude, this thing is ridiculous.
You know the insta-famous apple cider kit.
We're diversifying our revenue. Buy the boxes. There's that business.
There's a limited quantity, so head to cricket.com/coffee to shop before we sell out. Also, Crooked and Duolingo just released a brand new limited series podcast together hosted by audio journalist Ahmed Ali Akbar. Radio Lingo investigates all of the ways that language shapes our world and how the world shapes our language. Each episode explores a different way language plays a role in our life, from swearing to subtitles and everything in between. Listen today and subscribe to Radio Lingo wherever you get your podcasts.
Yes!
Episodes drop every Tuesday.
Jesus Christ, dude, come on. The Crooked Podcast. Good stuff, guys. I love those guys. Pod Save America. Yeah. Oh, wait till the next round.
From the vault of glass, please welcome the Vex.
Come on, come on. we're gonna have to see.
You must overcome the Vex to reach the next round.
Let's go, baby.
Your final opponent awaits behind one of these doors. Which shall
Damn it. I wonder if there's any other solar weapons I can use that have incandescent on it.
Correct. The celestial horse bestows a boon. Your final challenge waiting backstage.
Let's go.
The Cabal.
I gotta find out. I gotta learn the trajectory of this thing. Whoa!
we learn what our lucky winners will be bringing back to the tower.
Damn.
Treasures pulled from the Paraverse itself, just like our contestants.
Oh wow, look at this. Lost Pacific Plate.
Good night.
Oh, I'm keeping this. One, two, three. Yeah, this build definitely works better with the. Let's see. Let's go here. 1898. This is really. Solar auto rifles outside of this Jotun. What do you guys think? Your solar ignitions have increased. I really think this synergizes well with this. Spread Scorch, apply more Scorch, and then Scorch spread. Then it spreads to affected targets. Emperor of Ash, you apply more Scorch stacks. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'm not gonna get the
agent of the Nine.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use a sniper rifle. Fuck that shit. I can open those up later. I'll try up the Sunshot again. See how that goes. Okay. So 10 on discipline. So these two are staying the same. I mean, we can just go like balls to the wall, like DPS. And then instead of this, the increased duration. Where is Ember tempering? Eruption have increased area of effect. This with this is pretty crazy. You apply more Scorch stacks to targets. I think these two probably do a better job of synergizing. More Scorch, and then if more Scorch, that means more ignitions. That means more affected targets. Okay. Dude, this thing is so good. Let's go.
The cosmic horse promises great riches, Guardians. Come on down to tonight's Dare.
Over the course of the entirely predictable, slow-rolling, five-alarm thermonuclear dumpster fire that has been Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter these past few weeks, one of the few saving graces has been this, that even after sweeping layoffs, chaotic changes, and reports of cratering company morale, at least there were still a handful of people there keeping the lights on, minding the important stuff, in charge of things like security, safety, privacy. No more. In the last 48 hours, 3 top executives in charge of things like security, safety, and privacy resigned. Now, whether or not you use Twitter, I know lots of you do, surely you can understand how fraught a moment like this could be. The app that has, for better or worse, become a kind of national town square where hundreds of millions of people interact with one another, message one another, and wittingly or unwittingly share information, opinions, views, news. Now, protective measures are disappearing. Consider this from Politico. Quote, between the now canceled rollout of its controversial new checkmark policy and the exodus of top security staff, Twitter is quickly exposing itself to a deluge of new security risks that could soon ramify into the public sphere, according to top cyber experts and those who've overseen cybersecurity in other companies. From users impersonating emergency service providers to spread panic to extortionists stealing and leaking private messages stored on Twitter. Putting one cybersecurity expert, quote, it is staggering to imagine the amount of risk that this platform has opened itself up to. Let's bring in business and tech journalist Kara Swisher. She's a contributing editor at New York Magazine. She's the host of not one, but 2 podcasts, Pivot and Con with Kara Swisher. So nice to have you here. At the table, NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins joins us, and Alicia is still here. She's going to help you try to unpack this with the 2 of you. So, Kara, you've helped me understand who Elon Musk is, and that he had extraordinary success at Tesla and SpaceX. Twitter seems like a hot mess. What happened?
Or a cold mess. I'm not sure what you want to call it. It's, you know, I thought, you know, of all the people that could have helped fix this, Elon Musk would have been at the top of my list. I'm sort of surprised by the casual cruelties, the kind of chaotic chaos monkey kind of behavior, the pontificating on Twitter as a person, but also the CEO, and the treatment of these people at Twitter. Now, layoffs are going on all over tech, but not in this format. It's I've never seen anything like it, actually, in my covering of all of Silicon Valley for 25 years.
So, Kara, I want to ask you a question sort of from my lens. You know, I watched a lot of people on the right flatter figures, not just Donald Trump, but other figures, and then watch them implode, lose the moral compass, lose any attachment to anything that resembles conservative policy. And I saw them do that to Elon Musk. But based on your reporting of his other business successes, I thought surely he won't destroy himself in service of those people. It looks like he is.
I'm not sure what he's doing because, by the way, he would turn on them if he wanted. I've known him for many years. He was a big fan of Obama's. He had real problems with Trump. We talked about it quite a bit. We talked about it on stage publicly. He had been an independent, I would say, and then he seems to have embraced, I'm not going to say red pill because I think that's unfair. I think he seems to have embraced being contrarian for no good reason except to be contrarian and realize
that's pretty apt.
Or liberals or Biden, whatever he wants to. And part of it is maybe he's changed his viewpoint. The other part is small, petty things. Like I think Biden didn't include him in some automobile, electric vehicle stuff, as he should have. And I think he was mad about it. I don't know any other explanation but that.
Yep. So when we get mad, we destroy Twitter. What do you think is going on, Ben?
I think the red pilling thing is correct. So red pilling on the internet, that's the word for right-wing radicalization. They took that from The Matrix. And
not really. It's not really apt. It's more manosphere.
With the red pill, right? And you know, the people who made The Matrix are or say, please stop co-opting my stuff, by the way. But, this follows the same pattern as those people. If you see the people he's interacting with right now, after he lost all the advertisers, after he's angry about, the fact that the advertisers don't want free speech, aka they don't want to be impersonated if you're the Nintendo Corporation and they don't want Mario flipping off all of their customers, which is what was happening yesterday. Red pilling is what happened to this guy. This guy has had a very rough couple of weeks because he's taking advice from people who fundamentally want the world to burn.
What is happening on Twitter right now?
Okay.
What is not happening right now?
That's exactly right. So, first of all, they're not. I don't see how they're making a dollar right now, right? All the advertisers are bailing because of the impersonation issues, and they should. Think about it, say you bought a flight at Delta, it gets canceled. You think you're DMing with Delta. You think you're giving them your credit card numbers through DMs, but you're DMing some random guy who bought an $8 check mark.
That says Delta.
That's the point of Twitter now. That's the very idea of the very...
So should we all get off?
I wouldn't do any customer service there, certainly. If you want to go there and see a website that's in flames, if you want to see a house that's on fire, you can go to Twitter. But if you want to do business and stuff, I would not hang out on Twitter. And the advertisers aren't funneling in money. And right now they've turned off this verification thing too. So their entire plan is to get 50% of users, which is millions or eventually billions of users, to spend this $8, and they're having trouble getting the thousands and tens of thousands. So I don't know how this survives. I guess to be real with you, I do not see how this website survives into the next year.
It was going to be my question to Ben or to Kara, which is, once you have chaos like that unleashed, is there even a way to rein it back in?
Yeah, Kara, why don't you take that?
Yeah, of course there is. Of course, it's a business. Obviously, their advertising has fallen apart, and it did before he bought the company, because the people who used to run the company, when they were asked at the new fronts what he's going to do, they were like, we don't know. He just yells at us. And so they didn't have any advertising booked, and that's the real problem. And one of the things they're doing, weirdly enough, is saying advertisers are woke. I'm sorry, they want to make money. And if it works, they advertise where it works. And if there was a Satan website and they could sell Fitbits, they would do it. They would just do it. This is where they make money, they get leads and things like that. They don't feel safe on the platform, and this is good evidence, whether it's Chiquita or Lilly, free insulin, things like that. It could be fixed, and if it isn't fixed, there's going to be alternatives. I've talked to a lot of entrepreneurs. There is stuff built right now, and I'm not talking about Mastodon, which already exists and much more difficult to use for regular consumers. But entrepreneurs are like, this is a great opportunity. We can build something with more moderation, with more people we know, and things like that. It's an enormous opportunity, and people are going to slip in.
One door holds your final opponent. The horse insists you guess.
Okay.
A brilliant choice from tonight's most gifted contestant. Enjoy the horse's fate.
Ooh. No!
Whether you wanted it or not, you've stepped into a war with the
With the Cabal. Let's see if we can get that bonus round, boys.
tonight's champion. Please take your winnings And thank you for playing
Dares of Eternity.
And this is
Running in circles.
reminding you to have your ghost spayed or neutered. Good night.
Okay, give this a like.
Cowboys will take.
We can put on some Undisputed too. Good short 9-minute clip. Put some sports.
Take on the 8-1 Vikings this Sunday after coming off a 31-28 OT loss to the Packers yesterday. While Kirk Cousins and company are coming off a wild overtime win against the Bills. The Cowboys then take on a division rival, the 7-2 Giants, on Thanksgiving Day on Fox. Shannon, scale of 1 to 10, how much trouble are the Cowboys in?
Well, if you're saying trouble as in not making the playoff, I think they're in zero trouble. Trying to win the division. No, I think they're going to make the playoffs, Skip. I mean, I've seen their schedule, and they should be able to win 4 or 5 of these games. 11 wins are going to get somebody.
Remember, the Giants have Detroit at home, so you would think they would win that, although Detroit's dangerous on offense, obviously, and they outgun.
But see,
Actually, I don't like that.
Because the NFC West is so bad, only one team, I believe, will get in out of that division. Only one team out of the NFC South. So theoretically, you could get three teams.
Well, it may require that because they're going to come to Dallas. The Giants 8-2. So
now,
I actually really like this. Was
have to do something about that run defense. Because you got the Giants in a couple. You got Dalvin Cook starting Sunday. Then you get Saquon. Then you got Jonathan Taylor seem to have gotten new life in his legs. Damian Pierce, Skip, that guy from the Houston Texans, he runs hard.
Banger.
Skip, I know Texans, they're not on, but I watch it.
He is a banger baller.
You got Derrick Henry of the Titans. And that doesn't even include the Eagles with Jalen Hurts and Sanders running.
Run the hell out.
So you got your work cut out for you as far as running.
removed Ember Salas.
How well these teams offensively can keep up with what Dallas have now. Turn the ball over, all bets are off, Skip. But look, the blueprint to beat the Cowboys is there. Run the football.
Run the
because
football.
They're going to get at your quarterback. And the more times you throw it, the more times you expose your quarterbacks to being hit. And when he gets hit enough, ball's going to come out. We saw Aaron Jones run the ball 24 times for 138 yards. We saw what the Bears were able to do. Now, some of that was Justin Fields, but those 3 backs they had, they ran the ball for 243 yards. So they can run 240 yards. So they can run the football. And that's what Dallas has been Dallas's weakness. Number 1 in pass rush run rate. But when it comes to stopping the run, I don't know if it's gap integrity. I don't know if it's
getting excited. I'm wide awake too.
Gathering somebody else's gap, whatever the case may be.
It was those. It was those.
You know what? We can run the
was
ball
that snack I had?
And you guys better fix that, because if you don't, if you do make the playoffs, it will be one and done, which I believe it's going to be anyway.
But you think we will make the playoffs?
Yes.
It's going to be a road playoff game right out of the box.
Yes.
As in road
it's
wild card.
destination,
All you
right?
want to do is get in.
Destination. You go to
Because we
friends.
saw what Tampa got in.
They did.
And that's all you need to do. Let me just get in, and then I'll go from there.
Okay. So I've spent this show licking my wounds. I spent last night trying to sleep off a little bit of my anger and my depression and my despair over what I saw, because I saw glaring weaknesses exposed at Green Bay.
Yeah.
Horrifying, because to your point, we're 29th in stopping the run, and they ran all over.
There are only 32 teams.
Yes, there are only 32 teams. My quarterback has repeatedly come up small in big moments, and he came up smaller than usual in the fourth quarter and overtime yesterday, in my humble estimation, and that horrifies me. But our season is still right before
I'm gonna drop
us,
this
because
in.
we do
I like the
get to
battler,
go
but
to Kirk Cousins, and then we get to play the Giants on Thanksgiving.
Right, and you do get the Eagles in your building.
Get the Eagles in our building on Christmas Eve, when I've told you already, I believe my team will give me an early Christmas present. But now the intensity must ratchet up, because now you need to start playing what I call good scared, where you play scared, where you're like, uh-oh, if we don't come out, because to me, stopping the run in the end, it can be about heart as well as talent. It can just be like guts, like hey, you're just not going to blow us off the ball today. We're going to stand our ground. We're going to hold that line, as they say, and all of our gap controls, we're going to control the gaps. And I've seen them rise and shine in that regard here and there, but not enough because we're 29th against the run.
Correct.
And yet, my two backup quarterbacks, back-to-back years, went up and beat Kirk Cousins at Minnesota. So I'm thinking, okay, Dak should be able to do this. I told you about Cooper Rush. The best thing, I was fine to go back to Dak because he's earned the right to get his job back and show you what he's made of. But Cooper Rush set the bar much higher than it had been set because back last year, when Dak, remember, we were 6-2 last year, and here came your Denver Broncos, and it was 30-0 after 3 quarters.
It's taking too long.
30 to what was it, 16?
1 year anniversary.
Okay, 1 year
Right on
anniversary.
cue.
Okay, there you go. Then we go up to Kansas City and we lose 19-9, and Dak has the ball 12 times and scores 3 field goals, and I was just like, what was that? And then Thanksgiving came a year ago, and Derek Carr comes in, and they beat us in overtime. Where was you? Dak,
Derek Carr crying, man.
What's going on with you? And then Kyler came late in the year. They're really struggling now. They won yesterday with Colt McCoy. So again, we should have won that game.
Bottom of the barrel.
They're bottom of the barrel. We should have won that game late last year, and we didn't win that game. Kyler just came in and just toyed with us, just dominated.
But Skip, I mean, the running defense has been you guys' problem for a minute. Because remember, you got ran off the field a couple years ago. Who was it? Cleveland ran for a bunch of yards, and Phoenix and Arizona ran for a bunch of yards.
Battle days.
And they, Skip,
now they're coming back. I know.
These are the battle
I
days.
got it. Because the 49ers came in and ran us off the field in a playoff game just last year. So we were 6-2 and we fell apart. Well, I thought we would lose one of these 2 road games before the year, and I actually thought it was going to be Green Bay to start with, but I didn't think Green Bay was going to lose 5 straight games and Aaron Rodgers is going to be pushed out of town.
Correct.
Right? And yet we lost a game yesterday that, as you said, we should have won the game. We're favored by 5, and we're better than they are, and we showed we were better. We're up 28-14. Okay, what is that all about? Well, it's glaring weaknesses, but you still have a chance to right the wrong. You can go up and beat Minnesota, and then you can turn it right around the way the great old Cowboy teams did. It's huge to have that Thanksgiving game grandfathered in, because if you can win it, if you could win 2 in a row, then you get to go to a mini 10-day bye to get ready for the stretch run. It's perfect. I still don't know how they're grandfathered into playing every Thanksgiving, but
because nobody wanted to play, but the Cowboys and Detroit.
But now,
now
everybody wants to play.
They're like, nah. Cowboys.
But America eats Thanksgiving lunch or dinner, however you want to call it, Thanksgiving dinner, and sits back on its tryptophan to watch its Dallas Cowboys play football. It's just the American tradition, and now you can't get them out of there, right?
Yeah. And as bad as Detroit, because as bad as Detroit is, they're really grandfathered there, because I think they started playing like in the 30s on things, been playing for so long on Thanksgiving.
Okay. So I'm still going to hang in. We're going to talk about Micah in a few minutes, but we have to fix some things on the fly that come down to just guts and desire and want to. And again, the quarterback's going to have to play better. He can't go on the road. He can't go up to Minnesota and throw 2 picks.
Skip, I gave you 14 points lead.
Yep.
Now, you told me that everybody was talking about this defense and how historically great they were thinking about and they wanted to be. Okay.
It's funny. You talk about all their glaring weaknesses, and then you say they got no issues.
The only glaring issue that they have is running the stopping the run. I think they Skip pass defense because the front 4 can get out there. Their front 7, they come and they get really exotic. The safeties will come get you.
Right.
Ended up getting the ball yesterday on the sack. I mean, on the fumble.
He did. Bottom line for me is, these next 2 games are huge for Dak Prescott.
Well, you probably need to go 2-0.
I need him. I need him to rise up and say, I got this. I'm going to live up to my contract. I'm going to live up to all those national TV commercials.
Bro, I've been having
off my sleep number
moderate
bed, and I'm going to
oh
pull
my
my
God.
head out, and I'm going to play better than Kirk Cousins. That's what's going to happen.
Well, because if you need both of these games, because you can't afford to lose one and then have the Eagles go 2-0, because now all intents and purposes you got about six games left, and you got to try to make up.
At some point, you're going to have to be worried about just making the playoffs.
You're a wild card. I don't see. Skip, you saw the NFC. Skip, you see the NFC West.
No done deal.
You see the NFC West.
Well, I guess so.
You think they get 2 teams out of that
playoff
division?
position is always fun to watch.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, speaking of your Cowboys, Skip, you guys think Micah Parsons got used the wrong way against the Packers? We'll unpack that in just a moment.
That is nothing. I don't know why that's... Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Realest guys in the room. How you doing? I'm getting some great armor pieces for legendaries, man. Damn. Pulse. Tap the trigger. It's another handling one. Yeah. What is this? This is a grenade launcher. Energy grenade launcher. Wow. I call it Zhang Fei. It hits almost as hard as I do. By Wai Ning. Release to detonate. Okay. We'll try this again. I was literally just playing. There you go. Okay. Got removed from the fire team. Somebody else is playing. Oh, PogChamp. Well, not PogChamp. Oh, this guy's streaming. Oh, we got psyops. Am I doing? Dude, you guys, Elon Musk. Let's see. I wonder if I should like troll this guy. Can we troll him? Oh shit, I meant to thin the herd. Thin the herd, what's that? We're only doing legend. What's the I think it still should be arc, right? Dude, you should be able to look this stuff up. Or it should show it here. Come on, Bungie. The hell? Need to drop off gear. The hell need to drop off gear. Gotta look for like something else. Somebody can join. All right. Let's go, baby. There's a light. Get rid of this.
Moment. It's pretty short. It's the Charlie Kirk show. He's got on the program TPUSA Chief Operating Officer.
Wait, hold on. I think this is actually. I don't know if Charlie's like banned on Twitch. That's the only thing. I'll keep this. This is actually pretty decent for ad clear. All right. Done. I don't know if Charlie's banned on
Hell yeah, baby.
Oh yeah, hold on. Hassan watching the Trump announcement.
Melania, myself, and our entire family, I want to thank you all for being here tonight. It's a very special occasion at a very special place. You and all of those watching are the heart and soul of this incredible movement and the greatest country in the history.
You know that room smells like death, okay? You know that room smells like death and the worst old kind of cologne you could imagine.
Never been anything like it, and perhaps there will never be anything like it again. There's never been anything to compete with what we have all done.
Yeah, just create like these wells everywhere.
Distinguished guests and my fellow citizens, America's comeback starts right now.
Let's go.
Draco Noir and sulfur.
2 years ago, when I left office, the United States stood ready for its golden age. Our nation was at the pinnacle of power, prosperity, and prestige, towering above all rivals, vanquishing all enemies, and striding into the future, confident and so strong. In 4 short years, everybody was doing great. Men, women, African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, everybody was thriving like never before. We turned the page on decades of globalist sellouts and one-sided trade deals, lifted millions out of poverty.
That's right, baby.
Together we built the greatest
Donnie did that.
in the
Donnie
history of
did
the
that.
world.
Believe me.
When the virus hit our shores, I took decisive action and saved lives and the U.S. economy. And by October of the same year, America was roaring back with the #1 fastest economic recovery ever.
I'm waiting on one other person now.
How about that? All of the incoming administration and all they had to do was just sit back and watch. Inflation was non-existent. Our southern border was by far the strongest ever. And because the border was so tight, drugs were coming into our country at the lowest level in many, many years.
Okay, is Hassan going to?
Sure, that didn't happen.
That's not even
Instead of
a
jobs,
conspiracy
in fact,
that
he's leaving
people
America
think.
for China.
Who thinks that? They say like even Cuba and Che Guevara and shit, but I've never heard like people be like China.
Businesses were pouring back because of our historic tax.
They think it now. You bet your ass they think it now.
In history, bigger even than what Ronald Reagan was able to produce, and he produced a lot. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea were in check and respected. They respected the United States, and quite honestly, they respected me. I knew them well. North Korea had not
They respected
launched
me.
a single long-range missile since my summit with Chairman Kim Jong-un nearly 3 years before. We developed a relationship, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. It's a good thing, very good thing, actually. 'Cause look
They
at what's
respected
happening
me.
today. My
I have
opponents
this.
made me out to be a warmonger and just a terrible person
nobody's,
who would immediately go into war. They said during the 2016 campaign that if he becomes president,
Bro, you literally used the mother of all bombs like 3 days into your presidency.
wars like you've never seen before.
And you assassinated a foreign head of state.
I've gone decades without.
Why are we?
The first
He drone strike more than Obama.
A period.
Facebook sent a memo to its fact checkers this afternoon telling them if Trump announces he's running for president tonight, they can no longer fact check anything he says. That's awesome. Dude, things are getting so cool. Dude, I'm running for president. No more fact checking, baby.
Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
What is that? We were a great and glorious nation, something you haven't heard for quite a long period.
Shouldn't you be fact checking him harder? Like, what the fuck?
Importantly, we were a free nation. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. For millions of Americans,
Failing
the past
nation.
2 years under Joe Biden have been a time of pain, hardship, anxiety, and despair. As we speak, inflation is the highest in over 50 years. Gas prices have reached the highest levels in history and expect them to go much higher now that the strategic national
Cooper
reserves,
Cup on
which I
IR.
filled up,
God damn.
have been virtually drained in order to keep gasoline
He filled
prices
them up.
lower
Dude, he's
just
saying
prior to
he's responsible for Biden being able to lower gas prices.
has intentionally surrendered our energy independence.
That's wild.
There is no longer even a thought of dominance.
Which implies he knows
We
that
are
it's
now
good, that
begging
people
for
recognize
energy help from foreign nations, many of whom find us detestable. The blood-soaked streets of our once great cities
Oh, I haven't
are
played this
cesspools of
Nightfall in a
violent
while.
crimes, which are being watched all over the world as leadership of other countries explain that this is what America and democracy is really all about. How sad. The United States has been embarrassed, humiliated, and weakened for all to see. The disasters in Afghanistan, perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, where we lost lives, left Americans behind, and surrendered $85 billion worth of
Tell
the
'em that,
finest
Donnie.
military
Tell 'em that.
equipment
Keep
anywhere in
telling them the
world.
truth.
And Ukraine, which would have never happened if I were your president, are something.
Ukraine would never happen if he was president.
And even the Democrats are different. That's something I've seen them admit over and over again.
All the Democrats, they're always admitting it because
Our
they're like, it's
enemies
good
are
that Ukraine is
speaking of us with scorn and laughter and derision. Those two events. But there are many more. Even just today,
What is it?
a missile was sent in probably by Russia, Poland, 50 miles into Poland. People are going absolutely wild and crazy. And they're not happy. They're very, very angry. Now we have a president who falls asleep at global conferences, was held in contempt by the
I took the
British
walk to
Parliament
Poland
over Afghanistan. Thanks to words of wisdom, he said thank you to the wrong country for inviting him to a major summit on the environment of all things.
It's kind of funny that he's shitting on Biden for misstating things when he always does that. Like, he did that all the time during his presidency. He'd shake the wrong hands, he'd push world leaders. Like, he said all that. He had all those goofs and gaps.
2 short years ago, you cannot mention the nuclear word. It's too devastating. The Green New Deal and the environment,
N-word, as I
which they
call
say
it.
may affect us in 300 years, is all that is talked about, and yet nuclear weapons, which would destroy the world immediately, are never even discussed as a major threat. Can you imagine? They say the ocean will rise 1/8 of an inch over the next
The
200
final boss might be.
It's not rising.
Don't worry about nuclear weapons that can take out entire countries with one shot. Something is wrong with their thinking. Under Biden and the radical Democrats, America has been mocked, derided, and brought to its knees, perhaps like never before.
It's kind of wild that he also he destroyed the denuclearization
Not
agreement.
have to be this way.
Like, he single-handedly destroyed the denuclearization agreement with Iran, which Iran kept following. and he still sanctioned them. Like, if your goal is less nukes,
2
you
years
fuck that up.
ago, we were a great nation, and soon we will be a great nation again. The decline of America is being forced upon us by Biden and the radical left lunatics running our government right into the ground. This decline is not a fate we must accept. When given the choice, boldly, clearly, and directly, I believe the American people will overwhelmingly
He can
reject
follow
the
us,
left's
whoever joined
platform
us.
of national ruin, and they will embrace our platform of national greatness and glory to America.
Dude,
Glory.
it's so good. How can you defeat this man? He just said the left is doo-doo caca and I'm all the good things. That's
1 week
like
ago,
literally,
our citizens
that's his
voted
platform.
for the
His platform is all the good things. They're doing the bad things, I'm doing the good
ridiculously
things.
long and unnecessary period
Greatness
of waiting.
and glory.
Far longer, in fact, than any third world country. Just a short time ago, the Republicans won back control of the House of Representatives. And it was with a great Trump-endorsed candidate, Congressman-elect Kevin Kiley, who is a fantastic person. A fantastic person.
Cool, Megalo.
And I'm very happy it was his vote that did it. But we now won back. This happened just an hour ago. Much criticism is being placed on the fact that the Republican Party should have done better. And frankly, much of this blame is correct. But the citizens of our country have not yet realized the full extent and gravity of the pain our nation is going through. And the total effect of the suffering is just starting to take hold. They don't quite feel it yet, but they will very soon. I have no doubt that by 2024,
what's he saying,
it
bro?
will sadly be much worse, and they will see much more clearly what happened and
There's
what
more
is
shit
happening
talking
to
from
our
like
country.
Donald Trump with
And the
like no
voting
actual
will
like
be
policy
much
solutions to
different.
anything. It's just Democrats bad,
We're
Dem
not
policies
letting
bad.
Democrats vote ever again, believe me, folks. What, is he threatening the country is going to be worse? Like, no.
Are you getting ready? And I am too. We must remember that Republicans won 5 million more votes, the largest margin in many, many years, over the Democrats. 5 million more votes, that's a big thing. Breaking the radical Democrats' grip on Congress is crucial. So in other words, because of our great congressmen and all of our great congressmen and congresswomen, we've taken over Congress. Nancy Pelosi has been fired. Isn't that nice?
You're fired, Nancy. Oh.
You are
I told
fired.
them, I said, if you just keep a little bit lower standard, you're going to have a big victory. They said, let's win by 40 seats. Let's win by 50. I said, if you win by 2 seats, be happy. But she's on her way to another country right now. She's been fired. But we always have known that
The big hat is on the
this
big
was
guy.
not the end. It was only the beginning of our fight to rescue the American dream. And it's a word you don't use. 2 words. I don't want to be Joe. Like 2 words. American dream. That was not good what he did.
Italian Santa.
A lot of bad things like going to Idaho and saying, welcome to the state of Florida. I really love it. In order to make America great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
It's happening, brother. It's happening. Say Paul Pelosi's gay. He did it.
This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign all together. Because the only force strong enough to defeat the massive corruption we are up against is you, the American people. It's true.
Holy
The American
shit,
people,
dude.
the greatest
What are you
people on
guys
earth.
doing?
Love them
Come
all.
on.
I am your voice. I am your voice.
See, he knows what notes to hit. That's a note. That's a bar.
The Washington establishment
He's right.
wants to silence us, but
That's
we
what-
will
that's what hits.
not let them do that. What we have built together over the past 6 years is the greatest movement in history because it is not about politics. It's about our love for this great country, America, and we're not going to let it
Yeah, I'm
down.
just gonna
I am
fucking
running
use all
because
this
I
shit.
believe the world has not yet seen the true glory of what this nation can do. We have not reached that pinnacle, believe it or not. In fact, We can go very far. We're gonna have to
I'm gonna
go
keep
far.
it real.
First we have
The whole like the nation hasn't felt the pain yet. That's not a good line though. He's like, oh, the people don't know how bad it is yet. That's not a good bar.
With victory, we will again build the greatest economy ever. Instead of putting America last, as the Biden administration has done very, very openly and bravely, because I can't imagine saying, let's put America last. I think it takes courage. We will again put America first.
We will put 20,000 additional debt on college students on their student loans.
To every worker and family struggling to survive in the Biden economy with inflation destroying your family
Trump just
and your
sent me a
life,
text message.
this campaign will be for you.
Come on, man.
Joe Biden has abolished America's borders. We are going to restore and secure America's borders just like we had them before, best ever. We will begin the process of safe.
All right, you've been listening into former President Donald Trump there, making it official, announcing that he will run for president in 2024. We have another kind of vantage point in the room there you can see.
Bro, I don't want to hear the Fox guy. What the fuck? What is the chat saying? Oh, it's disabled. All right, someone give me the actual thing.
This is what's happening right now.
Bro, I don't care about this fucking goober, dog.
Joe Biden has also proven that he is committed to indoctrinating our children, even using the Department of Justice against parents who object. It's a terrible thing. It's so sad what's happening. When I'm in the White House, our schools will cease pushing critical race theory as they were, radical civics, and gender insanity. Or if they do that, they will lose all federal funding, but we'll get them to stay.
It's a gender insanity, gender sickos.
And I will be the president who finally fixes education in America. We were doing great. We were starting to really get it right. We will not let men, as an example, participate in women's sports. Is that okay? No men. No men. My people tell me, sir, that's politically incorrect to say. I said, that's okay, I'll say it anyway, if you don't mind. We will defend the rights of parents, and we will defend the family as the center of American life. And unlike Biden possibly getting us into World War III, which can seriously happen, I will keep America out of foolish and unnecessary foreign wars, just as I did before, straight.
Holy shit.
I will push for a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on members of Congress. It's time.
Help me with this. I don't have the ammo. Yeah, I hope you guys have like overload.
He said that last time. He ran on this last time. He's so corny.
Who has? Do you guys? I need help with these overload champions.
Lobbying by former members of Congress and
Sorry, I don't fucking believe it. Okay, sorry. I've been lied to too many fucking times by this man.
No, I see what they make. They leave the White House or they leave Congress and they're paid millions and millions and millions of dollars a year. No, you have to have a ban. We want a ban on members of Congress getting rich by trading stocks with insider information.
Oh, dude, he's doing populism so good.
They actually agree with that. And of course, we will do whatever it takes
great
to bring
policies.
back
He will never do them.
Confidence and trust in our elections.
Bro, this dipshit literally ran on closing the carried interest loophole. Like, just stop.
I will immediately demand voter ID, same-day voting.
You guys literally forgot.
See?
These motherfuckers have like void shields. I mean,
and then one right-wing populist policy he'll probably never do either.
Only paper ballots.
what's the point of having Solar 3.0 if you guys have to rotate these modifiers out, man? Like, look at this, dude.
There will be more, much more to come in the months ahead. There are so many things we can do. Many of them are not even hard to implement. The journey ahead of us will not be easy. Anyone who truly seeks to take on this rigged and corrupt system will be faced with a storm of fire that only a few could understand, right? I happen to have some children in the front row. They understand. In fact, my one boy, stand up, Eric.
Ew. Okay, he's gonna lose. That's it. It's over. He recognized Eric Trump. He's the worst one.
We will be resisted by the combined forces of the establishment, the media, the special interests, the globalists, the Marxist radicals, the woke corporations, the weaponized power of the federal government, the colossal political machines, the tidal wave of dark money, and the most dangerous domestic censorship system ever created by man or woman. The most dangerous system we've ever had. We will be attacked. We will be slandered. We will be persecuted just as I have been. I mean, I have been, but many people in this room have been. But we will not be intimidated. We will persevere. We will stand tall in the storm. We will march forward into the torrent. And we, in the end, will win. Our country will win. We will win. I am asking for your vote. I am asking for your support. And I am asking for your friendship and your prayers. This very incredible but dangerous journey.
They made like a couple of changes. Fuck me, man.
Remains united and confident that we will shatter the forces of tyranny and we will unleash the glories of liberty for ourselves.
Fuck, I didn't check the shields.
Generations yet to come.
Yeah, I'm having like the most problem with the
and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again.
That's it. He's hitting the high notes. He's hitting the last notes.
Strong.
I can't wait to see what Fox News has to say about this, by the way.
We will make America proud again.
Mappa!
We will make America safe again.
I won't say that one.
We will make America glorious again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, the dick riding, bro. I mean, people in the chat were saying that's mid, that's underwhelming, and to them I say,
I hate this strike too. Damn, man. Where is, this is just... No, we're gonna get... I can't... I need to switch the build. Bruh. The fucking... That was fucking horrible.
Evil bastards. Until next time.
Don't start up. Start up. Bro, this is fucking ridiculous, dude. Overload machine guns. I have. Yeah, we'll just keep this. And then Okay. Perfect. Fucking didn't realize. Yeah. Make you and allies. I think this is like almost like you can get it in drops. Oh, look at that. He's a nice guy. Yeah, I think this is the thing. Radiant. Make you and nearby allies radiant. Yeah, this hammer's like way too useful. I really do need Ember of Char. Your solo ignition spreads scorch. Yeah. If I had something else, that'd be nice. That's good. Let's see. Let's tap the trigger. Grants. I think that, yeah, subsistence and demolitionist are in the same. So grants a short period of increased stability and accuracy on initial trigger pull. Not that. Hammer forged. Ah, oh, fuck. It's locked. Okay. That's my fault again. Sustain charge. Charge with light. Firepower, firepower.
Guardian, are you there yet? Good. The Vex are attempting another incursion. Shut them down.
go. We're charged with light, baby. Oh, fuck me. I jumped off the edge. Still don't have a handle of this, of the time, whatchamacallit. Come on, man. Gotta love this.
You must know why Clovis built the portal.
Greed. Obsession. The list is long. If you asked him, he would have told you he was saving humanity. Collecting the radiolarium fluid
Oh
from
my
the
god,
vents
I
that
nearly,
came through
I
was the
barely
prime
made that.
purpose. I wanted it shut down. Clovis wouldn't have it. Once again, he flew too close to the sun, and once again, the rest of us paid for it. Bastard.
What the fuck is the... Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking... I'm gonna wait. Hey, take... You guys gotta, like... I don't know what you guys are doing, but, like, you have to, like... I'm... Switch to something else other than, like, these bows where, like, you're doing more damage. Like, this is kind of, like, fucking ridiculous that, like, I have to, like, do this every time. Yeah, I'm not gonna pick this guy up. Where's the fucking... You can pick him up. This is fucking stupid, dude. You guys are like fucking... Bro, I hate that. Do that on like you're wasting like you're wasting like everybody's fucking... Perfect. Thank you for following me in here. Dude, do that on like these like bounties. Do it on lower difficulties if you can't have a consistent group with you to do this stuff so you can stay coordinated. I'm getting kind of sick and tired of this shit. Fuck, I should have dropped the barrier. Thank you.
That's the last of them.
We need to beat all the champions.
Evil bastards. Until next time.
Sustain charge. I should get rid of this. It's not that great. Nah. Yeah, that's like way too useful. Dude, do this on your own time, man. Sorry, dude. Oh, wait, are they in the, Oh, they're in. Like, I'm sorry, it's not giving me the things that I want. That's the thing. Just spawn in dead. Zero. I got you guys. Come on. No, don't do that, man. Like you're doing you just put out saying you're doing a master run. Master and up. I'm sorry. I have like the build. Don't like. Make sure I got my mods up. Anybody have Unstoppable mods up? I got. Yeah, I can. Wait, it's Void? It's Void? What's the shields? What's the shields? Shit. Doesn't it oscillate on GM? You guys need. Mainly arc. Okay. I'll stay arc. All right. If the shields. We'll see what the rest of them do. Let me put something on.
On the end of last week, of the last episode we did, but I guess just the other really
see what the Trapple boys are doing
last week that's still ongoing is the golden age, the return of Twitter as being a vital thing for our society, the modern agora. You know, so Elon Musk's Twitter, we've had it now for about 2 weeks. Fellas, I gotta say, it's been great.
Wonderful.
It's pretty good. I mean, look.
It's been entertaining, at least.
None of the parody accounts have been funny, but their effects on the real world have been quite hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
Like tanking Eli Lilly's stock by just saying insulin's free now. If that's what it takes to fucking just crater Eli Lilly's stock market value, is just people realizing, like, wait a second, why isn't insulin free already? Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, it is. You know, it's like if Adbusters kind of worked a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, but then Musk himself, just basically being on Twitter, replying to people and just being like, interesting, we're working on that. I think the thing that's funny about like the Musk managed Twitter is, I mean, like, A, what a shit show it is, but B, also that they're realizing that like Twitter was not run as a company that was like some sort of SJW cabal seeking to like suppress speech. And I mean, I'm sure they do that in various ways, but I think it's like mainly they're finding out that it's a company that was desperately trying to find a way to make money. And I think now he's basically going to reverse engineer all of the content moderation and management of Twitter that there was already in place, because like that's the way to make it economically viable, or like the only way to make it even approach being economically viable or attractive. I mean, it's not looking good for advertisers right now on Twitter.
He convinced himself because he doesn't know anything, and he's surrounded by a bunch of fucking people who just tell him that his instincts are correct. He has the same instincts as a bunch of dumb rich assholes, which is to think, like the political correctness that dominates social media places, like the speech constraints, are the result of ideologically motivated SJW jihadists, and that you could basically bully them off of the point and then dom them because they're a bunch of blue-haired pussies and they have no grit. But it turns out a company that is fueled by advertising dollars has advertisers who do not want
Jesus
to piss off
Christ, man.
vital segments of the market. And the market that you're protecting by going free speech absolutist is the aging is a demographic that is shrinking relative to all the other demographics, and trying to appeal to them by necessity means alienating the actual growth segments in the market. So it doesn't matter if you're what color your hair is or if you have a septum piercing. The money tells you gotta get off that platform. And their only response, amazingly, was he thought that he was gonna like get his army of fans to intimidate them the way they imagine that the social justice warriors do. But again, that's one weird segment of weirdos against everyone else. That's not a hard call. That's not a difficult decision to make for a company.
The thing that is astounding to me, the most telling of dumb things he said that was flagged by Birdwatch, which is the dumb community flagging system with Twitter, is he said that Twitter is the biggest driver of links. More people click links from Twitter than anywhere else on the internet. And it turns out
like 10,000 times more driven from Facebook.
Yeah, 7% by Twitter, 70% by Facebook. By a factor of 10. Neck and neck with Pinterest. I'd actually probably say that Pinterest drives it more if we're accounting for like bot shit. But it does. That specifically was an amazing tell for me because, like, what have we heard for years? Twitter isn't real life. Journalists are obsessed with Twitter. Journalists think Twitter is broadly representative of the world, despite being a very small sliver of social media. That is, that's true. It does make you see the world with blinkers. However, it turns out that conservatives, they have those exact same blinkers on. They think that Twitter is representative of the real world, but you just have to turn off the shadow banning lever and the search ban lever and the retweet throttling lever, and then it's actually a true Roman forum. I think he literally bought this thing thinking that it was the most broadly used thing in the world just because he's on it all the time.
If I'm on it, then it's got to be where it is, by definition, because I'm there.
Yeah.
No, Felix, to your point though, I mean, I think you see that in these people's obsession with bots and bot networks. I mean, this is exactly like the Russian election hacking disinformancia, like liberal obsession with bots and Russian bot networks. I think it's just for a certain kind of boomer. If they encounter anyone disagreeing with them, they now assume it's a robot of some kind. They're like we've talked about this before, but they're all like Dwayne Hoover in Breakfast of Champions. And it doesn't really matter whether you're a liberal or a conservative. They just think any evidence of people not liking my posts or my follower count plateauing is the result of some sort of nefarious artificial intelligence and not just, the people you encounter on social media.
Yeah, you see it in his replies. Anytime someone is like, the thing he had today, we've deleted 20% of bloatware, and then 2 seconds later, two-factor authentication doesn't work anymore. When people are replying to him and going, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you're breaking it, everyone who has a purchased blue check mark will reply to the unverified person saying this with the little robot emoji, just like Libs right after the 2016 election. Exact same thing.
It's amazing. They've gotten to the point where if you did not buy a check mark so that you could be on Elon's team, then that is prima facie evidence that you must be a robot. That's what they've decided. It's amazing. It's like, I'm sorry, who's the person who is unthinkingly and automatically doing something that the company wants them to do? Yeah, that's you, motherfucker. You're the robot. Oh my god. Fucking plot twist.
We do have numbers on how many people have made that jump, have purchased a special Twitter Blue for the check mark. It's about 22,000 people, which is okay. He would need 13 million to even service the debt. It's just off revenue, and they're actually making less of a profit off that special Twitter Blue than they were in the previous era because of the pausing of blue chip advertisers. They're actually like losing money. Probably 20,000 subscriptions is probably losing them money because of the lack of ad revenue, because they have to reduce the ads. It's not even ad free. It's half the ads. But I think he's
wait. Twitter Blue is not even ad free. It's just less ads.
No.
Christ.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that is really amazing about the previous thing, where it was like, okay, we're gonna counter boycott, you know, we're gonna bully them into advertising on Twitter, it's the idea that like Twitter is this amazing place to advertise that everyone wants to advertise on. It is a fraction of advertisers' budgets. They've never really given a shit about it because it's never really like done anything. There's a big debate over what advertising works and if it's overall effective or not. But certainly ads on Twitter are so negligible, and you can just throw them away and not even notice that it's like, why would they come back?
Yeah, there's no incentive to do it. I mean, unless they're afraid of getting brutally pwned in the comments by the Elon Brigade, which I'm sorry, that's not a social force worth worrying about when you're talking about your bottom line as a company.
Well, I mean, another thing this has treated us to is like it's given people on Twitter a kind of a keyhole glimpse into what it's like to work for one of Elon's companies, like a Tesla or something like that. And man, he seems like a competent manager and a good boss. I mean, I guess there is no such thing as a good boss, but it does seem like him. Like I would imagine, pretty much all of these guys. Like, what do you do? What do you enjoy about being a CEO or running a company? The ability to fire people and push your weight around, swing your dick around. The LA Times has a run-up of headline. Is the world's richest person the world's worst boss? What it's like to work for Elon Musk.
Holy shit.
For the LA Times. And he sounds like a complete, I mean, he sounds like a baby, but like also kind of a psycho. But like not
That's
in
all
like,
rich
not,
people now.
Not in like an
Baby
intimidating way, just a baby. Like it just lashing out and also being like, you know, like sort of like a Christmas Carol, except no one
Don't
gets
revive me.
at the end of the day.
No.
I'm just going to read for a couple of things from the LA
Okay,
Times.
or do that.
It says here, another whistleblower, Martin Tripp, moved to Hungary to escape the wrath of Musk after the news site Insider ran a story about excessive scrap waste at Tesla's battery factory in 2018. Private investigators hired by Musk to identify the source named Tripp a factory employee. Tripp was fired. Tesla said he stole company data. Musk later called a reporter to say he'd heard Tripp was on his way to the factory with a gun. The local sheriff's department later said no, he was miles away in Reno with no gun and no evidence that he had one. So, saying that a whistleblower was going to do like an office, like a workplace shooting at a Tesla factory, a Tesla battery factory, that's pretty good. And also, you remember during the when those the kids in Thailand were trapped in a cave, and he said the rescue diver was a pedophile. Next up, it says one way Tesla lowered its injury numbers, according to Reveal, was by denying ambulance service to some injured factory workers who requested it. Medical staff were told not to call 911 without management permission. The electric car makers contract doctors rarely grant it, instead often insisting that seriously injured workers, including one who severed the top of a finger, be sent to the emergency room in a lift. Reveal said, quoting 5 former medical clinic employees at Tesla's Fremont Auto Assembly plant. And last but not least, we've talked about this story before. It's a good one. In another strange episode, Musk found himself tethered in what's become known as the horse for sex scandal. Business Insider also broke that story, which revolved around a lawsuit filed by a woman who said she was hired to provide massage services to the world's richest human.
I didn't even see who shot me.
She was summoned by Musk aboard his Gulfstream G60ER private jet for a full-body massage, and Musk showed her his erect penis, then touched her and offered to buy her a horse in return for sex. SpaceX paid the woman $250,000 in a legal settlement.
I will buy you a new horse.
The weirdest Musk workplace scandal was that he paid that woman to do in vitro fertilization of twins.
Yeah.
Just amidst like 3 other kids he was having.
Just loves reproducing. He can't stop.
That one I thought about a lot because one of his big hobby horses is decline in birth rates.
Yeah.
And sort of similar to the $44 billion boondoggle he's gotten himself into. He, I guess he worked himself up into a frenzy and went, okay, I'll work on it. Okay, I'll do it.
Did you see? So you've seen they just Twitter just got a big ad buy from SpaceX.
Oh right.
So I mean, I can't wait to buy a rocket off of the really persuasive ads that they're going to put on there. So this is like he's taking money from one of his companies to prop up his position in this failing venture here, so he can get just some cash flow in here. And of course, SpaceX is entirely dependent on government contracts. The company that he is leveraging leveraged to buy Twitter in the first place, Tesla, was built on contracts as well. So he leveraged one thing that is just government money, and is now literally just taking government money out of another one to prop it up for a third thing that by any fucking reasonable measure should be a public utility, a thing like Twitter. They should all be fucking public utilities. It's like, what is the benefit? Look at this arrangement where we have the electric car company and the space company and the public forum company all owned by this fucking guy. What is his value add? Being an insane narcissist with a bunch of weird hobby horses that he gets to fucking pursue to oblivion because there's no one to stop him? Where is the public benefit to these being privately fucking owned? Especially because this is the guy who will take over. This is the guy who will reign in this era of privatized industry.
Also, considering that the mechanism for him to publicly own it is not for him to go, okay, I'm cashing out $44 billion worth of my equity in, whatever bullshit venture. It's to just add tens of billions of dollars in debt on the venture he's buying. The only thing where they let you buy things that way.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, how are you said own this after that? That's insane.
When you take out a mortgage, you owe
fuck
that
me,
money.
man.
This is the only thing. Nothing. They don't let you do this with anything else, really. They don't let you go. Okay, I'm having a leveraged lunch. I'm buying a sandwich.
Dude, that
the
AOE
sandwich assumes $19 in debt. It's insane.
I can bundle my shit and sell it back to the sandwich after I've digested.
Yeah. We're packaging securities based on how much we're gonna shit the next day, and the revenue from that, believe me, will be fine. But you
can come back around.
Also, since this deal began, Tesla's the shares are pretty much half what they.
I'm behind.
I know they had a stock split, but even given that, they've declined by about half. And I don't think it's just investors going, holy shit, this guy's a fraud, or this guy is obsessive, or will hype himself up into, going into this boondoggle that will consume all his time. It's also the fact that in the long run, it doesn't seem like Tesla will be worth $1 trillion.
Well, I mean, not when everyone can see what a CEO actually what his actual thoughts and behavior are like in public. Because usually when someone's that wealthy, people just assume, oh, he must be smart.
Ooh,
he must be good at what he does. But then, is anyone gonna want to get in a car fucking created by the asshole who's driving Twitter into the fucking ground, or just?
But even beyond that, though, if Tesla is
clear out
only,
the overloads.
Electric car company.
Yeah, one champ down.
Because it has no advantage over General Motors or any company that actually makes cars, which are now coming out with electric.
I just dropped the grenade. I immediately got fucking clear the grenade.
And not
clear the.
And hey, here's one. It'll actually still
clear the
drive if
OVL. I immediately died.
Will not be the case for your fucking Teslas.
Right.
Things will brick the second they stop making payments.
If we're looking at Tesla's actual, fundamentals, some of which investors looked at during the gold rush period, I mean, they are dependent on carbon credits to have any positive cash flow. And when other companies with increased with much better manufacturing capacity and who make much better cars get into this space, what's going to happen?
That's why he put all his eggs in the fucking automatic car bullshit, because they were gonna solve self-driving and be the self-driving company with proprietary software. No, you've just made a ground version of the F-35. Congratulations.
Yeah, that was their only play, really, right? Was to make was to be the self-driving car guy, and then probably in his fantasy get out of the physical manufacturing business and just get software They would be like IBM, Microsoft. But yeah, the only future I really see for Tesla is, you know, being bought by someone else, because some people would still want to buy Roadsters at a highly increased cost. And the only future I see for any of his companies operating independently at all would probably be SpaceX as a government contractor. And the only products they actually make that can make money are things that get paid for through defense contracts, not space tourism or any of this fucking bullshit. You have to divide his companies into the shit, his hobby horse, and then the thing that they actually generates any positive revenue. And for companies that are entirely his hobby horse, like Twitter or like the Boring Company, that's nothing. That's vaporware. It's not gonna. It will never make it.
Yeah, it's like all the stuff that this singular genius is supposed to bring to these industries. All the innovation is actually all of the garbage and all of the stuff that's just weighing it down. The stuff that makes money is just boring old stuff that, you know what, a government agency could much more efficiently manage at the end of the day. But
Shit behind you! Oh my
The
god!
fact that he still has defenders, though, it's stunning, but at the same time, it's inevitable, because it is a theological belief in this country among millions of people that if you get to his position in this country, in the rat race, in the struggle for all against all of the market, if you get to a position like he has, then you by definition
He saw like the kills and he left. I do need to.
You are the evidence.
That was rough.
Of your success proves your worthiness of your position, and they just can't give that up, because if that's not true, then there's
I don't know.
nobody at the fucking wheel of this thing. It's just a bunch of clowns and frauds just scamming their way from one quarter to another until the fucking wheels fall off.
I do want to close out the Musk thing. Could you see him?
I don't know why that other guy.
The other day.
I don't know why that other guy
Robert
left.
Maxwell
I need to.
ending.
Okay, actually, yeah, I was thinking about this in the back of my head when you were like, okay, like this is the only area of the economy where you're allowed to buy something for $44 billion and essentially just take on debt to do it. Yeah, like could he? I mean, like, because Elon is the world's wealthiest man, and just like, you know, and as an individual, right? Like what he represents is so grafted into like the U.S. economy and like the global market, whatever you want to say. It's just like all the sinews of his, you know, I don't know, drug cartel, money laundering, or whatever the fuck is going on behind the curtains there. That like if he fucks with the money too much, could he have like a plane crash in his future? Could he have one of his jets hit the Pacific at like 700 miles an hour, obliterating?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
I mean, think about the guys who got burned lending him money on this. I mean, okay, the one guy who I think would already be drawing up plans to kill him wisely has not lent him any money.
Yeah,
That's Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan, has very conspicuously avoided Musk loans for the duration.
I just need more. Like more range.
Okay, if you're the higher level of the Bohemian Grove, and you see like the octopus system, that this guy is at the center of a Jenga tower that's worth like $3 trillion when you connect it to a bunch of things, and you see how much you can goad him into doing things, because he has one of those personalities of a guy who got bullied too much and he can't back down about anything. It's just like the check marks. The easiest solution to the check mark problem would be just make them a different color. But because he made this public stance, he can't be made to look like he's backing down. And that same dumbass impulse will obliterate trillions of dollars. If you're one of those guys, maybe the smartest thing you think is, yes, boat accident, and oh my god, what a tragedy that Nikola Tesla, Thomas Edison of our age, has died, and you know, his jet collided with an oil drum factory. Oh my god, how terrible. Anyway, we're going to be taking these companies into conservatorship and juicing the government contracts and selling all the shit that's like, we're going to turn your brain into a PlayStation 5.
Well, I mean, back
a little fantastical, but it's happened before.
Well, as long as we're you know, fantasizing.
I want to use a
here,
bow, but like.
He would be paying employees to bear his children if there was like reliable technology that could scan your brain and upload it into a computer. Because I think a lot of these guys, it's sort of like the Jeffrey Epstein thing. I think a lot of these guys are kind of hedging their bets against being able to artificially recreate the neural networks of their brain in a computer, which will never happen, or at least not in their lifetimes. With
They can't even get good hair plugs.
With spreading their seed as far as possible, like all that weird Jeffrey Epstein stuff about freezing his dick and balls and stuff, and keep siring children for 1 million years into the future. But Michael Hudson brought this up. Like the crucial element to like the plane crash rather than the boating accident is that it would obliterate his brainstem and any chance of like recreating his thoughts in a computer.
Hang on, heavy ammo.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. I would like it if it worked a little bit. You could get a little bit of your consciousness in the computer, but he has to live in Counter-Strike forever. Just getting
you can just hone him
Chinese
eternally.
Teenagers. Yeah.
Damn, that dude did straight up like rage quit though. If I can be for real.
It seems like it was only almost like yesterday or a couple of days ago.
It does.
He is the co-host of the Politics of Everything. He is a contributing editor to The New Republic. He is the proprietor of the AP, the good one, that hasn't been corrupted by corporate forces. AP on the Substack, and now writing over at Popula.com, which is a cooperative. Alex Perrine, welcome back to the show this week.
Yeah, it's great to be back. I don't know, 4 or 5 hours of sleep after I last saw you.
I mean, it was quite a night, and you were, I think you were the only one sober leaving.
I was, I was.
Which was, I feel like you should have walked us all home that night.
Yeah, but what was your experience, Alex, in being the only sober one in this environment?
It was a new experience for me, and one I don't hope to repeat.
I trust everyone acted appropriately too, though.
Yeah,
right?
for the most part.
Nobody was too rude. All right.
Okay.
Things like, I mean, when we left Tuesday night, or I guess it was almost Wednesday morning, actually, when we left the studio, certainly the trend was very positive. And it feels like that trend has only sort of like continued bit by bit, drip by drip. It doesn't look like the Democrats are going to hold the House, but just the fact that we have to say that is sort of shocking to everybody except for John from San Antonio. I should say, who certainly thought it was going to be this close. But it increasingly, it looks like they're going to keep the Senate and maybe get to 51 seats.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. I think that it looks pretty likely they're going to be at 50 again. And I know that a lot of the networks don't want to call it because they love the drama, but it seems pretty likely they're going to at least be at 50, and then it comes down to Georgia.
Yep. Wasserman has said that, it's all but over, and he called it for Kelly, which I think is pretty locked in. And John Ralston continues, who is like the dean of Nevada politics, continues to say that he thinks that there's enough votes out there for Masto to pull it off. And he hasn't made a call, but he's convinced that that there's the votes there for her. And then let's talk about this runoff. We had talked about it a little bit because it was looking like it was going to head there on Tuesday night. But increasingly, particularly first of all, if it's the 51st vote, right? Like the Republicans don't necessarily have the same...
They don't have the same incentive
to whatever it is, ride or die on Herschel Walker.
Yeah, and we were talking about at least the theory that you had a lot of people who were turned out by Kemp who are less enthusiastic about Walker, who won't be turning out for this.
That last dude rage quit. We got to like the end. We died a couple of times along the way, but
you could juice Democratic turnout.
Wait, hold
just by
on.
making
Who just
it
joined
so
us?
We don't have to care about Kirsten Sinema runoff. The official, like, no longer worry about what Kirsten Sinema thinks about anything runoff.
it is Belle
ought to at least
Delphine,
help turn a couple of votes out.
the famous
Well,
Belle
we mentioned
Delphine,
this on
joins us.
Tuesday, too,
Joins
but
us,
I think
guys.
The there has to be something more, right? I mean, remember the last runoff there? It was you elect a John Ossoff and you elect Warnock, you're going to get those $2,000 checks. Now, ultimately, they subtracted the $600 that just came out in the last one, and they did $1,400. But as surely as an electoral question, right? They need to offer something, and it's unclear, what it is that they can offer at this point, right? With 51 votes, and particularly if they don't have the House.
Yeah.
But it could be judges. It could also be like, and here's the other thing that I hadn't really contemplated. Bless you. Emma.
Thank you. Sorry.
That there may be, and we'll talk about this too, but if the Democrats get as close as it sounds like to retaining the House and they don't retain it, it's going to come down to some California and New York losses. And
shut them down.
More than likely, those Republican congresspeople are going to be more amenable to codifying Roe, or feel the pressure more.
Oh, certainly, yeah. The New York ones especially, yeah.
Yes, and so it seems like there is an argument that with 51
Yeah, I
votes,
can't.
maybe you can get, maybe Sinema at this point with no point in switching over to the Republican Party. Maybe she thinks the one way I can maybe get back into the game for Democrats is to save essentially abortion rights in the country. I mean, so I don't know, but what do you think that they could offer? As like if you elect Warnock, making Kristen Sinema irrelevant in terms of switching over to the Republican Party, that's a mouthful. What's the sort of like material benefit that they can offer?
Yeah, and I don't know. It's funny. You say judges, and that's been a motivating concern for conservative voters for decades now.
Holy
it's
shit!
Harder to make that case for whatever reason for Democratic voters. I hesitate to.
You might have to.
Leading with that kind of deal making, but I think that you are right.
There was
an
there was an update recently. I think it's
all these vulnerable House,
Absolutely.
new New York and some California House Republicans who are not from the pro-Trump caucus, and they're going to want to protect their narrow victories, and there is an avenue there, and I think that you'll have to make some sort of case that they can actually get something from them. I think Roe is probably a abortion protection, codifying Roe in some sense, might just be the smartest path forward. Because I don't know if you're going to get promises on anything more sort of direct and material that you can actually get through whatever this House looks like, because that's still completely up in the air.
Well, I mean, maybe the Senate could finally try to move forward on their marriage equality bill.
Yeah,
that
true.
They've still been sitting
Same-sex
on that.
marriage.
I was bullish on this, and I keep returning to it because it pisses me off with Schumer. He allowed this bipartisan group of senators to negotiate a religious liberty exemption for weeks and weeks in the lead up to the midterms, and then everybody left, and there was never a vote taken on it. I mean, these are all kind of Monday morning quarterback things, but that could have been used as a cudgel in, say, a much closer race than people anticipated initially with Mandela Barnes and Ron Johnson, where he was made uncomfortable by that vote. Like, you could at least have the foresight with abortion here, because even though the momentum is gone, to pressure the Republicans maybe to hit a 60 vote threshold in the Senate, that's still a vote on their ledger. That's like helpful for the future.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. And there's I mean, I don't know. We'll see. There's obviously a lot of unfinished Senate business, and we have still a lame duck session coming up. But yeah, I mean, it remains to be seen. What
I hate how it like
sort of promised to do. You know,
in
like,
Master and essentially in
51 votes, but
Grandmaster, you essentially everyone's using like long range weapons.
And I wonder too if there isn't a good opportunity for the Democrats to talk about judges, particularly the Biden administration has now shut down the process of applying for loan debt forgiveness, student loan debt forgiveness, and it was a super easy process. Matt went in there. He said it took him like 30 seconds. You basically just put your name in, but they've shut it down because this Trump-appointed judge has this novel theory about whether, and this is going to end up at the Supreme Court, and so it seems to me like a great opportunity to talk about how Republicans have gone to great lengths. You know, there was like 8 court cases, and like half of them got dismissed. Republicans have gone to crazy lengths to stop this, and if they do stop it, it's because of judges. This seems like a great opportunity for Democrats to start to like get their constituents to care about the courts.
Yeah, I agree, and I think in part because they don't necessarily have a plan beyond confirming their own judges, but they've been hesitant to put it in those terms, right? Like these sort of unelected Trump judges stopping us from doing all these good things. But I think that's really the case they need to make. Like the student loan one is, I think we have evidence now that it was politically popular and helped, and if you say it's under threat, and you know the way to protect it is to maintain a Senate majority so that we can like get our guys on the bench. It seems like an easy enough case to make, but yeah, they have been hesitant to make it on those sort of naked terms.
And the bottom line is, they're going to be making this case over and over and over again, because this is just the beginning of all of the policy, the popular policies that if Democrats get in a position to actually pass, are going to be stopped by these courts. It's not going to end here. And we're just going to see this constant rollback. I mean, I am convinced, and I guess, you know, there's a certain amount of like confirmation bias here on my part, but I'm convinced like the fundamental dynamic is either going to be the courts rolling back sort of things that we take for granted in this country, as we've already seen it in the context of abortion rights, rolling back rights, rolling back functions of government that we have taken for granted for decades upon decades, and then shutting down, in the event that Democrats are able to pass anything, shutting down these things that the Democrats are able to pass, or Biden's able to, do via some form of executive order. This is going to be the dynamic, I think, over the next 5-10 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and obviously, the goal is to, the goal pretty nakedly is to, cripple the executive when a Democrat is in power, and then empower the executive when a Republican is in power. And I think you can, I think that the message does need to be formulated around this idea that, like, there's lots of things that we are, not in the sort of, oh, we're helpless, like we can't get this done because judges said so way, but in the like, this is a political fight that actually matters and that you should care about. And I don't know, there's still a hesitancy to treat the judiciary as political that I think, I think that a lot of people, a lot of Democrats are no longer on that page, but like it still seems like a red line that a lot of like senior white House people don't want to cross.
Let's talk about the other.
Republicans are doing it now.
Impact the runoff, regardless of whether it's for the 51st seat for the Democrats or the 50th seat, and that is Donald Trump. Something special is going to happen at Mar-a-Lago on the 15th. Now it could be he's introducing like some type of like all-you-can-eat buffet at the club. It could be like a reduction in membership fees. Unlikely. Or it could be a. I think he's going to announce, but there seems to be a lot of pushback against this because they're afraid of him announcing before the runoff. What is the likelihood that Donald Trump is going to accept that he hurts in the runoff, and B, if he does, give a shit?
I think it's very unlikely. I mean, look, he. First of all, you're not going to be able to convince him that he had any negative role in public performance, right? Like, it's always going to be someone else's fault. But no, I have to imagine.
Like all of his candidates, they either didn't lean into and I know Bolduc wasn't his, but they either didn't lean into the election denial enough, or they were walked back and were pandering to the libs in the general.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah. And so I imagine that no matter what anyone tells him, and he's going to believe that whatever announcement he makes can only help. That the more he's in the news, the more it helps. So I don't know. It wasn't reported he wanted to do it before the midterms, and then they actually did convince him to at least put brakes on that.
Yes, I'm sure the way that it went down was like, you're not going to be able to use the money you've raised for your legal defense if you use it before if you do it, the sooner you do it. So just keep that in mind. He's like, well, how much? And I heard a story way back in the day when he wanted, I can't remember that adult film actress or
Stormy Daniels or
he wanted Stormy Daniels on The Apprentice. And this is an inside story I heard actually from somebody who was sort of in the know. And all the ABC, was it? He was on NBC. All the NBC executives had to convince him not to do it because he was talking about it. And so they basically at one point just like figured out how much advertising dollars they would lose because he had participation, and they put that on a piece of paper and put it on his desk. And he literally was just like,
came through was the prime purpose. I wanted.
Yeah, okay, forget about that. And just and that was it. And that was the end of the whole thing. Like 3 months of him posturing to have her on, and he just threw it away. That
well, isn't there the idea too that the Justice Department doesn't want to act before an election, right? So then he can't announce before the election, but then he can just make the next election start.
Exactly.
That's the urgency. That's the urgency for him.
Start the clock on the next election, so that it'll be political to prosecute him.
Yes. And let me ask I am of the opinion that much of this stuff about like Trump's candidates, didn't fare well is manufactured, because Donald Trump's candidates have never.
Fuck me, man! Come on.
And it's not.
Where is everybody else?
Ever a time where it was his rate of endorsements, this is off the top of my head, was anything more than like a coin flip in terms of like it helping. In Alabama,
it's not like 2018 was some year where he had the magic touch.
No, and not in 2020 either. There's this. It's not terribly surprising. And certainly, Obama didn't have that ability either. It didn't feel like.
Dude, no offense, but these guys just having like.
So this starts and he is sort of fighting two. It's really just one front, right? But it's DeSantis. Here's a tweet that he.
This is like so fucking annoying, dude.
He also truthed it out or whatever. He truthed it out too. Put this up
from
there.
The desk of Donald J. Trump. Okay.
Will you please, Matt? Will you please put it up and read it in your Donald Trump voice, please?
Okay. Yeah. 1 moment. News Corp, which is Fox, the Wall Street Journal, and the no longer great New York Post, bring back. I don't know what that means.
Call Alan.
Okay.
Inside
is all in for Governor Ron DeSanctimonious, an average Republican governor with great public relations, who didn't have to close up his state, but did, unlike other Republican governors who overall numbers for a Republican were just average, middle of the park, including COVID, and who has the advantage of sunshine, where people from badly run states up north would go no matter who the governor was, just like I did.
One sentence. That's one sentence.
The weather is helping Ron D.
Ron came to me in
James Joyce is my favorite author.
Yeah, this is River Run. Ron came to me in desperate shape in 2017. He was politically dead, losing in a landslide to a very good agricultural commissioner, Adam Putnam, who was loaded up with cash and great poll numbers. Ron had low approval, bad polls, and no money, but he said that if I would endorse him, endorse is capitalized, he could win. I didn't know Adam, so I said, let's give it a shot, Ron. When I endorsed him, it was as though, to use a bad term, a nuclear weapon went off. Years later, the exact words that Adam Putnam used in describing Ron's endorsement, he said, I went from having it made with no competition to immediately getting absolutely clobbered after your endorsement. I then got Ron by the star of the Democratic Party, Andrew Gillum, who was later revealed to be a, quote, crackhead, by having 2 massive rallies with tens of thousands of people at each
Dude, this thing, like, on, like, GM, I'm sorry. I'd rather do this on Master, guys. This thing on GM is, like, ridiculous, man.
Stolen by the corrupt election process in Broward County, and Ron was going down 10,000 votes a day, along with now Senator Rick Scott.
This thing on GM is, like, ridiculous. There's, like, this...
And the ballot theft immediately ended, just prior to them running out of the votes necessary to win. I stopped his election from being stolen, and now Ron DeSanctimonious is playing games.
These modifiers.
Asked him if he's going to run if President Trump runs, and he says, I'm only focused on the governor's race. I'm not looking into the future. Well, in terms of loyalty and class, that's really not the right answer. This is just like 2015 and 2016, a media assault, collusion, when Fox News fought me to the end until I won, and then they couldn't have been nicer or more supportive.
Oh my God.
Low energy Jeb Bush and a succession of other people as they rapidly disappeared from sight, finally falling in line with me after I easily knocked them out one by one. We're in exactly the same position now. They will keep coming after us, MAGA, but ultimately we will win. Put America first and make America great again.
I mean,
yeah, good job.
Where's the lie?
Matt,
yeah.
Matt, well done.
Matt needs some water. Oh man.
Let's just handle the. Let's just put aside the part about.
I hate the fact that, like,
the DOJ.
Yeah, where he sent the FBI.
Yeah, we missed that part.
We're losing. Yeah.
Well, but the rest of it is, you know, I guess he's like, what's like, why? Like, is he just? He just feels like he's got to put out the whole. It almost feels like a personal appeal to DeSantis. Like I'm really disappointed with you.
Yeah.
Like, and here's why. Like, I'm genuinely.
Bro, I use, like, SMGs and, like, auto rifles primarily.
It's of a piece,
I hate
of a piece
this.
with the sort of, I don't know, was it like a veiled blackmail threat though?
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's of a piece with that because he's saying like, it's basically, I will destroy you and I think. His account of 2016 is not totally inaccurate. I mean, it's true.
It's totally accurate.
It's true, certainly that, and I think, you know, to what you were saying, Trump doesn't have the magic touch for the people he endorses, but his account of what happens
Dude, I hate
when
this.
people run against him on the Republican ticket is pretty spot on, and it seems.
Yeah, and it's just so silly that, like, I mean, the news that the press is just, again, I said this earlier, they're trying to will it into existence.
shooting,
They
man?
still can't understand, while they talk about it, how it's a cult of personality with Trump, that a cult of personality only really works in that, like,
The
people
guy with
follow
the
the personality, not the proxies that he half-heartedly endorses so he can go to rallies and get attention.
But here's the real question in my mind is,
come on, man.
Everything he said was true about 2016, although not in the beginning. Like, in the beginning, none of those outlets criticized him, and none of those other candidates criticized him. They were steadfast in avoiding criticism of Trump for months.
Oh my God, I fucking.
Well, they thought that he was going to flame out, and they took the the fact that he had some hardcore supporters seriously, because they didn't want to alienate those hardcore supporters.
All of them wanted to be Romney in 2012. That's what they were all the game. They were all playing, like play along with him and then get his endorsement at the end.
Yes, but I wonder if DeSantis is going to enter the race in that same way. Because, like, I mean, they've only got one sort of template.
This is like nuts,
which
man.
is 2016, and if people are around DeSantis, they got to be saying, you know, dude, you got to go after him from the beginning. Because if you wait until he gets like some momentum, but how is he going to do that? Like, that's the big central question. And you can see they're so, like, they're trying to get him to just drop out, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I'm not even convinced, you know, and I don't know, Em and I were talking about this beforehand, like, I'm not 100% convinced that DeSantis actually jumps into the race. Because, you know, he's going to have to, like, he could just avoid any type of conflict with Trump and just hope that for some reason that there's some magical reason why Donald Trump will flame out. But but otherwise, he's going to go at Trump, and that, it seems to me, comes to a great risk, because if he's going to drop out of the race, you know, because he's, you know, after Iowa or something, or after, you know, whatever it is, New Hampshire, it's not a good look for him.
He does not, in my opinion, have like the people around him nor the Constitution to reverse course of this.
It's too poor and it's too short.
Literally, you have Fox News, you have Ben Shapiro, all of the media, or conservative media operation kind of begging for him. I think he's peaking now, but like, you know, he has the kind of ego, in my opinion, where it's like he's too far down this road.
Can a politician say no when the entire like ecosystem is on his side?
Fuck. I don't even know like what blasphemy.
Primary voters are going to actually act.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting because I think Emma's right. I think he is ensconced in a bubble where he's you know, incredibly popular, and there's been this concerted effort to I think,
damn, I hate this.
Dissuade Trump, you know, try to dissuade Trump.
Bro,
from
they
running.
this.
That's
Dude,
not
the
working,
damage is
obviously.
ridiculous.
And you have Republicans sort of touting him as, you know, Trump without the baggage, but, you know, the baggage is kind of the appeal. So, I don't know. I think I can see him being a little bit paralyzed by, like, not knowing when and how to strike Trump, because, you know, he needs those voters, but Trump has no compunction about just like striking first, obviously.
Right. And here's a perfect example of, like, you know, sort of the counter forces that are gonna be there. Like, Carrie Lake is.
Oh, yeah.
It
We
looks
can.
like Hobbs is going to win in Arizona, but it's,
Yeah, we
it's certainly
can,
closer
or-
than it was with Kelly.
We can,
And Blake
but-
Masters. I mean, Blake Masters was
That strike on
uniquely
GM. That
odious
strike.
to
Yeah,
people
sucks.
in a way that
That strike on
you know,
GM
even Carrie
sucks.
Lake, who
Bro.
is really odious, was not. I mean, Blake
Bro, that's
Masters
crazy,
is like
man.
That type of guy who, like,
It's just
there's
like
no
that hallway.
Blake Masters feels like, you know, like at
What-
high school,
you
there's
know.
no group of kids that like
Yeah.
no. Yeah, I mean, like even though you know, whatever nobody.
room.
He doesn't fit
We'll
in
get-
anywhere.
Right.
Here is Carrie Lake on with Steven Crowder, and it's also interesting
you know,
to sort
we
of
have
say,
to-
like, you know, so much of the right are these like media figures.
We have to watch
and
like
they've
each
gotta
corner.
decide, right? Remember what
We have
happened
to
to
watch-
Glenn Beck?
No, they're
He
just-
got on the
they're
wrong
going-
side of Donald Trump, and I don't know that he ever fully recovered from that. But here is Steven Crowder with Carrie Lake, and I don't know. There's a lot of things that's weird about this, but here it is.
What I think they're doing is slow rolling our victory. They want to take the air out of this movement, and they can't do it because it's a movement, and we, the people, are fed up, and we're not going to slow down. We're not going to let them take the fire out of our belly. And so they slow roll the results. You know, Ron DeSantis goes out, gives his big speech, and then they want to make it look like the Trump Republicans don't have a chance. We do. We're going to win. I'm 100% sure of that. I think that Blake may even
we can
win
try
with
one
the look
person.
of what is left to be counted. These
You
votes
know,
are going to go Blake's way as well. And so they just want to control the narrative.
To the
And
other
they can
side.
do that by how
One
quickly
person
they
can go to
release
the other.
results.
One person can go to the other side.
Yeah, time zones are. Yeah,
I got these are the votes right here. I got the. I got the. These are the votes that are gonna go.
Time zones are against are pro DeSantis, I guess. That's the lesson from this.
But what's amazing, though, I mean, what's fascinating about this is she is lumping DeSantis in with the sort of like deep state.
Another thing I
you know,
don't like
vague
since I started playing
conspiracy that's
Destiny
associated-
is the fact
Because
that
when
like
she's saying
they really
they
limit
wanna
like what
stop the
guns you
Trump
want to use. I don't like.
Republicans,
I'm gonna be honest.
She's ostensibly talking about like Arizona.
I don't know if stasis is
counting
gonna like work.
officials, and it's sort of like
We have to
you
be
know,
able to like
the
consistently
German
like break
servers
their
that are
shields.
impacting it. Yeah, and then she throws in, coincidentally, DeSantis.
I don't know if
goes
stasis
against
is
his
gonna like.
speech.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We've seen this play out before. That a lot of people who move pretty comfortably in these conservative spaces are going to be surprised at how quickly they can be turned into the enemy, or just like, you know, briefly be made useful as that kind of enemy. Not, you know, and it doesn't even really take doing anything besides giving a victory speech at the time when you have won.
It's a different order to start talking about DeSantis as part of this like concerted effort to deny.
Yeah, and that's what he actually. Yeah, that's what he has to look out for, though, too, right? Because if he just wants to, the act of running against Trump itself will be treasonous or treated as treasonous.
It's almost like they're almost setting it up to be worse than that, right? Like, because, you know, it's like, okay, Little Marco and Lion Ted and Boring Joe, you know, Jeb and all these others, they had personal flaws.
Yeah.
But like Carrie Lake, I mean, I don't, you know, sometimes it's hard to know, like, she's just shooting off the hip, or, you know, Trump gets wind of that and is like, that's a good, like, if they tie in, you know, if they tie in DeSantis into the larger conspiracy of Trump was denied the election, and that there are forces that are aligned out there with the deep state, that's a different order of thing. That's a much harder thing to come back from, right? Because Lion Ted can get there and go like, I don't like Donald Trump, and blah, he said something about my wife, and then the next week he's like, I'm phone banking for him. And it's harder to do if you get into like the sort of the slipstream of, and remember, Q didn't really exist at that time. Like that deep conspiracy hole didn't exist. In the same way, it wasn't as cohesive, and so now there's this sort of like ready-made sort of like disposal that is ready for like DeSantis to get thrown there. He can get chopped up in a way that like I think Trump's last opponents didn't, and all of those opponents that he had were senators. And the ones that remain basically just showed had an opportunity to showcase their fealty. How does DeSantis come back from running against Trump?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, it's like you say, it's a different it's a different like thing to do now because of that entire element of it, where I think anyone can be made part of that sort of crazy conspiracy narrative, but like at that point it doesn't even matter you know, what kind of record you've assembled in office, because it's just like if they put you in the storyline and you then like you can't really get out of it, you know.
Dude, I can't do this anymore in Grandmaster.
Think about everybody who was not a senator who ran against Donald Trump. Where are they now?
Yeah.
Gone.
Right. Who knows?
They didn't have
who were they? Yeah.
I mean, but like Graham, who came out strong against Trump, Cruz, Marco Rubio, those three, they're still in the scene because they had the public opportunity to be contrite and to actually sort of exercise in that manner. We're going to support the Trump agenda on a daily basis. You send us down a bill, we'll vote for it. But Christie, Jeb Bush, and I don't even remember who's left anymore of that crew. They just got obliterated. They were just done. So it's going to be interesting to see. Now, what do we make of this thing where he sent the DOJ and the FBI?
Yeah, that's a really interesting and curious claim.
We all missed that story, I guess. I mean, I guess we aren't, tuning in to OANN every day, or I guess it wasn't even around at that point. But
if Ron runs, maybe you'll hear a little bit more about it.
I was so humble.
But wait, was there is there any part of that story?
I hate Bose, dude.
Never. No. A and B. That doesn't seem appropriate. That you get to just secretly send down the DOJ and the FBI to get them to stop counting.
The votes. Yeah. It seems on the one hand like maybe Trump asked for that to happen and someone told him it did.
Right. I think it's perfectly possible.
Mr. Trump.
Then on the other hand, it's something may have happened that we just don't know about.
Also, a weird relationship with the deep state that he has with the FBI.
Yeah.
The whole thing is crazy.
They're the good guys. There's another Truth Social that we might want to talk about. I'll put it up here. This is from this morning. Young Kim, now that's an interesting take. Sounds Chinese, doesn't it? In Virginia, couldn't have won without me. I endorsed him, did a very big Trump rally for him telephonically, got MAGA to vote for him, or he couldn't have come close to winning, but he knows that and admits it. Besides, having a hard time with the Dems in Virginia, but he'll get it done. So
I don't know why he ends on a
what does that even mean? I don't even know what
I don't know what he'll get it done.
Also, why were you doing a rally telephonically? It's because people were like, stay the hell away from this race. Don't come here.
But I still get on the Zoom, so it's a little difficult.
He's just basically like, these are shots across the bow, right? I mean, that's what's going on here. He's just saying,
yeah, this run is going way better.
Or I'm going to come at you and it's going to be bad. And I would also imagine that in whatever social media, to the extent that Youngkin or DeSantis has any sort of exposure to constituents, this is Trump saying like, well, let's send a little army to give you a little bit of harassment.
Come on, man.
Taste of what it could be.
Oh yeah, totally, yeah.
God damn it, dude.
That's definitely the part of him weighing in is just to be like, if I make you enemy number one, let's see what happens. Like, let's see how you like it.
Yeah,
I don't know what the end of the Youngkin. He'll get it done. I don't know what that means. He'll get what done.
He's okay. He's okay. I'm sure he'll come. For a Chinese sounding guy.
What was that about?
I don't know.
Is there some secret, is there a conspiracy out there that, Youngkin's in the bags in China?
That one literally just sounds like him riffing and then someone writing it down. Like, he had just found the name, and then so he was like, we got to put that in there. You got to include that.
Or do you think it could be that he has, I mean, this is purely speculation on my part, and it could be just as simple as Youngkin, that sounds kind of Chinese. Yeah, write that. It does sound Chinese.
Put that in there.
Or could it be that Youngkin has some potential scandal that may have to do? And
that's the Roger Stone way of doing things, I feel.
That would be,
this is Trump's way of saying, I know about it. Wouldn't it be weird if I dug into why your name sounds so Chinese? Maybe it's because you got $200,000 from the Chinese guy. Who knows what it is? But it's this is going to be. I don't think we're going to enjoy it as much this time around.
No, it'll be because we sort of
know the implications of it.
Right.
Yeah.
But it could be enjoyable. I wanted to talk AOC and Jay Jacobs because I know you follow New York State politics quite a bit, and he should resign. I mean, he should resign. It's an abomination. Also, Sean Patrick Maloney is a piece of garbage. Good riddance that he's gone, and he went out the door just as classless and as unhelpful as he was when he was inside the door. But let's talk a little bit about Elon Musk, because this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
2 weeks in, he has already brought this company to its knees, to the point where like almost every executive of any relevance has basically tried to quit, or is quitting, or has quit, or is out the door. The ad revenue has completely plummeted. They have come up with like 12 different plans. I don't even know where they're at.
Yeah,
right
behind
now
you
with
guys.
The check mark thing. I haven't even been able to follow that.
I saw some reports that like people were trying to subscribe and it was being frozen. So
yeah, I don't think you can't sign up for them. At least right now, I don't think. But yeah, I mean,
Oh,
did
fuck
you get
me.
duped by one yet, Alex? Like we were about to go
Jeez,
live
I can't
for
do this.
ESPN, and I saw a
Bro,
fake Woj
this
tweet
is
that
like-
Kyrie Irving was
bro,
released
this,
from the
like,
Nets. And
this area in the-
I was like, they gotta change the whole
I
show.
got a fake Adam Schefter got me for like a split second.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but just.
But
for
there
like
are
a
other
second.
good ones, like someone.
I can't.
had a
I'm
fake
sorry. This is
Tesla
gonna be
saying
my
that the
last.
second
I'll
Tesla
do this.
has
I'll
gone
run
to
this
the World
back,
Trade
but like, I'm not gonna do this after this. I'm not gonna do this. Like, no offense. Like, this isn't like this is super frustrating and like really like not
fake
fun.
Carrie Lake responded saying, "Same here," and they said like, "What's your Venmo, Carrie? We want to send you money." like I mean, I saw someone else say, I mean, it's like the Titanic is going down, but instead of the violins being played, everyone's just chucking ice at the captain, and that is kind of the vibe that's happening right now.
The Eli Lilly one is amazing because you can look at Eli Lilly's stock price and it dropped significantly because of that fake tweet.
That's the thing about this that is so incredible, is that like, yeah, like the goofy jokes are one thing, but like people can and people can use it to manipulate markets. Like this is
Elon knows
actually yes,
yeah,
right.
My last one. I'm not. I can't do this.
And it's happening so quickly.
Oh my God, it's amazing. It is amazing. And the thing is that I think that like, and I actually think
Fucking
that,
sucks.
Listen, if it goes
There's
into
like,
bankruptcy,
the enemies are just fucking
from
sponges.
the user perspective, it's the best case scenario.
Yeah.
Because what will happen is the banks will take a huge haircut, essentially in the financing. He will have to ultimately sell. Because he can't, he won't come out the other end of this. He just can't. There's just no way that he can be in charge and make this company profitable at this point, because there is absolutely no trust from the sector that he needs to make it even remotely profitable. It was worth $11 billion. The guy overpaid by $30 billion. Yes. I mean, who amongst us, right? but they're going to end up selling it for maybe half that. Maybe it's going to end up like going in bankruptcy to someone for $5.5 billion. I don't know who that is, and they'll just return it back to where it was, and this whole exercise will have happened. But the thing that I feel like there's a failure here of sort of just on our part, but also on like on leftist part. This is a perfect example of why billionaires are so corrosive to our society. I mean, imagine, if you will, that Elon Musk, it wasn't that he thought,
I'm like stuck.
Oh, I use Twitter. I can run Twitter. I've got some ideas here, and I've got the cash. So bingo, bango, I've got it, and now I just ruin it within 2 weeks. Imagine he was, say, like somebody who was a little bit more serious and decided, like, I have no education background, but I've been to school. Yeah. And maybe I'll drop $1 billion and all of the money that
How do I?
which probably, is like at that 2-to-1, 3-to-1 factor of like, if you put $1 billion into a system like U.S. education that is so starved for funds, you can actually like redirect billions more and change the behavior. Imagine if he was a billionaire who decided to do that and ran this experiment, by putting $1 billion in for, let's say, 10 years and completely changed the trajectory of our education system in this country.
Leave?
In a way that after this experiment was over, they hired the Rand Corporation, and the Rand Corporation said, we've done an analysis. completely.
This is
failed.
like so. Hey,
Completely
Bungie.
failed.
No
Go
offense.
back to
This
listening-
isn't fun, and the menu system it's overly complicated for no reason. Bruh, this isn't... I'm like about to lose my shit, dude. Submit. Do something innovative with these bad guys. They're just bullet sponges. The game is fun, but like, it's not like, this isn't like challenge. This is like overly frustrating. I also don't like the fact that, I should be able to use whatever gun I want. I don't like being restricted for like, with guns. It's so stupid. Like this, like overload bow, overload anti-auto rifle. No, I want to use whatever gun I want to use, dude. Come on, just give me the mods so I can use it for, add that as a weapon mod or something like that. This is like so frustrating, dude. Need like a stasis singe. This thing is like not like fun at all. Dude, I'm losing my mind
what
here.
happened with the Gates
That is what
Foundation.
happened. Yeah.
100%. And like we're still feeling the reverberations of all this like value add and high stakes testing. And this is why you don't want someone to have that kind of money. Because on a whim, instead of like different stakeholders coming in, a lot more messy, but a lot more sort of like cautious and focused based upon like on in the case of Twitter, like the users and the, you know, the coders and the moderators. In the context of education, it's all the other people. In the context of like, let's say, vaccinations, you want medical professionals involved in this. Like, this is the problem with not just Elon Musk, with billionaires, period, end of story. This is why they should literally be illegal. Like, we should not have a system that allows someone to aggregate this much money because of how they can, on a whim, you know, really implicate the trajectory of society, and no one has a say in it except for this guy.
Yeah, and there's a really obvious, I think, you know, there's a lot of really interesting discussions we could be having about, you know, the
Come on, man.
control over the quote unquote
Jesus
sort of public
Christ.
sphere and debate and all that.
I just want to like play this
at the
game
end of the
though.
day, it should just be between Elon Musk and the crypto sector. This should be just a time to say, these guys are like, because they have a large net worth does not actually mean they know what the hell they're doing. And like we have on the ground proof of this. And not only does it mean they don't know what the hell they're doing, but despite not knowing what the hell they're doing. They have the power to screw with you. And Twitter can seem like a frivolous thing, but it's like this thing millions of people were using happily and enjoying and getting together with. And a guy on a whim, because he has the money, can just come in and mess it up in a week. In a week! Not like make it slowly worse over time, but like over a few days.
And it's
just
a
completely wreck.
miracle that the engineers were not able to meet his insane deadline before the midterms, because, like, I mean, you know, who knows what the implications of this were, but we saw what happened the day after, where all of these fake accounts were cropping up, and you know, this kind of stuff travels fast, and it doesn't take much for people to get misinformed.
It'll show up, it'll show up on the, you know, before someone has a chance to check it, it'll show up on the news, you know, because that's just how this ecosystem has worked for years. Reporters are like reading off their phones on the news, you know, like that's how the information travels.
It is astounding, and I just hope that there is a concerted effort, and I don't know by whom, to educate the public as to both those two things. That one, just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean in any shape or form that you know what the hell you're talking about. Maybe even in the context of how you made your money. But certainly in any context outside of that, it does not translate. And B, this is the problem with having, you know, individuals control this amount of money because they have so much power over our lives. You know, Twitter, not in my estimation, as ultimately as relevant as our education system.
Our educational system.
But like, you know, it is a perfect, because it's happened so quickly. You know, it really is, I think, like a good teachable moment, as they say.
I mean, what you described is, sorry, just really quickly, kind of what Bill Gates did in New York. Like,
it's exactly what Bill Gates did in this country.
Yeah,
he put in. He had I mean, I was literally describing what he did.
Oh, okay.
I mean, literally, he had a $600 million experiment that they did on the Northwest, but what happened is
that,
everybody chased that money.
Yeah, everyone was chasing the money.
So you can go to, you know, in Brooklyn, there are schools that are dedicated towards the model that he had set up, and they were going to computerize everything. And so, like, Microsoft was going to sell a bunch of other stuff to it.
Right.
You know, there's the big grant money, and then there's all the other money that gets churned up around it. And it completely changed the trajectory of education in the entire country. In the entire country. Arnie Duncan and his whole sort of like educational ideology was a function of Bill Gates' influence on our education system.
It's going to be a real hard habit for Democrats who have been around since the 90s to break away from treating Silicon Valley guys as geniuses, because that's what they have been doing for a very long time now. They've been their billionaires, they've been their rich guys, they've been the good ones. And
we just should not have billionaires. We should you just should not have the ability on a whim to say, like, heck, man, I went to school. You know, I'm an expert. Let's drop $1 billion in that system and see what happens. And okay, well, moving on to the next thing. Let me see what works with.
Let me see how, like, healthcare. I'm gonna do healthcare now. Yeah,
I'll do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's honestly, it's like, I get that you retire and you want a hobby, but maybe your hobby should not be changing the course of
Jay Leno collects cars, you know?
Exactly.
There's no harm in that.
No harm in that. You know, but the idea that, like, I'm going to dabble around with where, you know, the trajectory of human civilization. All right, but whatever.
Yeah.
Alex Perrine, I would trust you to do that. But I know that
I'll need $1 billion first, but
folks,
once I have
I think you can go to the AP and
start me on the road. Start me on that road.
Yeah, make it happen.
We will put links to all of the things that you do, Alex Perrine, and our podcast.
I mean, I'll keep this till the end for, like, the guys with the shields.
Thanks so much. Thanks for Tuesday night. It was great having you there.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. See you, Sam and Emma.
Yep. Thanks, Alex.
Dude, I am, like, fucking tired right now. What is this? But security won't let them. Security won't let you leave? Get the fuck out of here. Fox cuts coverage while Trump is ranting about Angela Merkel, of course.
Tyler Bauer.
Is he the one that orders all the buses to go to DC?
Yeah, he very well may be the guy who's in charge of the buses to go to the January 6th thing, and then the one who's like in charge of scrubbing all the invoices for that after the fact. And Arizona State Senator Republican Wendy Rogers. If I remember her correctly, she's a lunatic, right? Yeah. And but this is one of those moments where, like, it's sort of fascinating. I do like it to that moment, and having studied a little bit of this in college, when a Millenistic cult, they predict a day in which the world's going to end.
Look at Levin and
It's going to
Sobiech.
end on, Tuesday, November 15th, and then Tuesday, November 15th shows up, and they have about like 15 minutes of like, hey, wait a second, what's going on? And then the leader just goes, oh no, you know what? We forgot to carry the 2. It's actually like April 15th, 2024.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Oh, okay, good. We get more time to get rid of all my possessions. Here's Charlie Kirk and the crew mulling over what happened in Arizona.
I'm shocked by some of these numbers, Wendy. I got to be honest. I mean, you know the state really well. You've been a grassroots activist for a while. The vibe on the ground was totally different than this, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, we wonder now if we were in an echo chamber.
Well, I mean, look.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm just beginning to get some perspective.
Oh my god. That's too funny. That's too funny.
How's that go? Let's check in.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sure that perspective is going to go away. I mean, remember Charlie Kirk on the morning of the election was yelling about how Kari Lake was going to lose because people weren't showing up at the polls. And, to be fair, a lot of people were surprised about this. Just about everybody except for John from San Antonio. Although, I think in terms of our predictions here, we did pretty good. The Democrats hold the Senate and lose maybe 5-10 seats to the Republicans. But they, there really is a sense that they're in a bubble, and enjoy it, because this sense that they're in a bubble is going to last, I would say, probably another 4 days. I remember the 2014 midterm elections, I think it was, or was it the 2012 where there was a Republican autopsy? I can't remember exactly, and it was about immigration. I can't remember, but I remember Sean Hannity on the air for like a week talking about how the Republican Party has to become more immigrant friendly.
Wow, okay.
And then just like the second Monday showed up, and that
Anti-barrier
was gone.
sniper rifle.
No, we don't.
Bip, bip. Sorry about that. And I assure you, all of this, enjoy it, but it's gone. Nothing is more ephemeral than Republicans' introspection. Nothing. It's going to go away.
That was
What's
following
that sunring
Obama
glare?
beating Romney.
Yeah, 2012.
Yeah, Mitt Romney's callous tone toward minorities they found to be the culprit. And
Right.
yeah,
They
no.
literally had a big autopsy. Now, they don't do that anymore because it was so embarrassing, because it was a written document that couldn't evaporate, and they were all
Yeah,
like,
maybe
"We
I
gotta
gotta
do this."
rethink
And
this,
then literally,
build
like 2
here.
or 3 weeks later, nobody talked about it again. In this instance, they've smartened up, and they're like,
I also
"What
just
we
don't
really
have
should do
like
is not
all
write
the
it
mods
down."
I need too.
Because then everybody has to go through all of our radio show programs and pull the audio, and that's not really.
This thing's not doing the
cohesive,
damage that
and
it needs to, but I need to
we're
get
not
precision
gonna-
hits
we'll
with
be able to
stuff.
pivot back to exactly where we are, and I am telling you, that's what's going to happen. And if Donald Trump does announce tonight, which we have every reason to believe he does, the Ron DeSantis talk, we got to make a different change.
Bye-bye.
Donald Trump is a loser. All that gone by maybe after Black Friday.
It doesn't survive their family's Thanksgiving.
Exactly.
Yeah, it sucks.
What does anybody think about
Yeah,
Ron DeSantis?
basically.
Oh, shut up, dude.
That
You
loser.
serious? That guy?
I think he raided Trump.
Basically.
Yeah.
Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming.
Copycat? Oh, Ron DeSanctimonious?
Yeah.
Forget that guy.
Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming, she was asked about like, the future of the party. She was like, I think it's Ron DeSantis. Guarantee you come there Thanksgiving. Her folks in Wyoming are gonna be like, you gotta take that back.
Yeah, actually,
You
this is
gotta
what
take
we
that
should
back.
do this as a game. Okay, we should somebody in the Discord. We should set up a specifically a channel exclusively for people's guesses. You put in the most adamant Donald Trump is over. We got to move on to Ron DeSantis, and log them in. Date and time, person, so that we can go back and watch each one of these drop.
Yep, fall.
Who was it? Was it Jason Chaffetz? Who's that guy? Right? Was that his name?
He was the guy who was like, I can't in good conscience.
I can't in good conscience. Look at
daughter.
I have a teenage daughter. I couldn't possibly support Donald Trump after that.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it turns out you've got 2 weeks.
He's like, he's a dear friend.
I'll give you 2 weeks, and then Jason, you can come back around. I'm giving you the 2-week grace period. You're welcome. Hey, this video is sponsored by Established Titles. What is Established Titles? It is a fun novelty gift that also helps you preserve some natural woodlands. It's a project based on historic Scottish custom where landowners are referred to as lairds or lords and ladies in English. Title packs give you at least 1 square foot of dedicated land with a unique plot number. So what happens is they plant a tree with every order. They work with global charities, One Tree Planted and Trees for the Future, to support global reforestation efforts.
This is what
And you get one of
whatchamacall
these
was talking about.
certificates. I'm a lord. I'm also a lady, too. I can be both. There's no reason I can't be. The first 200 people purchasing a title pack using my link will effectively be next to our plot. If you want to become a lord and lady, we can create our own Majority Report kingdom. So check it out. You can also, on official documents where they use a sign.
Don't judge them, chat.
You can call yourself lord or lady. It makes an amazing last-minute gift. Established Titles is actually running a massive Black Friday sale right now. Plus, if you use the code MAJORITY,
Oh my
you
God,
get an
stop.
additional 10% off. Go to establishedtitles.com/majority to get your gifts now and help support the channel.
So far, so good. 7 revives. Just gotta keep stacking those revives to the final boss. Make sure this is filled up. Ugh. Holy shit! That vandal with the wire wipe. First death.
Elizabeth, you must know why Clovis built the portal.
Greed. Obsession. The list is long.
Oh my god, what
If you
is
asked him,
going
he would have
on?
told you
Stop
he
it.
was saving humanity. Collecting the radiolarian fluid from the Vex that came through was the prime purpose. I wanted it shut down. Clovis wouldn't have
Died
it.
once.
Again,
Fucking
he flew
sucks,
close
dude.
to the sun, and once again, the rest of us paid for it. Bastard.
You gotta do something about these mods. Bungie. Like, I shouldn't be forced to use weapons I don't really like using, to be honest with you. Don't make me, like, ever do this again. This is like... Don't close, don't close, don't close. Yeah, take out the Overlord champion first. Where is he? Fuck. Don't go for it. If you have a grenade, stun him. Yep, there we go. Fuck. Oh shit. Shit. This is the reason why I said it sucks. That wasn't bad. The run was good, and then we got, you know, the run was good, but the wyverns. Sucks. The run was good, but the wyverns coming from either end sucks. Yeah. 2531. Yeah. Shit, I don't have a stasis. Listen, if you're gonna run stasis, I can run. Let me see. She running stasis on that? See, trace, divinity, yeah. Yep. Uh, wait. Master. Join up then. Yeah. Yeah, I think that room specifically, yeah, it seems pretty clear. Yeah. Yeah, I need to... Yeah. Dude, this thing is crazy, man. I still haven't gotten anything out of that.
Guardian, are you there yet? Good. The Vex are attempting another incursion. Shut them down.
That room sucks on Grandmaster, man. I don't mind like a difficult like fight, but like everybody's just like a sponge. Maybe like increase their health like a little bit, but not like the amount that they were doing, dude. Yeah. Bro, you have to like tell me that you need to like say something in chat. Just like say something. Oh, my bad. Okay. Just say. There we go. Dude, the Grandmaster on that one. The other ones, that one was simple because it wasn't like that bad. But that one with the shanks and everything, and the open spaces that you have to deal with. I also don't like the fact that like their guns can track you. That doesn't seem fair to me. Why my guns? I have some weapons that can track. I don't know. There's like the more I've been playing this game, the more I see the fundamental flaws in this game's character, and why it's not more pronounced in the streaming world too. If you have like some guns that can track, that's fine, but like also like season by season too, like some seasons, like I understand that like they want you to use a variety of different guns, then make the guns good. Like don't force me because like I have to equip a bow so I can overload people or use. It's fucking stupid, dude.
Guardian, are you there yet? Good. The Vex are attempting another incursion. Shut them down.
Fuck me. It fell off the edge. Oh my God.
Elizabeth, you must know why Clovis built the portal.
Greed. Obsession. The list is long. If you asked him, he would have told you he was saving humanity. Collecting the radiolarian fluid from the Vex that came through for the prime purpose. I wanted it shut down. Clovis wouldn't have it. Once again, he flew too close to the sun, and once again, the rest of us paid for it. Bastard.
Let's go. Let's go. It's going so much smoother.
Here they come. Don't let even a single one escape.
Oh, shit. Shit, overextended.
That's the last of the medicine.
Good riddance, evil bastards. Until next time.
Yeah, I was hoping for a golf ball. Gee. Yeah, it was a joke. Want it. Yeah, I think I'm done. Yeah. No, GG. I'm done. Thanks. Bro, this Nightfall fucking sucks, dude. Wellspring. Yeah. I think time payload is better. Look at that impact. Ugh. God damn, only been doing this game. Good golly gee molly.
What holidays? I should head into the city when I'm done here. Get something to eat. Zavala seems awfully tired today.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, I'll master those things. I mean, at this point, like with the builds that you have, like master's not really that challenging. Thing is, I need to get more of these. Yeah. Store that. That's useless. Store that for later. Keeping all that. Might as well keep the bow. Might as well keep this. This thing is an ad clearing machine, dude. This, I have 4 void weapons. God damn. Oh, yeah. Alright, I completed all that. Expires. Kinetic slot. Arm better. I gotta do one more of these. See, Telesto. Polymer grip. Increasing handling speed. I don't really use like the fusion stuff. Oh. Alarm. Tarnished metal. I'll keep that. Sunshine, I'll keep. That's like the only solo weapon I'm really using. I got the Callus mini tool. Bow. Let's see. I want to use the Whispering Slab, but these kinetic bows, I'm not really feeling them right now. Maybe in PvP. Demolishness, it does keep this up. Let's see. This isn't a bad, but this Killing Wood's not that great though. Let's see. All right. Okay. Let me see, is Volt Shot? Okay, hold on, let's see. Who is this person? 299 subscribers, this was 2 months ago.
What's up guys, today we're going to be going over the new ARC perk Volt Shot, which is the ARC's version of incandescent or volatile rounds. In this video we'll be going over exactly what it does and why it's easily the best of those three and why it's probably the best perk in the entire game. Also, we'll be looking at the sidearm and the scout it comes on and kind of doing a mini review of both of those along with a new world code and talking about how this perk allows ARC to scale into the end game very smoothly. So there's gonna be a lot going on, so jumping straight into the perk. Reloading this weapon after defeating a target overcharges this weapon for a short period of time, causing it to jolt on its next hit. And jolt is easily the best thing ARC 3.0 introduced to the game. So all you have to do is get a kill and reload, and now you have Volt Shot ready for 6 seconds, and the next enemy you hit will then get Jolt debuffed, which means every few seconds they take damage, they will do a burst of arc energy around them, doing a lot of damage. So in a way, this perk is like a way improved Dragonfly that has a much larger radius, and you can control when and where you actually proc the chain explosion, whereas with something like Dragonfly or Firefly, the second you get a precision kill, it's going to do the explosion right then and there. This, you have 6 seconds to pick and choose exactly who you want to use it on. So for Ackler, it's obviously insanely good, just a way better Dragonfly, but for higher health targets, you can also shoot them, and now it can be procced multiple times over a few seconds. So not only is it a better Dragonfly that you can choose when and where to use it, you can also proc it multiple times per use. So yeah, this perk is absolutely insane, and that kind of results in it being one of the best damage perks in the game too for a primary. For example, on that server, I came and killed it with 1 mag, but if I go ahead and proc Volt Shot, now I can easily kill it in like 10 bullets. So not only is this perk greatly increasing your accurate potential, it's also one of the best damage perks in the game. And it doesn't even have to be used on ARC itself. This works the exact same on every subclass in the game, but obviously it will synergize a lot better with some of the ARC things in the game. So first, looking at the sidearm, which is one of the 2 primaries this perk comes on. If we look at the perks in the left and the right, there's gonna be a lot of good perks on this weapon, honestly. So on the left, you could use something like Pugilist plus Swash, Pugilist plus Demo. You could even do like Feeding Frenzy surrounded, Threat Detector surrounded. But obviously for this video, we're gonna be looking at the Volt Shot on the right. Then on the left, the best ones to pair with it are gonna be Feeding Frenzy or honestly just the one from the season pass with threat detector and a Pinamag is basically as good as it gets, and a stability masterwork on top of that to help out. Honestly, this is almost the god roll in my opinion. You're gonna be up close and personal all the time and always have threat detector procced. Then for the scout, once again, a lot of really good perks, but we're just gonna be looking at Volt Shot in the right. So what do we want to pair in the left? Well, you could use 4 times the charm, which wouldn't be bad, but I think rapid hit would be better for most situations. But finally, the best one in my opinion that I want is definitely gonna be Demo.
Oh my god, I'm like so tired, I'm like fucking up.
Get a kill reload. And the cool thing about Volt Shot is when you get the kill to proc Volt Shot, if you just reload again, you proc Volt Shot once again, so it's like an infinite chain of just shoot, reload, shoot, reload, shoot, reload, and constantly proccing that, you know, arc web like explosion. And overall, the scout feels really good.
I might just get that for my tablet.
Best scouts in the game. And later in the video, we'll talk about how that really allows ARC 3.0 to shine in the end game. But one thing that is a lot easier to see with the scout is how much this is like increasing the damage of the weapon itself. Usually we hit for this like 3.3k number per shot, but just in our first 7 shots, we've already proc the jolt twice. So that is effectively increasing our damage per shot from 3.3 to 6.9 thousand, which is over double damage. So as I've mentioned before, not only is this like a good accurate perk, it's one of the best damage perks in the game too. And really the only fragment that enhances this for Arc is defeating a jolted target will create a Ionic Trace, which obviously works well on Warlock. And speaking of which, I made a new build for the Warlock. A lot of this you can do on any character with the mods and things like that. So just looking at our subclass, the first change is we're going to be using Arc Soul now. Then for our fragments, we have Recharge, Shock, Discharge, then Ions as we mentioned before. And our exotic choice will be the Verity's Brow. You guys thought you're going to get through a season without me using this? You're wrong. Still easy, one of the best exotics in the game. When you get kills with your energy weapon, you'll get up to 5 stacks, which will be double grenade damage, and you'll get grenade back a lot faster. And when you throw it, you'll give your allies nearby a huge increase to the recharge rate of their grenades themselves. And if we look at our mods, first we have Bountiful, then we have Elemental Charge plus 1 grenade kickstart, then we have Elemental Ordnance, then on our boots we have Phantom Might plus 1 Innervation. And finally on our class item, we have a few things going on. The first of which is the Lightning Strikes Twice artifact mod to give us improved arc grenade recharge rate. Then we have Surprise Attack to increase the damage of our sidearm, along with the arc overload nades. So now with all this going on, you simply just use your sidearm and go back and forth between throwing your nade. As you use your sidearm, you'll get ×5 stacks with Verity's Brow, making your grenade do double damage. The grenade will create arc elemental wells. Picking those up will allow you to get charged magazine shots for your sidearm, making it do more damage, and proc Phantom Might. So we're going to be upping our damage of our sidearm quite a bit, making it easier to proc all those Volt Shot rounds, and just simply spamming our grenade left and right. Then we also have the Arc Soul Rift on top of all of that. And now with the Verity's Brow, these grenades do a decent chunk of damage. They're not quite on the Titan's level, but they're definitely extremely strong. And now moving on to the Scout, as I mentioned before, this allows Arc 3.0 to not only work in the in-game, I think it actually kind of shines with this perk, and that is because Scouts are obviously one of the top picks for harder content, but they're also anti-barrier this season, so it fits in very, very well. So all we have to do for our build is simply just change our gloves. So change from the grenade kickstart and the sidearm loader to anti-barrier scout and a scout loader. Then instead of the elemental charge, you will then run elemental armaments. Then I just keep surprise attack on because you only have 1 energy anyway, so there's not really room for anything else. You can take that off just to get rid of the -10 inlet though. So in this build we already have overload grenades and anti-barrier, but if you need unstoppable, we have a shotgun on, and you just simply change the scout loader to the unstoppable shotgun and be able to cover all 3 champions very easily with this build. So between your Arc Soul, your Verity Brow grenades, the Volt Shot rounds on your scout, you know, the Aclear is going to be extremely easy for harder content, and you're just going to be constantly chaining electricity everywhere. But then for like the champions, bosses, wherever it is, you have Anarchy, plus I use the enhanced surrounded shotgun, which I made a video on yesterday, and that will definitely cover you for the champions and the boss fights. And when you get to the harder content in the game, you can really see where Volt Shot shines. For lower content, it's obviously amazing, right? but for the most part, you're just going to shoot it off right away on the first thing you see, and it's going to do the chain electricity and cover nearby. But the fact that you have 6 seconds to choose when and where you use it really comes to use in these harder activities where you can kind of wait for a champion, wait for a major, and not just necessarily spam it on like the first thing you see. And it kind of results in like a skill gap to this perk. I'm still learning it. Obviously, as you see in this gameplay, I might not be the most efficient yet of using it in like the right spot, but as you get more and more used to it, you're gonna be able to determine exactly where and when you want to use it to like maximize its effects. Also, Volt Shot allows you to break shields a lot easier, as you'll see in this gameplay. There are solar shanks in this lost sector, and I don't have a solar weapon on, but if I have the Volt Shot procced, I can easily break their shield very, very quickly. So overall, this perk really is just an improved Dragonfly that has a much larger radius, and you can choose when and where to use it, and it can be procced multiple times per use, which also leads it to being one of the best damage perks for primaries in the game, effectively making your weapon on average do 2x more damage.
Everything like made, yeah.
It is the best perk in the game, and with it on this scout rifle, it really allows you to use Archery .0 in a very meaningful, impactful way in the in-game in Destiny 2. Anyways, I think that's it for the commentary. Just the rest of this Lost Sector gameplay left. Like usual, thanks for watching. Catch you guys next time.
All right, yeah, Volt Shot's like really good. Perk. Holy shit, dude. What is it? Tactical mag? It gives me reload speed though. Corkscrew. Yeah, but here's the thing though. Small bore, range. But this gives me much more. Increased damage handling with grenades or this weapon. Fuck that. Okay. Hashtag rip Jimmy Fallon. Retweeted by Jimmy Fallon. I do like the crate though. Okay. God damn, I think I'm gonna end stream soon. Scout rifle loader, glaive loader. Take a look at these. You get some interesting here in the arm. Yeah, alright. This gets kind of wonky. Let's see this. Rapid precision hits against distant combatants weaken them for a short time. That's actually pretty decent on a hunter, too, on high level stuff. I don't think it does really well with the Titan. Just do one firepower, charge light, supercharged. Here's the thing. Oh no, I am supercharged. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that's like that great. Lightning strikes. Well, there you go. I can put that extra one. I like it. Okay. What else we got here in terms of videos? Christopher Boozy with the receipts. Eamon Hawk, I absolutely love your videos, man. They haunt my nightmares in the best of ways. Yeah. Holy shit. These videos are good, man. They scare the shit out of me, though. All right, I think we're done for the. I think we're done. Hold on. I am exhausted. We're just gonna scroll through Twitter a little bit. There you go. Schizo. All-time Laker list? Yeah, hasn't been a Laker long enough. He came there because he just wanted to win he won a championship with the Lakers. So far, yes. Let's see. It's new life in New York City. Glad the man's come back. He's fucking awesome. I really like Casey, man. Does good work. His videos are awesome too. Oh my god, look at these motherfuckers, man. Look at these just get Destiny with the scuffed hair and then just get Lav in one of her like sexy pics. Really? Oh, see what happens. Okay, let's see. Let's do it. When was this? This was Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yep. Okay. Let's try that again. I really should, whatchamacallit? Go back to Chrome. Look at all these tabs. Ugh. Original cooking of a huge... What? Okay. Little... We're just going to... There, how about that? We just do that. That should help out. Let's see. This was 7 months ago. Okay, picture-in-picture was updated. Let's go, baby. Oh, wait. What happened? There we go. Oh shit, there's a little bit of encoding lag too. The new Warzone comes out today too. It was available for pre-download. I might just download it after stream. I can't go to my recycle bin from here? There we go. Let me empty it. It's just a bunch of videos I downloaded from whatchamacallit. From Twitch, from my Twitch channel, so I can upload it onto YouTube. I've never been good at scaling fish, or descaling fish rather. What is all that crap? Those are the organs. Okay. Removing all that crap from inside the fish. Gotta show off the products, of course. You do anything with the head. You're gonna make like fish heads. I've had fish heads. It's an acquired taste. Yeah, hold on. There we go. Rip Jimmy Fallon. Oh. Going back and forth. Doggo just chilling in the snow. About to fall asleep. It is Patriots Week. Okay, we got butter, a little pepper, a little salt, a lot of salt, salted butter. Gonna mix it all together. Oh, what's he doing? Yep. Oh, is he gonna stuff the inside? Oh, he's scoring the fish. Nah, that looks like a mustard. Doesn't it? Isn't that a mustard? Not sure. Okay. Huh. This guy's awesome, man. Okay. Basting the outside. Hmm. What is that? Is that clay? Ah, okay. Yeah, I've seen a technique like this before too. Dude, this is awesome. This takes a while. I imagine this takes like a lot. Okay. The old wooden barrel. That inside of that barrel is going to get super charred up. I don't think he's going to be able to use it again. Yep. So he dug all that out. Okay. Some of it got through. Oh. Careful. Move all that. Oh, wow. Gotta get through all that bone. I don't even know what type of fish this is. Oof. How was it? How was it? How was it? Super. There you go. That seemed kind of overkill for what he was trying to do. But hey, listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. But listen, I would eat it. It's fucking delicious. I'm getting hungry. I need to eat, get some oatmeal. They fixed it. Did fix it. Street Fighter 5 when the game launched was not that good, but then eventually they did. I don't think, are you allowed dating preferences? Yes, you are. Bro, I have not played like Overwatch 2 in a while. I still haven't like gotten into rank yet. Why she'll never date another celebrity. Okay. Damn, look. So damn young. Oh my God. So much of that fucking drama shit. America's Secret. Let's see. New tweets. Oh my God.
Right, and there's been a lot of positive vibes in this town because hey, the last time we seen them, they beat the Bills and they're in the striking distance and they've been to the playoffs in nearly a decade and all this stuff. And then who do we have to face? You know, the big bad wolf. And guess what? They're coming off a bye too. Those numbers were startling. 13 straight losses in Foxborough. It's also 13 straight regular season games to the Patriots, and then off a bye, here's Belichick and his career. And, like, if you're not aware of it, Bill Belichick hates the Jets. Just hates. And this is, 15-7, wins more times than he doesn't. 26 points a game, goes 17 points a game, turnover differential 14. He has spent his last 10 days crafting, building, working a game plan, because if we know one thing about Bill Belichick, he takes away what you do best, right? And he makes you win with what you don't do. Essentially, the analogy I'm always given is, if you're a right-handed person, Bill Belichick makes you beat him with his left hand. And if you can beat him with his left hand, your left hand, great. To me, Zach Wilson is the Jets' left hand right now, all right? And Bill Belichick is not going to lose this game because of foolish penalties or because of bad turnovers or because Sauce Gardner has a pick six. Bill Belichick's going to lose this game because Zach Wilson beat them. To me, if the Jets can go into Foxborough, House of Horrors for them, and beat the Patriots and do it with Zach Wilson making plays, then the Jets are for real. They're a team that needs to be reckoned with, and then we should be coming in on Monday and talking about, hey, Thanksgiving week, the Jets are one of the top teams in the NFL. Both teams coming off a bye, no short weeks, no excuses. Go beat the Patriots in there and have Zach Wilson have a day, and then we're not asking all these questions and we're not poking holes in this great start.
Yep. Florida man makes announcement from the New York Post. Wow. Fuck yeah, dude. It is Patriots week. Standing arm in arm. This man sees everything. Yep. Yup, and yup. All right. Okay. And likely caused by Ukrainian air defense missile defending against Russian attack. I gotcha. Oh my god, what is this guy say?
And then today, Giselle uploaded this picture outside of John Fetterman's Senate office. This time, half his body was cropped out. In fairness, at least he's wearing a suit and not a hoodie and basketball shorts. But still, Giselle takes center stage, which, of course, was the plan here all along.
Oh my god. That's all you got? They pay for the Twitter check mark? Yep. Oh my god. Yeah. First day. Okay. I'll give it a like because Roy Clinton. 32,000 emails, guys. All right, I think that's enough. Oh. All right, folks. I'm tired. I'm gonna get some Z's. Until next time. Stay frosty, touch grass, and God speed. Stay positive too, by the way. Tired.